Now these teams meeting up for the second time this year. They played at Camden Yards earlier. It'll be the final series, of course, between these two ball clubs. The Angels taking 2 out of 3 in Baltimore. Orioles lineup brought to you by Southwest. Low fares, no hidden fees. That's transparency. It'll be Alberto Mancini, Nunez, Santander, Severino, Villar, Smith Jr., Wilkerson, and Martin. Dwight Smith Jr. picking the pace up at the plate, especially against the West.
And that lineup's going to face, what they're going to do is face Jose Suarez. And, out of Venezuela, very young, not even 22 years old. So, again, this will be his 8th start of the year. Just got called up from AAA Salt Lake. Loves the changeup. Last year, the master of striking people out of the minor leagues as he works us all the way up. AAA, AAA this year, back and forth. So again, the one thing that jumps out is just the pitch count's a little bit higher than he would like. Again, not overpowering, 92, but he lives and dies with that changeup. He does have a breaking ball to go with it, and we will see 10 home runs in 7 starts. So we'll see if the long ball comes into play.
Yeah, lots of home runs, and they have been. This team has been giving up a lot of them, and this left-hander has joined in. He just joined the ball club today, called up as they continue to try and figure out what to do with this rotation that is so short. And of particular concern is the bullpen. Bullpen has been very much overused by this ball club. Brad Ausmus is very concerned about the innings pitched and the fact that right now there's no way to overcome the fact that they're going to have to do some more work out of the pen.
Well, they probably are. And then, again, you hope that Suarez will mature. Again, his stuff's good enough here, but first year in the big leagues, you never know what's going to go on. Matt Harvey had some lat problems. He ends up getting released after going on the IL. You had the tragic death of Tyler Skaggs. You got the DL, Andrew Heaney, another left-hander. So, yeah. But they started out 1-6, and they have played pretty good as of late.
They've got the offense. Bunting for a base hit. It'll be foul back. So Alberto going after one. Tried to put it down the third base line that time off the left-hander and fouled it off. Alberto, of course, continues to have the #1 batting average against left-handers in all of Major League Baseball. We've been saying that all year because he's had it all year. .411 against Southpaws this season for Alberto. Pitch on the way, and that one bounced out in front. He tried to do a Vladimir Guerrero, but he couldn't. Only Vladdy could hit the ball when it bounced out in front and still drive it for a base hit. He'll be stepping out on that one and thinking about it.
Well, he, of course, what was it, Happy Gilmore? Adam Sandler, he could, run up to the ball and all that. That's what Vlad Sr. could do.
And an off-speed delivery down and away, held onto for the strikeout.
Well, there's the changeup, and I find it very difficult. And again, this tells you about how difficult a changeup can hit. That Don Long, who is a hitting instructor, along with Howie Clark, the assistant, said, "Hey, this guy will throw his changeup." So it's a good one if Hanser Alberto can't hit it because he came in, as you mentioned, hitting 0 for 400 or 4-11 against the lefties.
So Suarez gets the strikeout. This is game number 8 for him at the major league level, 2-1. And he'll come in with a pitch at 92, and that'll be about the fastball right there. Trey Mancini, getting the start at first base in the ball game tonight. Chris Davis out with a left-hander on the mound. Mancini with the big 285 numbers, 22 home runs for Trey. Left-hander's pitch to him is a breaking ball that's going to miss inside. That one bounced a little bit as well. Mancini went 3 for 14 in the series in Baltimore. He picked up a home run and had an RBI in that series. This left-hander's just 22 years old. Pitch on the way is in there for a strike again at 92.
Yeah, not a big guy. I mean, they list him, more girth at 5'10", well over 220 pounds. Pretty good. I mean, standard windup.
And there's another one down and away.
Well, that's the changeup. And the other thing, Jerry, and he's a little bit, he's a shorter version of John Means, is watch him hide the ball. He'll start pretty square, and then watch this. I don't think you see the ball.
Not till it comes out in front.
No.
Back into the screen and
so that's
foul.
all part of the deal, they're trying to track the ball, see it where it comes out of your hand, and you're hiding it. And again, it's a pretty athletic windup, and they signed him out of Venezuela for about $300,000.
Mancini can't catch up to that pitch either.
Well, the Orioles struck out 16 times in the game they won in in Arizona. So they can strike out with the best of them even if they can win a game. There's the big hook.
The Orioles have never this season done very well against the off-speed pitchers. They are a fastball hitting ball club, and the patience required to get to these guys who throw softly sometimes hasn't been there. Here's Renato Nunez. Nunez in the DH role. He had an 0 for 8 in the games that were played in Baltimore. The infield will be shifted around, playing him to pull. And Nunez will take the first pitch, and it'll be at the knees for a strike.
I mean, over the course of my career, I played with so many great guys. I mean, starting when I first got to the Orioles, Brooks Robinson, he'd look for breaking balls. Same with Frank, same with Paul Blair, Cal, Eddie. I think the younger hitters have a problem doing that. They just don't trust themselves.
And the pitch will be taken away. Well, the Orioles come into the ball game. They are in strikeouts. They have the 9th most in the American League. And, of course, they don't draw many walks either. They are 13th in walks for Brandon Hyde's ball club. Not a good combination, and that's why that on-base percentage has not been up very high this year.
Well, that's why they've been, 13th, 14th, or 15th out of 15 clubs all year.
Yep.
You know, the Red Sox roll in. They're right around 350. The Yankees the same. The Twins.
Nunez. Delivery to him on the 2-1. That'll be swung on and missed, and that's 75 miles an hour with a big windup.
Well, take a look at the defense, and it's Upton, Trout. He's back from the toe injury. Trout's the greatest player in baseball. Calhoun, Theis, Fletcher, Renijo, and Pujols, of course, with over 648 home runs, and then Kevin Smith got a chance to catch.
Nunez puts that one up in the air. It's playable. Monsieur Trout. And he will put it away for the out. And we will see Trout at the plate. He'll be coming up when we come back. 1, 2, 3 inning for Suarez. So back here, we'll see the Angels and their offense coming up, as they will have Fletcher, Trout, and Ohtani at the top. Upton, Calhoun, and Pujols in the middle of the lineup. Smith, Theis, and at the bottom, it'll be their second baseman, who's playing pretty well right now, and that is Rengifo.
And for Jimmy Yacobonis is, he's going to be an opener. And he's just about the third time he's going to get a start this year in this way. Last year he actually had some traditional starts. The last one, he pitched against the Red Sox on Friday. Really good, 10 pitches, 3 outs. And then he came back on Saturday night. The Orioles would lose that game, 17-6. He followed Eshelman and gave up 7 runs, 8 hits in the third of an inning. So really struggled. Maybe he was tired. He can't try to throw harder than he can. And when he starts jerking the head, that's what Doug Brocail, the pitching coach, talks about. Violent, with the upper part of his body, left shoulder and whatever. Ball's pretty straight.
David Fletcher at the plate leading it off. 4-game hit streak for Fletcher, their shortstop. Yacobonis' delivery will be taken outside, so they're going to reverse the roles of these pitchers. Yacobonis will start in this one, and then Eshelman is scheduled to come on in the second or third.
And the reason we went to the slider is only because they're going to look for a fastball. I mean, Brandon Hyde says he keeps throwing, he throws 95, 96. You don't see that very often. It's more like 93, 94.
You'll get the inside corner right there, the 93-mile-an-hour fastball.
But the slider really, and again, he can get pretty good movement if his mechanics are good and he's got a split.
Fletcher went 2 for 12 with an RBI against the Orioles in Baltimore. Here's the delivery on the way, and that's close. It's there. It's on the outside corner, and he marked the black on that one.
Yeah, bottom of the strike zone. Well, Fletcher, pretty good on-base percentage at 35%. And then again,
he's done an outstanding job for them at shortstop.
Well, Gary also, he struck out, 34 times, or actually walked 34 times, struck out 35. So he's a contact hitter.
And he'll go after that one and chop it to short. Richie Martin's there. He'll make the throw in plenty of time to get Fletcher. But away here in the first. Here comes the world's greatest baseball player right now, and I do not say that facetiously.
Well, there it is. The wins above replacement already 6.6. He's won a couple of MVPs. So there you go. All the numbers you need. And
baseball fans need to enjoy this.
Yeah.
To be able to realize you're looking at a future Hall of Famer and someone who may have some of the greatest numbers ever in the history of the game.
Dynamic.
And as a 5-tool player in addition to that. Enjoy the moment. That's a great player. And a strike on the outside corner.
Dynamic player. Can do everything.
He had 2 home runs against the Orioles in Baltimore. He went 3 for 11. A couple of homers and 4 RBIs. As you might expect, all the categories offensively in the American League, he's there in them. And that one is there for a strike as well. I don't think he thought so.
Pretty good movement. Up and away. Now, of course, I would say he's kind of like the weather. 11 home runs in his last 14 games. Hot.
He is that. Infield is shifted around on him. Delivery to Trout. Trout will take the pitch outside for a ball. On a ball club that's driving to get to the wild card spot. They came into the day 4 games out of the wild card spot. Brad Ausmus's ball club has been winning some games, 4 in a row, including a sweep of the Dodgers. Pitch on the way down to third base, and that will be foul.
Yeah, he saw the second slider and just kind of waited on it. So pretty good location, so hard to get in the air.
He's had 33 home runs now through 103 games. That's the most in Angel history. He broke his own record that he set back in 2015. Got his first home run against the Orioles. Very first, number 1. It was back in July 24 of 2011, and it was in Baltimore that Trout literally launched his home run career.
And the Webb gem started back in Baltimore. That long fly ball over the wall that he robbed J.J. Hardy of.
2-ball, 2-strike delivery on the way to him, and that's going to be inside, and he really turns on it. Get out of the way.
Yeah, I think he's seeing the ball well enough. Any breaking ball that's not a quality pitch, he's going to probably hit hard.
He's got the count at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Outfield shaded a bit to right, and of course very deep. Delivery again down to third base again, and another foul ball. He's pulled all of these pitches that have gone foul, so he's a little bit out in front of the delivery by Yacabonis.
Yeah, the amazing thing is we've seen him over the years running right center, dead center, left. Used to be able to pitch him up and in. Much more disciplined, doesn't chase as much.
27 years old. Mike Trout, long way to go. Pitch on the way to him, and he'll go down to third this time, and it'll go into the left field side. Alberto looked like it went right through him. Trout is on his way to second base. Ball is retrieved by Smith, and Trout is on. We'll wait on the call.
Well, I wonder what the exit velocity on that ball is. Yeah, it was like playing croquet. Went right through the wickets. What? It was scorched.
Alberto over there at third base, and he couldn't move fast enough.
Didn't the ball go through his legs? I mean, how's that not anything other than an error? But I mean, you got to catch that ball. Now, the degree of difficulty is because of the velocity. But didn't we just meet the score?
He never moved. We did. The score just came in before
and
the game.
I said it's easy with Trout.
Well, you're the one who told him anything hit by Trout's a hit. You said that. So there it is.
Did they really score that a hit?
Yeah, it's a double.
Okay, there you go.
So Trout's on at second base, and here's Ohtani. And Ohtani will take the pitch for a strike. So the Angels are going to get the first chance to get a run in here with a runner on at second base. Orioles have their shortstop, Martin, directly behind second. So not a big lead for Trout. Only 1 down here, and an 0-1. Yacabonis takes a look back and steps off. Ohtani back playing, DHing, and hitting the ball hard. Not going to pitch again this year. Continues to throw in the bullpen, the two-way player. 0-1 delivery on the way, and that'll be up and in. That'll move him off the plate. For Ohtani this season, in these situations with runners in scoring position, Ohtani has hit .274 with 5 home runs. Angels overall are 9th in the league as a team, .257. 1 ball, 1 strike. Long look back. Trout not a big lead. And Ohtani on a bouncer. That one's going to be stopped by Severino.
Yeah, very nice. Not all catchers are able, because you know he's going to go in any ball that deflects off the glove. So that saves a base right there. Splitter that well out at home plate. Yeah, the only Trout and Fletcher have numbers over 300 with runners in scoring position. So they're pretty much right around the league average.
Look back again. 2-1 delivery on the way. Ohtani will take it. It's outside. Ohtani's had 9 home runs against the Orioles in his career. He's a .253 lifetime hitter now against the O's. He went 2 for 10 in that series back in Baltimore, and he's going to be looking to rip one here. Let's see what Yacabonis gives him. The Orioles have the shift on with Villar way out in shallow right field. Yacabonis with a 3-1. Trout off second. And that one bounces. Trout's going to go to third. Here's the throw. No chance. And it was ball 4 and a wild pitch.
Well, aggressive. I mean, that's exactly what you work on, and then you have, I mean, he's a huge guy. Like, you know, the acceleration is just unbelievable. Looks like a fullback coming through the middle. So here, I mean, and again, we talked about anything in the dirt, you're going. Actually, Severino makes it a little bit closer than I thought.
I think the umpire, the home plate umpire, may have taken a shot on that, Tony Randazzo, as the trainer immediately came out to take a look at him.
So another changeup that bounces, yep, right off the right elbow. And as if Mike Trout didn't know. As Ohtani points over the third.
Fourth wild pitch of the year delivered by Yacabonis. Pitch runners on at first and third. I was looking at Tony's a veteran umpire, started back in 1999. He's doing the home plate tonight. His dad is head of the National Italian Sports Hall of Fame, which is located in Chicago. That's where Tony grew up, and that's where his dad still lives. Yeah, and it's for his dad created it for charity purposes. I mean, they have a lot of great articles, really nice museum and a Hall of Fame. But it was done for whatever comes in is given back out to charities in the Chicago area.
I'm sure they probably do. Considering it's Chicago, they'll probably do some fundraisers. And,
yeah. And Tony getting a little help there.
Maybe a little compression device.
Caught him right on that.
But just
elbow.
think about it. I mean, that's probably the arm he calls strikes with.
Won't be able to call him more strikes.
No. It's not going to favor the pitcher tonight, obviously, because he can't get his right arm up. Probably a sleeve that.
Yeah.
Maybe a supportive sleeve to keep the swelling down and maybe actually protect that area. It looks almost as like what a hitter would.
Yep. Randazzo comes back behind the plate.
There you go.
Runners on at first and third. Long wait for Yacabonis, who did not throw any warm-ups there while that was going on. And it's going to bring Upton to the plate. Upton batting in the number 4 spot, their left fielder. So Justin Upton, who has not had the kind of offensive year that he or the team would have liked, at least to this point, gets an opportunity here in the first inning. Orioles a shift, playing him to pull, outfield straight away. And Yacabonis some work to do early. Upton will take the pitch, and it'll be away for a ball. Angels team, a season high 5 games over 500. They have 54-49. Trying to extend that here against the Orioles in this first of 4.
Yeah, the late start because of the turf toe that he had in spring training. So when they came to Baltimore, he was not even active.
Nope.
Now, he is a strikeout guy, but he's also a guy that can hit a lot of home runs. Hit 30 of them last year, drove in 85 runs.
That's why he's in that cleanup spot for them.
But if you start looking and you want to strike somebody out, I mean, 32 strikeouts and 93 at bats, 1 out of every 3 at bats.
That one he got a hold of, just the sound of it, but got under it a little too much for his sake. It'll be hauled in, but Trout, who moved up in the wild pitch, is going to score, and Upton gets the RBI and the sac fly, and the Angels have a 1-0 lead.
I'm telling you, off the bat, I thought that ball was in the bullpen.
LA.
Wow. I mean, he does get it in the air, but you know, normally it's not that. He's like 31 years old. It's not like he's lost his power. Nobody loses his power this year.
Home run number 11 for Upton in his 26th game. And Trout, that wild pitch mattered. That's how he got over to third base. Another way to score, as we always say, and that time it mattered. Runner stays at first, Ohtani. Now there are 2 down, and here's Calhoun. He has been wielding a hot bat, especially against the Dodgers in their series. He had 3 hits in the ball game last night against the Dodgers in the win, and he went 6 for 9 in the series. Pitch will be taken up and away. Runner on to first base, 2 down. Calhoun getting the start in right, 4 for 12 against the Orioles in Baltimore, and he had 3 RBIs in that series. Double by Trout, walk to Ohtani, wild pitch moving Trout up, and the sac fly by Upton here in the first. Breaking ball is going to come too far inside.
Take a look at the Oriole defense. So there you go, Smith Jr., Wilkerson, center. Over in right is Santander, Alberto, Martin, they're moving on me, VR, Mancini, and Severino. They were playing, doing the catching. Yeah, he's been red hot. Season high, I think 2015 with 26 home runs. He's already got the 23.
Agabonis delivers, got a pitch up and at 87. Then went after. Calhoun unable to catch up. Agabonis trying to get out of the inning.
Yeah, a little change up, and I'm not sure you want to live up. He swings hard. There's no doubt about it. And he airs it out pretty much every time he comes to the plate.
Hitting .323 in July, and he's had 6 home runs in July. Calhoun has. Runner off first, Ohtani. And that pitch looks like it's right there, and it was. He just got tied up on it. Whatever he thought he was going to get, he didn't, and the count will go to 2-2. Yacabonis working to Calhoun. Yacabonis will go a couple of innings, they hope, maybe 3. Not with the pitch count climbing the way it is right now.
Well, his skipper always talks about it, whether it's Castro, whether it's Yacabonis. These guys' pitch count are just too high. And it's not only today, it's over the course of the year.
For Yacabonis, it's third start, 24th game. He has pitched in coming in 33 innings and given up 42 hits. At ERA just under 7. 2 ball, 2 strike count. Long look, runner not going, and a ground ball into the shift. Flip will be made to second base for the out. That is Martin to Alberto. A run in on a hit with a base runner left on after 1. The Angels up by 1. Maryland Lottery's contestant of the game is Tracy Steelman from Easton. $500 for being selected, $500 more for every Orioles home run hit tonight. Play Home Run Rich's scratch-offs and win up to $50,000, or enter non-winning tickets for a chance to be the contestant of the game. Visit mdlottery.com/home-run. And Tracy, good luck to you tonight, as the Orioles are down by 1 early. A lot of Oriole fans were on hand for the series in Phoenix, and a number of the orange-colored jerseys on hand here tonight at the Big A. So a lead for Suarez. 22-year-old lefty gets to face Santander. Anthony Santander in. Straight up D. Pitch for a strike. Santander 291 off the lefties. 303 off the righties. And 324 this month.
Yeah, red hot.
Sparkling, huh? Takes that ball in the air to right center field. Trout going back in the alley. He's got it.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to collide with him, I don't think so. He does play a deep center field. And that's not to mean be critical. It's just he can do that because of his tremendous range. I mean, make that play look pretty easy, and that's what, a stride from the warning track.
He aired one out. Many of you may have seen it in the video highlights against the Dodgers on a throw. It was one of the best of the year, and all the headlines around the L.A. Orange County area were, you don't think he's a 5-tool player? Take a look at this.
Well, Calhoun also threw one of the Dodgers out, and they won by 1 run.
Yeah.
In fact, both of the games, 5-4 on Tuesday? I think it was Tuesday. It's hard to. The last 2 games they played, whether it was
Whatever
Tuesday and Wednesday or Wednesday
yeah.
and Thursday, and then it was 3-2 the other game last night. So it must have been.
You confused me.
Yeah, Tuesday and Wednesday. Yeah. Today
Pedro
seems
Severino.
like Friday. I mean, today's supposed to be Friday.
It is,
but it isn't.
Unfortunately, it's Thursday.
Yeah.
You know, always poses a problem. And it's supposed to be Friday, and it's Thursday. 1 ball, 1 strike delivery on the way, and that's going to get away. Severino trying to get out of an 0-for. He's not had a hit in his last 12 at-bats. The average dipping down when that happens to you. Severino to be followed by VR. Orioles have lost 10 consecutive games in California. That ball in the air to left field's hit pretty good, going back warning track at the wall, looking at it's at the base of the wall. Played by Upton into second base, and it'll be a stand-up double, and he stayed on the bag.
See, that's bad baseball. You run hard and you slide. I mean, if you come off the bag, how embarrassing is that? I mean, it's, and again, I mean, you know, hey, credit. There you go. Gets a fastball. This guy not a fastball hitter. Upton makes a nice play. What's this? Bare hand, one hop. You're running tentatively. Slide. It's baseball. Man, when you were a kid, you wanted to slide. Any opportunity. Let me get on the turf. You come off the bag and get tagged. It's
especially with a sustained tag now in baseball, because the umpires wait until the play is truly over. And sometimes that sustained tag can give you a little nudge. Takes you off the bag. But it's a double with one down. And here's Jonathan Villar. Villar gets an opportunity to bring him home. So Severino ends the 0 for 12. Swing and a miss on a changeup. Villar is going to try and end an 0 for 15 that Jonathan has going.
Yeah, the amazing thing, for Suarez, a lot of pitches, 18.3 per inning for a young pitcher. Again, he's under 22. When you get on base, 115 with runners in scoring position, 3 for 26.
Really low number. Villar looking to get him home, and the pitch will be taken inside for a ball.
I think one of the reasons, that's kind of I think that's why the pitching count is where it is that he pitches every hitter like there's a runner in scoring position, and that's how the pitch count gets up.
The right-handers have locked into him at a 355 average, and the left-handers only 192, so that's why the Orioles have loaded this lineup with right-handed hitters. Speed delivery's going to miss outside, taken. Good eye by Villar, never moved on it. And the count goes to 2-1. The only left-hander is going to be Smith. The switch hitters in the lineup, but the lefty is Dwight Smith Jr. Jonathan Villar at second base is Severino. He's being held there by the second baseman, Rengifo. That's there at the knees for a strike. Trying to work the counts a little deeper. Jonathan Villar hoping to get better pitches to hit here to get Severino in.
Yeah, tough Arizona series. Every time you think he's going to get maybe to 270, he takes an 0 for 11 and kind of goes back to where he's starting tonight's game at 248, 250 in that range.
Breaking ball blocked. Runner will stay. Play by Smith to hold the ball up in front.
Yeah, good base running by Severino there. So it's, he got off the base, had a good secondary lead, and then he was able to put on the brakes when he saw the ball didn't go very far.
Smith holding it down the third baseline too, so would have had a shorter throw if he took off. Villar's worked the count though to 3 balls and 2 strikes. Suarez, we were forewarned, is a very slow and deliberate pitcher. 3-2 count. And a swing and a miss. He keeps that thing down low, foul tipped and held onto by Smith.
Well, he won't give in. We already seen him throw a 2-1 curveball, 2-1 changeup right there. I mean, you think, okay, maybe it's a changeup, but then he hooks it, and it's a good one.
He's got 3 strikeouts already. There is number 3. In 74 career games for him in the minors, 65 starting, he went 15-14, but had a good ERA, 3.64. A lot of strikeouts, 359 strikeouts in the minors. Also 107 walks and about a 3-to-1 ratio on strikeout to walks. So the Orioles will look for the 2-out RBI, Dwight Smith Jr. Dwight has had the hot bat. He's got a 5-game hit streak. Orioles down 1-0. Left-handers pitch to him will be on the inside corner. Smith has been their best in this situation, hitting .347 with runners in scoring position. He has been in the top 10 in that department for virtually the entire year. Even when the bat went cold, he didn't move out of that spot. Waiting here on the 0-1 with 2 down. And outside to him. The leading hitter with runners in scoring position in the American League belongs to LeMahieu
Yep.
with the Yankees. He's hitting .430 coming into today.
Yeah, he dropped what? That's when you know he was at .446 last week. So he had a tough week. Dropped 16 points to .430.
Cabrera with the Tigers is second at .427. Miguel. 1 ball, 1 strikeout. Smith leans, pitches away, refuses to bite and go after it.
And it doesn't throw a lot of those sliders. That's kind of one of the more slurvy pitches. When you saw the curveball, that's
during the 5-game hit streak, he is 7 for 16. He had gone 0 for 33 before this 5-game hit streak started. 2 ball, 1 strike count on Smith. And a foul tip into the mid again.
great changeup. All bets are off as far as, I mean, you can look hard or soft, and already he's throwing more breaking balls than hard stuff.
Well, let's see what he comes with here on the 2 ball, 2 strike count. He's used a changeup more in the 2 strike counts than anything else, 56% of the time. 2-2 delivery on the way. It'll be fouled away. So Smith holds the count.
Well, they always say you don't want to be predictable, and unless you're Nolan Ryan, it's going to be 102 or a big swooping curveball. But he's proved to me he'll throw any pitch at any time, so you can't really sit on any one pitch.
What he does here against the left-hander Smith. Long time out there at second base for Severino. And Smith will take it, and it's away. He's held off all those pitches, and it goes full 3-2. Smith has hit both left-handers and right-handers first part of the season. Now at .232 on the lefties and .244 on the righties. And he went through that slump. Numbers dropped, obviously, against whoever was pitching. Counted 3-2. Severino will get off as far as he can at second base. They're still holding him there with Fletcher, the shortstop, behind him. Smith will step out. Three ball, 2 strike count. There are 2 down. Runner takes off, and a swing and a miss. So a double, and the runner's left on out there at second base. So the series in Baltimore, and these are the numbers that were derived from the 3-game set.
Well, yeah, about a 2-run spread. The Orioles do win one, as you can see, but kind of a recurrent theme. The starters not as good as their starters, and then the bullpen not as good as their bullpen. And you can see what the Orioles have done against the AL West. Now, if you were with us any of the games in Phoenix, they are playing better. Well, this will be a good test. These are games for the Angels, as you said, have won 5 in a row. They started out the season 1-6, Gary. These are the games that you don't assume you're going to win or expect to win, but if you play well, you've got a good chance to stay where you are. You would think.
That's what they're hoping.
Yeah.
The Angels have won 9 of their last 12, in addition to that 4-game win streak they've got going.
12-6, the last 18 games. So, this guy's helped.
Certainly has. Albert Pujols. Pujols getting the start at first base in this ball game. He'll take that one in. Let's take a look at the chart. Statcast AI, powered by AWS. Albert's been on an RBI tear of late to help this ball club out. 15 RBIs last 10 games, and 35 and 35.
Yeah,
You gotta like that.
Real consistent. Age 39. He got the 648 home runs and the 3,154 hits. That's 16th. Third in RBIs. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah. Tied for 17th in hits. He's 6th in home runs. And his doubles now are 3rd. George Brett, Knapp, LaJoie, and Albert Pujols. Pitch on the way to him. One of the people around the Angels were saying Albert was having to sit, not playing in the field very much and not playing every day, and wasn't real happy about it. And so he decided, I'm just going to go out there and show you why I have to be in the lineup every day. And that's exactly what he's done. So the Oriole bullpen, Eshelman getting ready to go. Pujols on a wild cut. And the strikeout picked up by Yacabonis.
Well, kind of a strike to ball. I mean, he chases a ball pretty much out of his hand. It's going to be a ball, but deception. Nice job. And again, we talked about pitch count, and that's what they're going to look at. So 30 pitches now.
So Pujols out of there, and the first strikeout for Yacabonis. That'll bring Kevin Smith to the plate, doing the work behind the plate. The catcher played in Baltimore, and he went 1 for 3. He opened the season with just 2 for 17, and since then he's hit .301. So that's why he's been back there behind the plate. Had a broken finger problem that kept him up on the IL. And going to the outside corner will miss it.
Yeah, well, Jonathan Lucroy was catching when doing most of the catching, and then he got steamrolled by Jake Marishnik at home plate, broken nose, and so he's going to be out for a while.
Yacabonis with a 1-ball, 1-strike delivery to him, hit hard to short. Hop to Martin. Over to Trey Mancini, and there are 2 down. Well, stranger things are coming to Oriole Park. On August 2, the O's host the Blue Jays 7:05. And you can cross into the Upside Down with the Stranger Things theme night. Special ticket packages on sale now to receive the Orioles Stranger Things bobblehead inspired by the character Dustin. Go to Orioles.com for tickets. Couple of outs. Yacabonis looking for a clean inning. Thies will take the pitch. He is getting the start at third base. Did not play against the Orioles in Baltimore. Called up first part of July, first week in July. Made his major league debut. And that pitch is in there for a strike. He's 24 years old.
Yeah, he's a youngster out of University of Virginia. 16th player back in 2016.
1-ball, 1-strike count from Yacabonis with a shift on against him and a bouncer out in front. That'll go all the way to the backstop. So Thies, watching one go by, gets the count in his favor. 2 balls and 1 strike. He had a great career with the Cavaliers, played 3 seasons at Virginia. He was one of the best players in the nation, up for a number of the collegiate awards. He had .338 in the 3 seasons that he played in Virginia with 130 RBIs.
And this year in 79 games down at Salt Lake, their AAA affiliate, had 32 extra base hits.
There's a towering pop-up.
They didn't see it. Come on.
Silo shot right there.
Don't ever assume it.
Well, you tell one thing. 2 things happened there. 1, the catcher didn't get any help. And 2, Thies should have been running because that ball was almost fair.
Well, but you just got to catch this ball. I mean, you got a first baseman, Jimmy Yacabonis would come in, but that's not his job. A little bit different, Alberto's way out in left center field playing third because they have the shift on. But this is California baseball. High sky, help each other out, get off the field, get the bats, score some runs. And Brandon doesn't like it. And that's what he talks about, sloppy baseball.
Out that is given to the opposing team.
And, you don't know how many more pitches it's going to be for Yacabonis. So there's 1.
That pitch is up to him, and the count's going to go to 3-2. Boy, that would have been some embarrassing, though, for Thies if that ball is fair.
Well, except if it was fair, because it carried off his glove, he still would have gotten it first, probably.
Probably.
Yeah. But no, I'm sure they're going to remind him of that.
Yeah. 3-2 delivery on the way, and he walked him.
Well, there's 2 pitches.
So the first walk surrendered. The 2 down will keep the inning going. Rengifo will be coming to the plate. Rengifo, their second baseman. And And Yakubonis will continue on, as the Orioles would like for him to be able to finish up to this inning.
So that wasn't scored an error either?
Nope, they just called it a no play.
Wow. No wonder the scorer came over and introduced himself. He goes, "Go easy on me." I seem like a very nice guy.
2 down, and the pitch will be taken outside.
Well, they've talked for years about the team errors.
Yeah.
That could be a team error.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you know.
Yep.
And you have
a lot of folks contributing to it.
Fist fights in the clubhouse. What do you mean? I don't care what they say. It's a team error, but it was your error.
That's right. And the pitch is going to be up high to him. So the count's going to go to 2-0.
Well, there's 4 pitches. Just catch the pop up.
61's the season high for Yakubonis pitches.
And I'm not blaming Severino. He didn't see it.
He had his arms out saying, I don't know where it is. Runner on first base. Infield shifted around. 2-0 delivery on the way, and that's going to be inside. So the count's going to go to 3-0. So no reason for Rengifo to be swinging here. You got the leadoff batter, Fletcher, waiting on deck. Yakubonis to the belt. Runner at first going nowhere. Pitch taken. It'll be a strike up on the outside corner. It was acquired from the Rays back in March. That was a C.J. Cron deal that bought Rengifo over. And he's been up and down. Recalled on May 21st for the 3rd time. And that's going to be in there for a strike as well. Yakubonis comes back on him and gets it full, 3-2. Now the runner will be going at first base. Theis will have Trey Mancini a little bit behind him, so he's not going to get an extraordinarily big lead. And the 3-2 delivery on the way, and he'll put it foul. Theis will come back, and we'll have pitch number 7 on an at-bat that shouldn't be happening. Three and 2 the count. Orioles outfield shaded to left on the left-handed hitter, switch hitter. 3-2 pitch, runner goes, ball put up in the air that way, not deep. Smith coming from left, and he will put it away for the out. 8 extra pitches. Yakubonis had the throw and the pop-up that wasn't caught. And now it's time for T-Mobile's connection to the game. Let's open up our notebook, take a look. Look at this score. 19-3. Season high, 23 hits, 19 runs. Bogaerts 3-run homers, 7-run first. Tanaka gave up 12 runs on 12 hits in 3 1/3 innings. And the Rays Cy Young Award winner Blake Snell is going to go under the surgery, arthroscopic, expected to be out until September. Going on our East Winds page. Porcello got the win. He gave up 3 runs, 6 hits over 6 innings. The Red Sox were 9 for 19 with runners in scoring position in that ball game. Holy moly. That's 2 not very good outings for Masahiro Tanaka.
No. Their pitching's in trouble. I hate to depress the Yankee fans, but, Sabathia struggled. Paxton has a knee problem, so he hadn't pitched up to his capabilities. Severino hadn't pitched, Hap's Hap. I don't know if he's a number 1 or 2 anymore. I mean, he's certainly
he's
a guy.
one now.
Well, no, but by default.
Yeah. That ball Wilkerson will foul off.
And again, that's why they have to make a move.
Yep. Everybody waiting. The deadline date, which many thought would activate the trading early in July, hasn't happened because there are too many teams who are still trying to decide if they're buyers or sellers. 2-2 delivery on the way and a foul ball. Stevie Wilkerson getting the start at center field in the ball game today. Wilkerson, the switch hitter, is the Orioles have to continue to use a number of players, switch them around, trying to give the team the best offense that they can from the position players, depending on who's pitching. Delivery on the way, Suarez, and there's that pitch. That thing tails down and away from right-handers.
And he must be really deceptive, and that's what sells the changeup. Arm speed doesn't look any different than your fastball. And then again, if the bonus, if it does move over, it's almost like a screwball. So you're going to try to time it, and then you could just see the little lurch. Because not only couldn't he time it, he couldn't quite reach it.
So 1 away, and that's already 5 strikeouts picked up by this 22-year-old.
He thinks he's an A and AA ball.
Good
I mean, that's what he did down there.
Yeah. Doing it here to the Orioles. Here's Martin showing the bunt, pushed it all the way to first base. That'll be handled easily by Pujols. And there are 2 down. 2 away, and the bases are empty. And join the Orioles as they crank up tunes for the Saturday Roof Deck Sessions. August 3, enjoy a performance by Reverly Lane. And the action takes place at the Budweiser Roof Deck Center Field beginning at 5:30. $3 Bud and Bud Lights. Part of it all. Visit Orioles.com/music for tickets. And that's going to be fouled off on the first pitch scene.
I mean, you know, I'm looking at Suarez and I'm thinking, okay, let's see. D.L. Hall, Zach Lowther, Keegan Aiken. A lot of the guys that pitch in the Orioles organizations. I mean, you just got to watch this because you don't have to be overpowering. You got to change speeds. You got to be able to throw something other than a fastball and a fastball count. Now, you know, this kid's going to probably learn to throw more strikes, and then he'll stay in the game longer.
Keep the ball off the barrel of the bat.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
Alberto, a strikeout victim, his first time up. Suarez delivers to him, and he's out over the plate to foul that one off. Pulled it. Alberto will go back. Eshelman is ready. He'll be coming on for Yacobonis.
Remember when they tried to go with Nestor Cortez Jr., who actually has been up and down for the Yankees, but last year as a Rule 5 guy, he was supposed to be like this, but he didn't have the changeup that Suarez has.
Yep. Suarez delivers, and he comes down and in and gets him. There aren't many left-handers who have struck out Hanser Alberto twice in a ball game. He has.
Well, that's the numbers for Jimmy Yacobonis. Actually should have pitched a shutout. They gave Trout a double, but that ball was singed, but it was catchable. And then, you know what, I mean, a little bit more wild. So again, our Jiffy Lube quick pitching change, just like Jiffy Lube multi-care oil change. Plus get brakes, batteries, and more services in a Jiffy. Tom Eshelman will come on. So again, you can see right there, this will be his 4th game. ERA is high, hits are over. Not a strikeout guy, not a walk guy, even though he's walked some guys, probably more so than he likes. Not a hard thrower at all. I mean, you know, his last fastball against the Red Sox was 84. Average one's about 85.9. Got all the other pitches, changeup, curveball, slider. So he was working a little bit with Doug Brocail on his windup, trying to be a little more deceptive, stay a little bit taller. He's a big kid.
His parents, there's Dave and Rosemary.
Yeah, they were.
Did she look a little bit nervous right there? That's a mom. We go to the bottom half of inning number 3 and see what Eshelman can do here in a 1-0 ball game. David Fletcher, leadoff batter, grounded out his first time up. He's got a 4-game hit streak coming into the game. Fletcher will take Eshelman's delivery inside. For Eshelman, another chance here in the land of opportunity. 4th appearance of the season. Had a start against Boston on the 20th. He was really scheduled to start this one, but they ended up moving it around and go to left. Smith.
Kind of, when you put the hands, you're going. Did he see that one? I mean, the lights are taken into effect now. He jumped on that hanging slider, but just quite missed it.
So Eshelman will get the out.
So now you get to face Trout.
Yeah. That'll bring Mike Trout to the plate. Trout delivered the double, scored.
Well, I mean, just imagine, you know, you're watching Mike Trout hit. You're an Angel fan. You're reading the Wall Street Journal. You put the paper down, don't you?
Well, I don't think I'm watching anything else if Trout's at the
plate. That's what I mean. I mean, the paper goes down.
Yeah. Pitch on the way, and that'll be taken for a strike. Vying for yet another MVP crown. 0-1. Eshelman's delivery to him will be taken outside for a ball. Trout has been a real leader on this ball club on and off the field through all of the tragedy. Tyler Skaggs, the players, personnel in the front office, coaches have not been able to say enough about the difference that Trout has made for everybody regarding that tragic loss of their pitcher. That ball stung, and that's going to be a base hit into center field and a little.
And you're happy about that. Yeah, I mean, you're happy. Kept him to a single.
Well, he's 2 for 2 in the ball game and a 1-out single.
I mean, I don't know. Not just because he smoked the double off the glove of Alberto, or he can hit. He's hit 11 home runs in his last 14 games. I don't know if I've ever seen a player that has his size and speed. I mean, I've seen guys that can hit a ball a long way, but I don't know if you've ever seen there've been a lot of great players. You look at Roberto Clemente, much thinner, even though, they're all fabulous players. They can hit for the average and do, as you mentioned, 5 tools.
That one got him.
Well, I don't think that ball hit him at all.
Or he wins it out.
Yeah.
Or an Academy Award. Take your pick.
No, that look doesn't show any contact.
He's going down to first base, hit by a pitch. Runners on at first and second base. So Eshelman in a problem right now.
This could be the Phantom HB. Yep, did get him.
It hit him.
That's why you want to go to the bigger jersey.
Have as much cloth hanging out there as you can.
Yeah, exactly.
So Trout's down at second base, so Ohtani's on at first, and that'll bring Upton up again. Upton got the sac fly in the first inning for an RBI. Shift on and in at first base, Mancini, even though he's playing in the second baseman spot, since he's the only one over there. And Upton taking a look around. Outfield pretty much straight away, a bigger gap in right center field for him. Upton drove one to left field onto the warning track to get the RBI, bringing Trout in. He'll take that pitch from Eshelman down. The Oriole pitchers working behind hitters here. Justin Upton gets out on the count 2-0.
Man, not by choice.
No.
Fly ball pitcher. Coming into this game, there were 33 balls put on. In play and 17 in the air.
Pitch on the way to him, and that'll be fouled off the end of the bat.
And that's where he has to live. He really has to live down and away, down and in. As we said, four-steam fastball has a much lower average. Better on the road, though. Not a lot of things. That one appearance down in Tampa Bay, first one in an Oriole uniform, as you look at runner in scoring position number by Justin Upton.
Runners get their leads at first and second base. Eshelman's delivery, and he fooled him on that one at 78 miles an hour.
Yeah, a little changeup.
Good delivery and had him out in front.
Just completely off balance on the swing.
And it's kind of what he averages. 78. Fastball is 85. Slider's about 80. Curveball slow, maybe even slower than the changeup.
Trout off second base, Ohtani off first. Only one away. Infield a double play depth. Upton will take it, buries that one outside. So here we go again. Another ball game of 3-2 counts already. We're in the third inning, but both sides with the 3 pitchers have been putting up 3-2 counts in this ball game. Upton steps out. See what Eshelman decides to go with here against Upton. 3-2 delivery on the way, and he walks him, and they're loaded.
Yeah, no reaction. Thought it might catch the inside corner.
So the sacks are full here in the third inning, and only one down. That'll bring Calhoun to the plate. And a chance for the Angels, who have a 1-0 lead, put some big numbers up here in the third inning for Eshelman, a chance to get out of it if he can get a ground ball and get the double play. Calhoun, with the bases loaded, he's had 8 opportunities. He's gone 1 for 8, and that was a base hit with the sacks full this year. Cole Calhoun, fielder's choice first time up. He'll take the pitch, and it's away for a ball.
Boy, is he really dropping his arm. Kind of pushing the ball. He does do his preparation for these starts. But Brandon Hyde, he's a former catcher. Got Burkale on the right and Brandon on the left, and so his eyes don't lie.
No.
Yeah.
One low delivery on the way to him. Calhoun will pop it up. It's a long run for everybody. Alberto, the third baseman, looking for Smith. Smith will get there, put it away, and get it back in a hurry. Everybody has to stay put. Smith was deep and had a long way to go, and he was the only one who had a chance to catch it.
Yeah, Alberto because his angle's not very good either.
So you're right. I mean, you can see him up at the top of our screen, and then thank God the lights are taking effect. Long run. Trout doesn't tag. Otherwise, I don't know. He probably would have beat that throw, but I don't think they want to try to get him thrown out. And
no collisions, please.
Well, not. It'd be a matador with him coming in.
So there are 2 down. And here is Albert Pujols with the bases loaded.
Well, especially what you talked about, how hot Albert's been. 15 RBIs in the last 10 games, over 35 games.
You saw the career 14 grand slams. Pujols with the bases loaded. Look out.
Probably not thrown at him because that was a backup slider.
You don't want to get behind on him here anyway, or hit him and bring another run in. 2 down, 1-0 count. Trout the lead runner. Ohtani at second base. Upton is on at first. Eshelman in his first inning of work. Pujols off the end of the bat and foul.
Nice little breaking ball there. Severino going okay. Pretty good.
The fans on the edge of their seat for these kind of at-bats. Albert has had 10 at-bats this year with the sacks full and has picked up 4 hits, including 3 doubles. 1 ball, 1 strike count on Pujols. Brent Ausmus looking on. Delivery on the way to him. That's a strike.
Isn't it amazing? I mean, that's just kind of a hanging curveball, but it just tripped him.
He was leaning for something away.
You throw one at 77, belt high in the middle of the plate, you'll hold your breath. And he just took it. Obviously not looking for it.
So now Eshelman gets the advantage, 1-2. Infield is pulled around on Pujols. Here's the 1-2 delivery on the way, and Pujols will take it. Outside, Severino going, that's all right. That's where we wanted it. And the count of 2-2. Someone asking for the new ball.
Looking for the deader one.
Yeah.
The one that's not as lively.
Really soft.
Good luck with that.
2 ball, 2 strike count with 2 down. Hit batter, a walk, and a single have loaded him up. And the 2-2. Pujols will go down swinging. Great job by Eshelman as he gets the strikeout. No runs a hit, and 3 are left on base. 1-0 Angels. 4th inning of Orioles baseball brought to you by the redesigned 2019 RAV4. Ready for any adventure. Go Toyota and let's go places. Sunset time here in Southern California and a beautiful warm evening starting at 89 degrees. The ball game tonight.
Going to get any clearer?
Yep.
There's the skipper.
Family and friends on hand. His son traveling on the trip with him out there, getting in some early practice with Dad before the team came out today.
Pretty good-natured guy, even though every once in a while we're taking inventory.
Colton can throw.
No, yeah.
Colton was out there. I was out there with him earlier today, and Colton, who I think is 11 years old.
Teaching him how to throw left-handed?
He was throwing from shallow center field to his dad on the right field line in foul territory.
Really?
On the money. Right into the glove at his chest high. Foul back by Trey Mancini.
Probably doesn't need an agent, does he?
He was going to start tonight, but wasn't tall enough. Suarez, there are the numbers. He's not hurt himself. He hasn't walked anybody, thrown strikes. He's got 6 strikeouts in the ball game.
I thought I heard Colton say, "Dad, I don't open, I start." That's what he's just watching.
It's good. Ground ball to short. Fletcher. Mancini's retired, one away here in the 4th inning. It's been a problem for Suarez in the little work that he has had. It's only his 8th start. Getting leadoff batters. He's retired only 60% of leadoff batters coming into this ball game, but so far he's 4 for 4.
Yeah, I watched him 3 starts ago against Toronto. He just nibbled his way through the lineup. Not tonight. Got everybody. I mean, he struck out 6 out of the first 10 batters he's faced. So off to a pretty good start.
We called today the purpose of making this start. And the pitch will be taken for a ball. That is Nunez, who flied to center. 1-2-0. 5 left on by the Angels. The Orioles 0-1-0. They have left 1 on base. Double picked up by Severino in the 2nd inning. The only hit they have off the left-hander. And that one's going to miss as well. Orioles are 12-25 against left-handed starters on the year. Average overall about the
same righties and lefties, and that is in there for a strike.
You get the feeling that somewhere along the line in Venezuela somebody taught him how to pitch.
Yeah.
I mean, at a young age. And again, he's only not even, well, he's about halfway to 22, and I mean, it looks like he just has a great feel and touch.
Nice, easy, controlled delivery.
Yeah. It just looks like he could drop that curveball over the outside corner anytime he wants. To come in with a heater. Yeah, I don't think he had convictions on the fastball of Nunez. Maybe he watched some of the highlights.
Nunez has been putting up the big numbers, of course, for the Orioles. When it comes to the long ball, Nunez has been the leader, 24 home runs, 57 RBIs. And he will take the pitch outside. And there's the first walk the Orioles have picked up in the ball game. Hey, the day after the O's score 5 or more runs, get 50% off regular menu price orders at papajohns.com. Promo code Orioles5. Well, with 1 away, see if the Orioles can take advantage of the free pass. Nunez on, Santander to the plate. He flied out to center field his first time up.
Well, home run in every one of his starts. Orioles are looking for it.
And that one is going to be bounced. That'll get a runner down to second base, and a turn will be made there by Nunez. And is coming back to get it. Smith had to find it. It's a wild pitch.
Yeah, even though it's a pass ball, he should have caught that ball easily. And then take a look right there. He just didn't catch it. I mean, it's a changeup. You put the sign down, you ought to know what it is. Well, maybe I'll take that back. But of course,
didn't move the body.
No.
Tried to snare it with the glove.
Well, it's funny, when I was in A-ball, Cal Ripken had a non-hinge, he was our coach, and non-hinge, he didn't backhand balls. You went in front of him.
So a better opportunity right here for Santander.
Well, he's been doing everything for the Orioles, whether it's left-handed, right-handed. You could see 6 of the last 11 hits. The one yesterday, that's pretty impressive. Probably about 409 feet to the opposite direction. And a little change-up scorches one and finds the foul pole the night before. Orioles won that game in Arizona.
1-1 delivery on the way to him. Tough pitch to try and get the bat on. Came in. Pretty good month right there.
Yeah, and it started slowly.
And then again, this is part of the thing. When you get to play every day, and they really allowed him to do that. Other guys are getting flipped around, but I think they like what they see at age 24.
And that is our PNC Inside the Numbers. So Suarez taking a look back at second base. Pitch on the way. Got one out into the shift. Going to be a base hit. Should tie the game up. Nunez going to be waved home. Wait a minute. There's Trout. Throw's going to be off the mark. And down to second base goes Santander. He gets the RBI, and the Orioles tie it up at 1.
Yeah, he gets a curveball to hit and just smokes it, and then Mike Trout gets 98.6 mile per hour itis and doesn't hit the cutoff man. There it is, curveball right back at you into center. Nunez with a good ring. Come up, hit the cutoff man, but where is he? Albert. Where are you, Albert? Prince Albert doesn't get over there, so he can't cut it off. Throws a little bit offline, or he might have been a little bit closer. You can see Smith having to come up the line, and meanwhile, in a 1-1 ball game, you get another runner in scoring position.
Good base running by Santander. He's got 26 RBIs now. And the pitch will be taken for a strike by Severino. Severino had a double his first time up. And the Orioles tie the ball game up on just their second hit of the game. Now Pedro Severino's got a chance to give the Orioles a lead in this ball game. Off second base, Santander. And the 0-1 delivery on the way. That'll be outside. Floater that got away.
Yep.
Severino this season in these situations hitting only a $120. He's had only 25 chances in July, rather 3 for 25. This has been a tough month for him at the plate. And a little chopper runner will go, but it'll go foul anyway.
Well, he hit the 3 home runs down in June, and then he kind of had the numbers of foul balls off the top of his head. No concussion or anything like that, but missed a couple of days. And of course, like I told him down at the batting cage, I said, "Do you think that the league didn't notice that?" I mean, they look at those things. The guy hit 3 home runs in a game. Where are they? What were the counts? What kind of pitches were they? And give him credit, he hit them.
Yep. Got out of an 0 for 12 with a double his first time up. Runner off second base. Suarez taking a long time, so Severino will step out. Suarez is slow anyway, but he's even slower when somebody gets on base. Hello, throw the ball. Hello.
Yeah, I don't think again, you got a young pitcher at 21. I would think, not that Smith has a lot of experience either, but Brad Ausmus won what? I don't know, a multitude of Gold Gloves. Hey, throw what he wants, what he puts down.
Really? He may be doing something on the signs with the runner at second base. I don't know, but they're ready, I hope, to throw the baseball. Severino with a long time at the plate, but just standing there looking around. 293 off left-handers for Severino. Almost 75 points higher than righties. And the fastball will be taken up high. 92 is the fastball.
2 minutes for that.
Yeah. And a 2-ball, 2-strike count. Nobody giving signs over there from the Angels dugout to the catcher. That's hit hard to third.
Oh.
Nice stop at the backhand, and they got him trapped. And Santander, the ball is lost. They throw to first. They're going to get nobody. Oh, that one got messed up. They had a rundown. Santander caught in the pickle. Should have been an out, and then the ball got dropped. He got the third, and they went to first, and nothing there either.
Yeah, Theis, that's just a drop. I tell you what, former catcher, look at this play. Bam. That's a really nice play, a heads-up play. Kind of gets under it, but he just still should have caught it. So they give the Orioles an extra out.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a mess up on that one. So the Orioles end up with runners on at first and third. And there will be an error charged on that one, obviously, when the ball got dropped. Renifo, I believe, coming over, was looking at first base instead of the ball. He was trying to see where the runner was going to first when he had a rundown underway. And an 0-1 count. What a chance for the Orioles. They've got a run in. They've got runners on at first and third, still only one away. And Villar's got an 0 for 16. An ideal opportunity for him to get out of it.
Yeah, it doesn't need to get a base hit. Just look for something he can get in the air.
Bunting, it's a safety. They got him coming on. It's not a safety. Suicide. He's trapped again. Throw made. They got him running the wrong way. Tag, and no play anywhere else. Well, they executed the out, but they didn't do it very well.
Come on.
Now they got the right fielder coming in to cover first base as Calhoun came in on the wide turn by Villar. Well, this is not really good baseball.
Well, yeah, if the squeeze, because it wasn't a squeeze play, it was kind of a safety squeeze. You hope he gets a good bunt. So he's not going. He hesitated. And course, the play by Pujols. The voice of reason comes in, the veteran, and they're at 39.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, good idea, but you got to make a good bunt. Right, one hop back to the pitcher. Thank you. Christmas has come early.
So Santander, he got caught in 2 rundowns, and the second one he couldn't get out of. Now Dwight Smith Jr. with runners on at first and third. Again, with Severino coming around, and VR staying at first base, and a throw over, and he'll get back. Those rundowns, of course, you're trying to get the rundown back to the bag where the runner came from. You don't want him advancing or trying to advance to the next base when you put the tag on. That's what happened, and that's why the Orioles were able to get another runner over to third base. Dwight Smith Jr., first and third. And he will swing through at 91.
Well, kind of an advantage because at least you have Pujols holding the runner on, so a big hole into right field. There are the numbers. So one thing that really had dropped. He was hitting 448, going into May, but he's been able to maintain. The average has gone down, but he's been able to maintain when you get guys in running scoring position, doing a nice job.
And he'll take that pitch down low. Smith does block that one. And the count at 1-1 strike. So a strange inning. The Orioles on that Nunez walk, that's where they've gotten the run from. He got on, he scored. Santander got the RBI single. And Suarez trying to hold it to just a 1-run inning. Orioles VR at first base. He is a base runner, but he's not going anywhere here with 2 down. Smith will take it. There he goes. Soon as that catcher turned around the other way, he took off, and he gets second base. The crazy inning continues.
Yep. Well, 18 stolen. It's pretty much a given. He can run, pretty much steal anytime he wants. And no play. Probably wouldn't have been a play anyway.
That is stolen base number 18. The Oriole leader. Now you got 2 in scoring position. And Brad Oss was kind of like, what is going on here? 2 in scoring position for Smith. 2-ball, 1-strike delivery on the way to him, and that's going to be inside. 3-1 on Dwight with Stevie Wilkerson waiting on deck.
About 100-point difference between Smith and Wilkerson. Wilkerson hitting 133. The number's gone down a little bit. Probably 8th inning, he probably pitched right around Smith.
3-1 delivery to him, ground ball. That's going to go to second. Flip will be made. Rengifo gets it over there for the out. But the Orioles will pick up a run on a hit and an error. 1-1. And our Care First moment in history. Live fearless with the card most accepted by top doctors. Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield. Take a look at our Major League Notebook. 1941, the great Lefty Grove, 6th pitcher in history to earn his 300th victory. Joining Cy Young, Walter Johnson, Christy Matheson, Grover Cleveland, Alexander, and Eddie Plank. And in '56, Clemente became the only player ever to hit a walk-off inside the park grand slam. And you go back to the year earlier, the first round tripper he ever got was an inside the park home run. The great Hall of Famer, there are the numbers on the plaque. Batting champion 4 times, MVP 66, Gold Glove 12, and 2-time World Series champion with the Pirates, 71 Series MVP, the great Roberto Clemente.
Well, I helped him win the World Series. He could flat out play. Meeting, played down for Dalrymple, backup catcher, from the National League. He goes, we're saying, well, Earl Weaver says, how are we going to pitch him? He goes, well, you can throw him a curveball, just don't do it twice. You can go up and in, but I wouldn't stay there.
That ball's going to go to short. Martin's got it off the bat of Kevin Smith, and will get the out, and there's one away. Join the O's on Sunday, August 4, 1 o'clock. It'll be the Orioles cap giveaway. First 20,000 fans, 15 and over, receive an official Orioles ball cap featuring the Maryland flag patch. Presented by DAP. Visit Orioles.com/promotions for more information and tickets. Ball game tied at 1-1. Been a pitcher's game here. There are only 4 hits, each team with a couple. The Orioles getting that run on the RBI base hit by Santander. Pitch will be taken. 1-0 count. Santander delivering a single. Go back and take a look and see how many players have ever been caught in 2 rundowns in the same inning. And the pitch will be taken inside. Left-handed hitting. Thaiss at the plate. Matt Thaiss hitting in the number 8 spot. Rengifo is waiting on deck. Esselman's delivery, and that'll be hit hard into the shift. Nice pick! And the play made for the LVR.
Well, we could circle shift plus right there. I mean, that paid off. That ball was a rocket.
Nice retired Villar to make an infield pick on the outfield grass, and did. So Jonathan gets it done. Tom Eshelman gets some help right there.
I'm kind of wondering that ball, if it gets by him, it might even been a double. Hit it so hard. There it is. I mean, quick, a little short hop. Pretty easy out as Mancini receives it.
Rengifo will take the pitch, and that's going to be inside for a ball. He has had a hot bat coming into this one for almost a month, hitting .301. He'll go after that. He was going for the long ball on that one. Rengifo crossing the plate as he fell across on the swing. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Tom Eshelman on. Yakubonis was the opener, working 2 innings. Now non-decision, with the Orioles coming back to tie it up. Another one foul back. That one goes off the catcher, Severino. Having a chat with the home plate umpire. Tony Randazzo's already been hit on the elbow and has the pad on now.
Yeah, at least once a night, once an inning, it seems like.
Yeah, it does. It does seem like once an inning. Foul ball will make it a. There you see the pad. He took a foul ball off that elbow. He came out and looked at it and put a little pad on. Then between innings, put a real guard on there. And that'll be fouled away. Went to the outside part of the plate. Mentioned how the starters for this Angels team have struggled. Just trying to get starters on the mound. Orioles also, their pen has had to do a lot of work, and that's just a real good at bat. He had the whole side open over there. He took a nice easy swing aiming for it, and he gets a base hit. 2-out single.
Yep, nobody there.
Rengifo is on.
Yeah, pretty smart. Aired it out on the first 3 swings and then poked it to the left. So you know it's doable, don't you know, Gary?
Yes.
It's doable. Are you willing to do it?
David Fletcher stands in. Fletcher is grounded out, flied out. He has a 4-game hit streak going. Rengifo gets back at first base.
Well, talk about a guy that spreads it all over the place. I mean, 45 hits to left, 29 up the middle, and 28 to right field. And again, they give him that right field hole between first and second.
And he will take the pitch. It'll be down low for a ball. Having a real good month, hitting .315 here in July for their leadoff batter, David Fletcher. Not a big lead at first base. Rengifo being held. That one in the air. That should be caught at second. No! Out of the reach of Villar. Over to third base. He will stop there. The lead runner, Rengifo. Villar went back, I think, believing he had a chance to catch that. It just had enough juice to go over his glove.
I think because of the angle, Gary, trying to get his footwork down. I mean, a good slide, great approach, and he just couldn't quite get his time his jump. So the same guy that's made that great play, it's just, and again, it's hit softly, and you're trying to read how hard it's hit. And you got a couple of seconds, so just over the glove.
So the Angels will get an opportunity in a tie game, and it'll be Trout.
Well,
He's
that
already
soft
doubled
hit,
and singled.
Yeah. That soft hit just gets him to the plate.
Yep. 2 on, 2 down. Trout doubled and scored in the first, single, stranded in the third inning. There are 2 down. Trout will take a breaking ball away. Severino fakes the throw down to third base, but no throw made. Renifo gets back.
And of course, by doing that, you take any chance of getting a strike call, come right up in front of the umpire.
Trout 318 with runners in scoring position on the year. 1-0 pitch.
Yeah, he's going to go for a walk. And it looked like he had it timed. A little high breaking ball. Can't quite get to it.
That'll even the count up. At 1-1 strike on Trout. Eshelman trying to work his way through the inning. Pitch on the way to Trout, and that's there for a strike. 84 miles an hour.
Well, it's amazing. I mean, that's his fastball, man. If you move it around, somewhat be effective.
So he gets, Tom Eshelman gets ahead of him, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Trout waiting, first and third occupied, down to third. That's where he's been going. He's been out in front of just about every foul. Well, he has been out in front of every foul ball he's hit in the 3 at-bats.
Well, you talked about the fact that he's pulled the ball, and when you look at his numbers, 47, 37, 47 to left, 37 up the middle, and only 15 to right. Not that he can't hit the ball to right field.
Not a big lead again there at first base. Not going to take the bat out of this guy's hands. Lifetime a .276 hitter against the Orioles. 19 home runs for Trout. He has upped that average with the hits tonight. And he'll take the pitch, and it's a call. Third strike on the inside corner. Good pitch by Eshelman. Trout not real happy about the call. They leave 2 on base. Orioles baseball on MASN, brought to you by PNC. Make today the day. And by American Standard Air. Find your local independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer at midatlanticcomfort.com. Gary Thorne and Jim Palmer here at the Big A. And a good ball game, 1-1. Pitchers controlling with a strikeout of Trout. Angels have now gone 1 for 3 tonight with runners in scoring position. And they have already left 7 on base. Orioles have stranded 3. Pitch inside. It'll turn Stevie Wilkerson away.
Yeah.
Wilkerson struck out first time up.
Yeah, if you didn't look at the scoreboard, you would think the Angels probably had, 3-4 runs?
Yeah. They've had so many people on
Yeah.
base every inning. Ooh, talk about turning. Almost hit one backwards. Brad Ausmus over there on the left.
Yeah,
that one went right through the doorway.
Mike Gallego, of course, he's an infielder. He probably. Brad, a catcher.
1-1 strike count. Wilkerson, after one that was up a little bit at 92. Suarez will get ahead. Suarez, the 22-year-old who's had a walk, 6 strikeouts. Starter. The Angels in the air to right. Calhoun. One away, 5th inning. It's official. Crab Feast on the field. It's coming to the Yard on Saturday, August 17 from 6 to 10 p.m. Orioles fans can enjoy a Crab Feast right on the infield. Special tickets are on sale now for fans 21 and over to feast and watch the game on the center field video board at 7:10. Orioles will be taking on the Red Sox in Boston. The all-inclusive experience includes all-you-can-eat crabs and drinks. All fans will receive an Oriole crab mallet presented by Miller Lite. Go to Orioles.com/crabfeast for tickets.
I thought it was going to be presented by Boot Powell. Boot loves crab food.
Sorry, we're going to miss that. I'm going to miss that. We'll be in Boston.
Yes, we will.
We'll join you on the big screen. Martin popped out his first time up. Pitch to him will come in. 1 ball, 1 strike count with 1 down.
Yeah, another spoiler week for the Orioles. The 4 games in New York and then 3 in Boston.
Richie Martin in the number 9 spot. That'll be taken down the line in right field. It will be foul. Hands down in the at-bats now. You notice how he's dropped the arms, the hands down. There's Garcia and Cahill, former starter, been sent to the bullpen. Talking with the Oriole coaches, say he's much more relaxed down there. A foul back. When he had the hands up, a little too tight. The body was too tight, too anxious. And they want him, when he's got those hands down, just to take a deep breath, feel relaxed. And then you can bring him up a little on the swing, and that's what he's doing.
They become a trigger to start your swing.
Timeout asked for by the catcher.
Well, not to mention the other way wasn't working.
That's always a part.
I mean, it's a difficult transition when you come out of Double-A right to the big league.
1-2 delivery. Martin fouls that one back.
I mean, I played with a lot of good defensive shortstops, starting with Aparicio, who's in the Hall of Fame, Little Louie, and then Belanger, and then Ripken, and Mike Bordick, one of our colleagues, one of the great, set the record for consecutive games. A lot of guys have come here. J.J. Hardy, this kid can play short swing.
Ground ball down to third, knocked down, base hit. Shortstop had moved over to cover behind him, Fletcher, so he was not there to pick up the rebound, and Theis couldn't handle it. So it's going to be a single for Martin.
Yeah, he came up. He was a catcher. Of course, he saved their collective no-hitter. It's not an easy play. I mean, 2 steps and a dive. If he catches it, I still don't think with Richie Martin's speed he's going to get up and throw him out. That's how quick he is.
Well, the Orioles get a base hit. Potential go-ahead run on with 1 away.
Orioles now with 4 hits in the ball game, and Martin will have Alberto at the plate. He has struck out twice against the left-hander.
And I think they're pretty aware that Richie Martin can steal some bases. He's 6 for 6.
Very close to a balk move, Suarez. He swung that front leg.
Yeah, if it goes over the rubber, I mean, great angle here. If it goes past the rubber, the front leg, you have to come home. Or, unless you get away with the balk. I mean, but you can see, I mean, Scotty McGregor had one of the great ones, taught Mike Flanagan, kind of bring the leg, really your knee towards your other knee, and it never really goes over the rubber. And the other thing Scotty did, he would, if you go in your first move, he would start his hands and then the knee, not simultaneously.
There goes the base runner, Martin. Ground ball and a beautiful hit and run. But he slid into second base, and he's got to stay there. Calhoun will get it back in. Put it right where the spot had been vacated by Rengifo, the second baseman. But Martin went in sliding, and it was too late to get up and move on.
Well, definitely a first and third if he sees it, but he's not looking. And he thinks it's a straight steal. I'm not sure if it was a hit and run. If it's a hit and run, you usually look.
Yeah.
I think it's just a straight steal. And right here, he has no idea where the ball is, and he's looking around, and it's too late. One thing about Cole Calhoun, he can throw in right field.
So that's going to be it for the starter. As far as the left-hander is going to come out of there, and this taxed bullpen will have to come on here in the 5th inning with 1 down, and runners on at first and second base, with the ball game tied at 1-1. Suarez activated today for the very purpose of making the start here, an emergency start.
Jose Suarez actually pitched pretty well. They call him back up. He's not going to get a win. Could get a loss, I suppose, if there was a rally here. But again, 1 run in 4 1/3 innings. Struck out 6 in the first 2 innings. And Luis Garcia, they got him from the Phillies. Done a pretty good job for him. Hard thrower. And again, he can get the ball in the mid-90s. Hard slider. And then the splitter, that goes straight down. So you got a power fastball and then something, if he throws it right, to the lower level.
Out of the Dominican, 32 years old, Garcia. Orioles runners at first and second base. 1 down. And here is Trey Mancini. Mancini has struck out and grounded out. Garcia coming on with the potential go-ahead out there at second base. Delivery by the right-hander will be chopped down to third. Only plays at first. Running throw. And a good one. Pujols coming off the bag to make sure that Martin stays at third base. Nice play made by Theis.
Yeah, converted catcher on the run. Little splitter and hits the top of it, and here he comes. Great angle right here. How quickly. Nice transfer. Pretty good throw. And you can see how deep he was playing, so that makes it a little bit more difficult. And Pujols gets it. There we go. Nice little circle route to get a better angle.
Nice play. Well, here's a big at bat. 1-1 ball game. Top half of the 5th inning. Orioles get 2 in scoring position. And here is Nunez. A walk and a run scored. He's flied out. Santander had an RBI single that tied the game up in the 4th inning after a sac fly by Upton scored Trout in the 1st inning for the Angels. Each team with 4 hits on the board now, and for Nunez, base hit here could drive in a couple. Garcia. Veteran works from the belt on the set. And the pitch will be outside for a ball, and 99.
It's pretty firm.
There you see the defensive alignment, infield back.
Yeah, Garcia was the guy as he worked his way up through the Phillies organization. He was always a closer in the minors, but in the big leagues, just a guy that would pitch in the hold situation.
Nunez takes for a strike.
That's a pretty good breaking ball right there.
Nunez an even 300 with runners in scoring position coming into the ball game. He's been real good in these situations. 57 runs batted in, 24 home runs, leader. Suarez taking a long look. The starter. These 2 runners are his responsibility. There are 2 down. One delivery on the way. And he does it. Base hit into right field. Calhoun, what a score. He'll hold the runner at third base, the second one, as Alberto was not going to have a chance. But Nunez gives the Orioles a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, there's no way you're going to score. The advanced scouts, Jose Flores, third base coach, probably saw that. Nice swing. This is about 97 miles per hour. Here's your one hopper, and they saw what he did against the Dodgers. So you're not going to run anybody. I think it was Max Muncy tried to score.
Great job by Nunez again at the plate. The Orioles get their first lead of the ball game. Nunez continues to have an impressive overall consistent season for the Orioles. Nunez getting RBI number 58.
So now Anthony Santander will turn around and hit from this side.
Gets to see the right-hander with runners on at first and third. Delivery on the way, and that's foul back.
Take a look right here, and then again, it just takes it right back up the middle. Looked like a curveball. And you can see right here, not a particularly good throw by Mike Trout because it tails off a little bit. Boy, the heart of this lineup, over the last 10 days, pretty good at bats.
Hitting the ball hard. Getting the counts. 0-1 delivery. He'll take that one. It'll be away.
Well, the impressive thing is, Santander is 24, Nunez he's come the longest way. I mean, he threw in a 5 for 52 after a really good start, probably from the end of May, or in the end of April into May, and to come back out of that, make some adjustments, hit the home runs. Pretty special year so far.
1 ball, 1 strike count. Orioles on first and third. Garcia's delivery will be up and away. Nunez, by the way, who got that RBI base hit and is over there at first base, had never had a hit against the Angels. He was 0 for 11 when he came up on that at bat. Ideal time to break that streak.
Well, that's when he was in that 5 for 52 when they came to Baltimore. The impressive thing, I mean, even that inside out swing, didn't overswing, is how hard he hits the ball, as does Anthony Santander.
And a swing and a miss and a great delivery by Garcia. Buried that one down and in on him.
Yeah, hard slider. Now you're setting on 97, 98 because that's what he can throw, and then you throw this slider that you just can't pick up.
Santander's up the numbers both sides of the plate. He's hitting .306 left-handed, but .286 right-handed. 6 of his 8 home runs from this side. 2 ball, 2 strike count. Orioles on top 2-1. Garcia's delivery to him, and that one's in the dirt. Gets away. Long throw. Smith in the dirt. Picked up by Pujols for the out. So the Orioles will get a couple of runs. They do it on 3 hits. Will leave a couple on base. They take a 2-1 lead. Well, the Billy Joel concert's going to be at Camden Yards tomorrow night, and an invitation-only extravaganza tonight to benefit the Baltimore area students. The Orioles had a great night where there are some guests who were on hand: Eddie Murray, DJ Hall, Caden Grenier, Blaine Knight, Brooks Robinson, all there. They were there at the warehouse tonight, then went outside with some music on the flag court and had a great night of adult beverages, desserts, and raising money for the youngsters.
Yeah, I think the short guy in the middle was DL Hall, but it could have been Adam Hall, but it was one of the Halls.
No, it's DL Hall.
DL, okay.
Did I say Adam?
No, I don't know.
I don't either.
Possible.
Could be.
Yeah. Well, one's an infielder, one pitches. One's a left-handed pitcher. Which one looked left-handed?
Which one looked left-handed?
Yeah, I'm just...
I didn't look closely enough. Couldn't tell you. Here's Ohtani. That will be foul back. So I guess we have our trivia question for the night is, what was the first single recorded by Billy Joel? 1973. 1973. Okay, first hit. And the pitch will be taken down low. I'll give you a moment to think about that.
I know because I saw the answer.
Well, I did too.
Yeah, right.
It came with a question. Justin Anderson warming up for the Angels. Sold out, of course, for Camden Yards for the great show tomorrow night. But a great event tonight. It went from 6 to 9 o'clock. And it will benefit the Baltimore area students through the Orioles Charitable Foundation. And the pitch to Ohtani is going to be taken up high. Eshelman on here for the Orioles, now with a 2-1 lead in the ball game. And Tom trying to protect that as he's got the middle of the order. Ohtani, Upton, Calhoun, 3, 4, 5. That ball's in the air to left field. Smith over. Hey, University Nights are back at the ballpark. You can join fellow students, alumni, and supporters at Oriole Park for your school's night. Special ticket packages are on sale now, including a unique Orioles cap in your school's logo and colors. Supplies are limited. Be sure to reserve your seat at your University Night now. Go to Orioles.com for the schedule of University Nights and tickets. Play me a song on the piano now.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's what you did as a kid that you didn't want to do.
What was that?
What we're talking about, what you were humming.
Piano
and they
Man?
drag you off the baseball field or the basketball court or playing football, and you'd go in, and then it's time for the recital, and you're going, geez, I don't really feel good, Mom.
I don't think Billy Joel ever said that.
No.
I would guess.
But that's how we get the Piano Man.
That's right. Which was the first single.
So we're told.
So we're told, yes. This is on a reliable source, though. Man noted for his honesty and intellectuality and music and all that kind of stuff.
And an iPad. And a Google.
And a Google.
knows how to Google.
Oh, he too knows where Wikipedia is. 2 ball, 1 strike count with 1 down. And a ground ball to short. Shift was on. Martin's got it. Upton is off. 2 down.
Well, you said Tom Eshelman, he's never going to light up a radar gun, but tonight, made some big pitches. When your fastball's around 84, 85, you think, well, there's no chance. But if you stay out of the middle of the plate or you change speeds, which is what he's been able to do.
He's doing it. He's got 2 down here in the 5th inning. And that will bring up Calhoun. He's 0 for 2, is hit into a fielder's choice, and he is flied out. Calhoun will see the shift in the infield against him. You look at the starter and pen numbers for the Angels, you realize how tough it has been. Their starters are 21 and 33. 21 and 33. Their bullpen is 33 and 16. 1-0 delivery on the way, so they've had to live off the bullpen. Again into the shift, again Martin. Bobbled, gets it. And that's it. Good inning. Eshelman retires the side in order, and the Orioles have a 2-1 lead. Let's open up our Major League Notebook on the Wilson Pickett Hour here. Take a look. There's a week to go to the trade deadline. The names, some of them. Marcus Stroman, Toronto. Take a look at the average over the ERA over 21. Mike Minor, Texas, another pitcher, as with Toronto and Stroman. Texas got a pretty good contract with him, and they may not be willing to give him up. Madison Bumgarner continues to be talked about with the Giants. Reality front office yet to decide whether they're buyers or sellers. The other 2 in the top 5 named by ESPN. Will Smith, San Francisco, again, $244. He's, they say, cheap. Only $1.5 million for the remainder of the year. And Felipe Vasquez with Pittsburgh. Over the next 2 years, Pirates will owe him $12.5. He's got a 1.91 ERA. Look at the strikeout to walk ratio that he's got, and only 3 home runs allowed, 42 1/3. ESPN listed them as perhaps the top 5 right now names in the buzz.
Yeah, and then Mike Minor has a no trade. Justin Anderson going to come and pitch for the Angels, pitching very well, hard thrower, fastball, slider guy. So Minor's got another year on his contract, so if they can work out a deal, so he's got more value. Same with Stroman. Bumgarner doesn't. And then the relievers are relievers.
We shall see. It's been a very slow move to the trade deadline, a week away, as far as the number of moves that haven't been made. And the pitch up in the air, hit by Severino, right center. Trout coming over. 1 pitch, 1 out. Severino with a double, an error, and a fly ball up. Anderson gets an out on the first pitch that he delivered. Good one underway here. I don't think most who looked at this ball game thought it was going to be about the pitchers. Most thought it would be about the hitters. That's not the way this game has gone so far.
Well, we'll see how. Eshelman, his pitch count well in hand. So it's for them. It's going to be the bullpen, and then eventually it's going to be the bullpen for the Orioles.
And a big swing and a miss by Jonathan Villar. Villar is struck out swinging, hit into a fielder's choice. Jonathan Villar will be followed by Dwight Smith Jr. Pitch on the way to Wayman, and another one he buried down and in. And Villar over the top of it. Couldn't get to it.
Well, Anderson started in Double-A, Triple-A, the big leagues, 57 games, 22 hold. He does have a good arm.
Yeah. Here's the 0-2 delivery on the way, and he bounces that one off the plate. So Suarez is the pitcher of record on a losing side right now for the Angels. 2 runs, 4 hits, and 4 1/3. 1 walk and 6 strikeouts. Garcia came on 2/3 of an inning, a hit and a strikeout.
Brad Ausmus trying to wend his way through these games, knowing the bullpen's having to pitch too much, but trying not to lay it on any one particular pitcher. Strikeout.
Yeah, I don't know. The first out on a low and away fastball, kind of love that. And then this slider is about as good as you can throw one. You don't think it's going to break as abruptly, and it goes straight down. Yeah, the good slider, not only does it move horizontally, but vertically, you're going to have a very small break, and then you have a tight spin. You just don't see it.
And VR goes back. 2 down, nobody on. Dwight Smith Jr. He struck out and grounded out.
Anderson, 26 years old, born and raised, lives in Houston, Texas. And a 1-0 count to start the at-bat by Smith. Wilkerson is waiting on deck. 5-game hit streak coming in. Dwight has not extended it yet. We'll get this at bat, probably at least one more. Justin Anderson out of the high set. And the pitch is taken down low. Comes right over the top.
Yeah.
Jim's talked a long time about guys who have this kind of size. He's 6'3", 230.
Yeah, and then do you pitch like a Ferris wheel or a merry-go-round? Merry-go-rounds get in trouble. Ferris wheel, you don't see the ball as much. You can hide it. I kind of like the way he uses his front arm. And once again, you get a young guy. He did go to San Antonio, University of Texas, San Antonio, and then they worked up through the minor leagues. And he must have been really raw. 145 innings, 193 hits. So they probably didn't have much of command, and then eventually the transition to the bullpen.
3-0 delivery on the way taken. Strike on the outside corner. Smith, though, willing to take the walk if he could have picked it up there. And Dwight Smith Jr. with a 3-ball, 1-strike count. Orioles 17-33 on the road this season. Now the Angels are 4 games above 500 here at home. 3-1 pitch on the way, and that's up, and he does walk him, and Smith is on with 2 down. Orioles will take that one. This copyrighted telecast presented by authority of the Orioles may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Orioles. 2-1 lead for the O's, who had trailed 1-0 after the first inning. He got him back. And now trying to extend it. Stevie Wilkerson up, runner on at first. 2 down. And Smith will draw the attention of Anderson. Orioles have picked up a couple of walks in the ball game, one off Flores, the starter. Wilkerson has struck out, flied out. Happy to see the right-hander on the mound. Pitch on the way over the top, and that'll be in there for a strike.
Yeah, it's an easy 94, isn't it?
Stevie hitting .230 coming into the ball game. He's picked up the 8 home runs, 27 RBIs. Runs for both of these ball clubs have been very hard to come by. And that's going to be at the knees, and that'll be in there for a strike from Anderson. So he'll get ahead on the count, 0-2. Anderson moved all the way up, AA, AAA, and on to the Angels last year. He got 57 games in with the Angels last year, 3-3. ERA about 4.5. Justin Anderson. See if the runner goes, does not. And a swing and a miss. So Anderson will get the strikeout. That'll retire the side. No runs, no hits. 1 left on here. The Orioles up by 1. Orioles baseball on MASN is brought to you by Southwest. Southwest Airlines. Low fares, no hidden fees. That's transparency. Game 1 of a 4-game set here at the Big A in Anaheim. And the Esselman family on hand. We've lost 1 to the sleep god. Oh, it's not? That's not the Eshelman family. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's all right.
Well, they are now. They didn't know it, but they are now. And pitch will be taken up again.
Well, they were down in Tampa for his first major league start. I wasn't doing that game, but I was watching, and they were there in force.
Pujols, a couple of strikeouts in the ball game. Towering pop-up second base. Almost at the bag. VR is there, and we'll put it away for the out. And Pujols is 0 for 3, 1 down, 6th inning for the Angels.
Well, take a look, and again, they look at what you do. Your usage. He's throwing the 4-seam more than the 2-seam. The 4-seam goes in the strike zone, the 2-seam doesn't. What about a 14% difference? And then when it does go in, you don't want to throw the 2-seamer ever. You want to throw the 4-seamer. And they do that. They tell you now. So there is Tom's family.
That baby's gone too. See? They're all sleeping.
Or either that, asking his mom, when are we going to score some runs?
Down the line in right field, playable, and a nice running catch made. Good play by Santander. And that will retire Smith.
Yeah, they're probably wondering. I mean, this guy's throwing 85 and he's getting this out. He makes it pretty routine because he knows he has it.
So 2 down, nobody on, 6th inning. Dice has walked and grounded out on a great play made by VR to get him. Right back here tomorrow night, game 2 of this set. 9:30 O's extra, 10 o'clock for the ball game. Asher Wojciechowski will start against Griffin Canning. Canning is one of their starters. They have not decided who to pitch on Saturday night, and they're going to use an opener on Sunday, the Angels. That pitch is going to miss down low from Eshelman. Vagabonis gave up a run on a hit in 2 innings work. He had a walk and a strikeout. He is non-decisioned as the opener. That's there.
Yeah, Jimmy could have gotten through it unscathed. I mean, Trout smoked the ball. Alberto couldn't catch it. Doug DeCinces, played for us, played here, stopped by. He goes, I think I might have gotten an error on that. But either way, they get a run.
And their own delivery on the way. Pretty good off-speed pitch right there.
Well, again, they're just off-speed pitches. It's not like it's low and away or whatever, but they're just not looking for it. And they've had a chance to see, him on film.
2-2 delivery on the way, and that one's going to be golfed towards center. And that'll be handled. Steve Wilkerson in there in a great inning. Only took 8 pitches, retires the side in order. 7 in a row have been set down. The Orioles 2 and the Angels 1.
Yeah, the Orioles on top here by a score of 2-1, and we're going to see a parade of folks apparently coming in from the bullpen.
Yeah, well, Trevor Cahill actually started the first game when the Angels were in Baltimore back in May, got the win, but didn't pitch well. 3-6 as a starter with an ERA over 6 runs a game, and sinker, slider, changeup. Seems like when he sees Oriole uniforms, he pitches well. So again, out of the starting rotation, and now as a guy out of the bullpen. Last year pitched with Oakland and pitched pretty well.
So Cahill comes on as Anderson worked an inning. He had a couple of strikeouts, gave up 1 walk. 2 runs charged to the starter. Sucres still is the pitcher of record on the losing side.
Yeah, Trevor on the IL missed 18 games with some elbow inflammation.
So the Orioles will try and add to it as we go to inning number 7. 2-5-0 for the Orioles, 1-4-1 for the Angels. 7 left on by the Angels, and now 6 have been left on by the Orioles.
We'll see if he pushes a bunt here. Yep.
Yeah, he does down to third. This time goes the other way.
Yeah, he took a look at Albert Pujols, who was about a step behind the bag. Take my chances, bunt it right to him, and then beat the pitcher to first base. And he still plays kind of where he was.
Trying to get a leadoff man on, generate a run with a 2-1 ball game. Martin comes back, base hit, run scored. That was the go-ahead run in the 5th inning. RBI base hit by Nunez. RBI single. Santander tied it up earlier. And the breaking ball will bounce outside. And Richie Martin get the count evened up at a ball and a strike. Jace Peterson has joined the Orioles. He is here. Rio Ruiz is going down to Norfolk. We wish he and his wife well. They're expecting, and that will be somewhere around August 5. But they wanted to get him some more at bats. Wasn't getting them here at the major league level. So Ruiz down, Jace Peterson up. And the pitch will ride on the inside corner for a strike.
Yeah, he gave him exceptional defense, but I think they expected him to hit, maybe drive the ball a little bit more. You know, what, about 5 weeks between home runs, even though he did hit a 3-run home run about 10 days ago. But I've heard all year long, better position to hit. And hopefully plays against righties and lefties, he'll be able to do that.
Chokes up on it, pitch will be away. Brandon Hyde must have said 3 times during the press conference before the game today, it's about the bat of Peterson. We want more hits. We like the way he's swinging, and he's putting up big numbers at Norfolk. And that chopper will go to second base, and a big hop played. Renifro gets the out. Martin is retired, and there's one down. Watch every out-of-market regular season game live or on demand with MLB.tv. Your subscription includes MLB At Bat Premium, allowing you to stream live baseball on your favorite supported devices. Blackout, other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details.
Yeah, the other thing about Jace Peterson, he just brings a speed dynamic to the team. He can play third, he can play second, can play first, can play the outfield. Yeah, he's a left-handed hitter, but he was hitting .398 against lefties. Not maybe major league lefties, but .398. So that's why he's here.
There is Jace. He'll be in the lineup here shortly for the Orioles. Left-hander starting, who's not tonight. That one's going to go towards center. Trout coming. He's going to fall in for a base hit. Alberto is on, makes a big turn. So Alberto gets his second hit. He's 2 for 4, 2 singles after striking out the first 2 times up. And the Orioles have a runner.
Yep. Then he gets a good jump. There's the Deacon. But he can't get to it.
Almost plays it into a double, but hard for the ball to get by Mike Trout. Too big.
1 on, 1 down. Trout not real happy with himself after the ball bounced in front of him. Trey Mancini is 0 for 3. Mancini has faced Cahill 5 times, 1 for 5, a home run. He's taking a look down to third base just to see whether or not Enzer Alberto might have a sign to go. Alberto 4 out of 6 stealing bases. Not running. Wow. That one was bounced 4 feet straight up in the air. He's thinking about third. He starts and stops as
Thank
the ball
goodness.
is found by Smith.
I think it was one of those moments that Brandon Hyde's been talking about. Be aggressive. Obviously, you're going to go on the wild pitch because it goes straight up in the air, but you're already in scoring position. So don't get thrown out. There it is off the left shoulder. So right here. Whoa. And he stops.
That is the 10th wild pitch Cahill has thrown.
That's the breaking ball.
Wow.
You know, a lot of times you see it with splitters. Well, he's got the big overhand curveball.
1-1 delivery on the way. An RBI chance now for Trey Mancini. Runner at second base, 1 out. Orioles up by a score of 2-1, playing here in the 7th inning. They love to get that one in right now. Orioles tonight have gone 2 for 9 in these situations. Mancini fouls it back.
Just missed a hanging slider. Wanted that pitch back, but you don't get it.
Two and two.
Normally it's harder to hit home runs as the night air comes in here. I'm not sure what the temperature.
It hasn't cooled off a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see any of that marine layer moving in. 2 ball, 2 strike count, 1 down, step out. Trey Mancini, big potential RBI for the Orioles.
Cahill's 2-2 pitch on the way. Mancini will go down slow.
Good one. Breaking ball to go straight down. Make you have it track, but again, just on top of it.
So Mancini back. Strikeout number 1 for Cahill. That'll bring Nunez up. Nunez has delivered the RBI single to put the Orioles up. He drew the walk that scored the first run. So a very successful night at the plate for the Orioles DH. Nunez 2 down. Alberto on at second base. Nunez 0 for 2 off Cahill. That one's going to go to the backstop. Wild pitch number 11. Alberto to third. Well, be alive down there.
Yeah.
I'll get another run right here.
Of course, Brad won 3 Gold Gloves. He's going, I don't know if that ball would have got by me. I mean, it's coming.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't know it's going to be thrown right there, but
got a pretty good chance it's going to hit the dirt. And that's in there for a strike.
Backup changeup or something. Well, it's all about shifting your weight. I mean, you're the hockey guy. I imagine if you're a goalie, you got to be able to do that and anticipate. And not every ball is going to be thrown the same.
1-1 delivery on the way.
Oh.
Another one down low. That one.
Well, now you're getting an idea. He's bouncing. He even bounced his fastball in 91.
Smith will readjust. Alberto trying to get off the bag. Price is the third baseman who's back a normal third base position. So Alberto can get off. Pretty good secondary lead. Right at the plate foul.
It almost acts like that's a split fingered fastball. It goes with the downward movement.
Two to 1 lead for the Orioles in the 7th. 2-2 down, and Nunez after his second RBI of the ball game. Cahill's delivery on the way. That's going to go to center. Trout's going to go back. And the Orioles are retired. No runs, a hit, 1 left on. 7th inning stretch time from the Big A. A good ball game underway as the fans settle back in, and we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. Orioles up by 1, and 9-1-2 due up. Renifo in the ball game has picked up a base hit, was stranded, and is flied to left field. Second baseman takes it inside.
Yeah, and Alberto moves over exactly where he hit it. Fouled off about 4 pitches and then served it to left.
Oh, wow. Knocked it down. And the play made. A shot to Eshelman, who was able to knock it down and get the out.
Well, he says he's all right. I don't know. I mean, that ball's hit so hard, it's hard to tell exactly where it hit him. And nobody's coming out of the dugout. And 103 miles per hour right back him. You'll get a pretty good idea here, I think.
Good to land in a fielding position.
Yeah. Well, he's got a nice windup. Actually, I mean, and it's not on the glove side. I mean, it's almost, you have to reach back. But you're right about if you don't land, if you land flat-footed or rolling over, well, first of all, that ball's into center field or it gets your shoulder.
So 1 down the hard way. Leadoff batter Fletcher, a base hit. He's 1 for 3 in the game. He'll go to the middle. He's going to get another base hit.
Oh, just to get Trout up with somebody on. A little drama.
So there's the potential tying run on for the Angels.
Well, Brandon Hyde's got double action in the bullpen. So, obviously when he usually comes out,
not sure he wants to have Mike Trout face him 3 times. Go to a fresh arm.
Waiting on the signal. Yep. So that will be it for Eshelman. Shawn Armstrong is going to be coming in to face Mike Trout.
Well, Yakubonis and Eshelman look on as Shawn Armstrong comes on. So there are the total numbers. 26 pitches yesterday, 2 innings, scoreless innings. Boy, did he have a good fastball. You know, it's cutter, fastball, and slider. That's pretty much what it is. You can see lefties pretty tough to get out, and then against the right-handers, which happens to be what Mike Trout hits, who's coming up to the plate, the number's not quite as good.
So as they get ready, take a look at this on Mike Trout in our notebook. 6.6 Fangraph wins above replacement. That leads the majors. Topping that of Cody Bellinger and Christian Yelich, far ahead of the next American League leader, Xander Bogaerts. There's the slash line for him. On pace for 52 home runs, 127 RBIs. Contact rate way up, strikeout rate down, on pace to be the best of his career. He will capture the 3rd MVP trophy with these numbers before the age of 28. Only one man has ever done that, and that was Stan Musial.
Stan the man.
And here is Trout, 1 on, 1 out. Crowd hushes as he takes the pitch up for a ball.
Yeah, that ball looked like it was right down the middle. He backs away. Normally, I mean, what's your frame of reference if you're Tony Randazzo? It's almost usually an auto, especially when it's in the middle of the plate, automatic strike.
Runner off first base, 1-0. That's outside. We got Ohtani waiting on deck. Trout has delivered a double. First inning scored on a sac fly by Upton. The only run they have came in the first inning. They have averaged 5.2 runs here at home this year. Nowhere close to that yet. Armstrong with a look over to first base. Trout will take it outside.
Yeah, not a whole lot of options. You know, Noah pitched yesterday. Castro pitched yesterday. You know, probably don't want to bring in a lefty, obviously, against Trout. Not that it matters. You know, against Armstrong, he's thrown 5 home runs. Right-handed batters have hit 4 of them.
This is a 3-0.
Probably swinging.
Trout waiting. He'll take. He's on 4 straight. So first and second now.
We'll take a look. And on the corner.
At least one, if not 2, could have been called strikes, but you may be better off that they weren't.
Well, it's also Mike Trout, and they're also at home. And I know that I'm not saying anything about Tony Randazzo. We used to see that with the As, just to drive Earl crazy. He used to ask Joe Cronin, why, when you're in the stands, he was the president of the American League, does Yaz get 5 strikes? He says it because if they call him out, the fans will boo, and they'll think he's doing a bad job. So why does he get 5 strikes to hit?
Because he's Kyle Yastrzemski.
Yeah, exactly.
First and second, 1 away. Here's Ohtani. There's a non-strike strike.
Right.
You are not Mike Trout.
No. Well, and he knows
Pretty
that.
close, though. Right? Well, no, not really.
Mike can't throw 103 either. But.
No. I mean, that's close enough to be called a strike.
Well,
either way.
Yes.
0-1, 1 down. Potential tying run on its second base. Bottom of the 7th inning. Big at bat for Ohtani. Delivery to him will be in. Ohtani this year in these situations is hitting .274. Ohtani has put up 41 RBIs. Plate appearances down because of the injury. He's got Fletcher and Trout on.
And remember the 115 batting average against left-handers, so we'll see if that plays out.
1-1 delivery on the way. Ohtani will take it, bounced. Held on to, good play.
He really, I mean, his slider is probably, that was a cutter right there at 90. So the only thing off speed is his slider, and I don't think he really trusts it. So they're all looking somewhere between 90 and 95 and trying to time it.
Look at the opportunities. 2 for 11. Each team, though, has left 7 on base. They've had more of them, obviously, in scoring position. 2-1, 1 down. Fletcher and Trout get their leads. Armstrong the 2-1. Ohtani takes it, not close. Upton is on deck.
Yeah, again, back-to-back days, 26 pitches. Yeah, the inability, and you don't see it very often. John Means just didn't. Not that he pitched horribly, but pitch count-wise, out of there in the 4th inning. So you had to kind of get through the innings. And
Ohtani is walked, hit by a pitch, flied out. A 3-1 count. Armstrong's delivery. Ohtani takes it. It's there. Good pitch. Kept it down and gets the count full. 3-2. Only one away. Fletcher the single. The walk to Trout has put the runners on. And a 3-2 coming. Ohtani will foul it away. At least a 7-pitch at bat.
well, Sharon Armstrong, we talked about it yesterday. Velocity's gone up, and in this month, they're 2 for 20. Then 100.
Ohtani again on a 3-2. Fights it off.
Oh, he can do that with the best of them.
A little bit of that Ichiro swing on those, where he reaches out.
You know,
actually stepping away.
Well, he's, what do you think? Maybe 8 inches taller?
Yeah.
And has similar speed?
Long reach.
Yeah.
Had a big 2 months, June and July. A hot bat. 3-2. Runners are not going. Ohtani will foul another.
Well, people forget. He just started to play when he came to Baltimore because he did have Tommy John surgery last year. So that's why you were saying, won't pitch till next year. Won't play the outfield till next year. He was just getting in shape. He was slowly working through what he needed to work through to be healthy enough to play.
Hitting .327 over the last 2 months. DHing. 3-2, 3rd time delivery. Ohtani's going to go to left field. Smith coming. Will make the catch. Throw into second and will not be in time. So the battle won. Armstrong gets a big out. Ohtani out number 2. Real battle right there. Now you've got Upton coming to the plate. And as important at bat as this is, Doug Raquel's on his horse to get out there in a hurry to talk. Fry is ready in the bullpen. He's been warming up.
Well, again, righties hit about 185 points higher. So what do we want to do? How do you feel? I don't think that's going to change whether he stays in or not. But it's funny how everybody just assumes, well, you bring the righty in because he gets right-handers out. That's not the case here.
Yeah.
He gets lefties out a lot better. And I'm not suggesting you take him out of the game, but I don't think the Orioles don't, or the Brad Ausmus, Ty Buttrey, you don't think that Ausmus doesn't know about the reverse splits, that he gets lefties out better than righties.
2 down. Just like it had to be tempting on Upton. His head only 28 at bats against left-handers and only 2 hits. It's not a lot of at bats though. He's hitting .323 off the righties again with only 65 at bats. 1-0 count, 2 down, 2 on. Orioles up by 1 in the 7th. Armstrong's pitch. That'll be outside. 2-0.
Yeah, back-to-back cutters, not close.
Calhoun is waiting on deck. Fletcher with a single at second base. Trout with a walk on at first. 2-0 delivery to him. That's right there for a strike. Came in after him that time.
Man, it's not like you can just pitch around Upton, because even though Cole Calhoun only is hitting .223 against lefties, he's got 10 of his 23 home runs are against left-handers, which is an amazing number.
Yeah, average not that much different. Righties, lefties. 2-1 delivery on the way, fouled right straight back.
Well, Justin, there's your pitch to hit. And again, I think probably in April he would throw him a slider, but just doesn't see the trust factor is, velocity's gone up, slider usage has gone down.
There are the base runners. Potential tying at second, potential go ahead at first. And Upton. Armstrong with the 2-2. Angels come in as a ball club that has struck out the fewest times in the American League, and they've drawn the 5th most walks. Here in this ball game, they've struck out only 3 times. They've drawn a couple of walks. Here we go, 3-2, 2 away. Runners will be off. Delivery on the way. And a good stop made. Pitch down and in the dirt, and the bases are loaded.
They've handcuffed him.
So the sack's full again, and it's Calhoun coming up. They had the bases loaded in the 3rd inning with 1 away. And Calhoun flied out, and Pujols struck out. That's going to be it for Armstrong. The left-hander Fry in the bullpen has been ready throughout this half inning.
Yeah, 45 pitches in 2 nights, or afternoon and night. So he's in the lead.
When we come back, bases loaded. Calhoun coming up.
51.
Now Paul Fry is going to come in, and again, he dominates lefties. They're only hitting 107, 1 home run. Paul Byrd had a home run earlier in the season, and there is the number. But the one thing that kind of jumps out is a walk every 2 innings. Bases loaded, no place to put anybody. Look at that. What a great job. 89% of the inherited runners stranded. Probably one of the higher numbers in baseball.
So Fry is ready to go, and the bases loaded for Calhoun for the 2nd time in this ball game. We said flied out to left with a bases full and 1 out in the 3rd. Now there are 2 down here in the 7th inning. Lead runner is Fletcher at 3rd, who had a single. Trout with a walk on at 2nd, and the walk to Upton on at 1st. We got good speed all around on the bases.
And Calhoun knows Fry. He knows he loves his slider, and he's going to look for a hanger early on, the one that starts at him and hangs over the plate. And again, remember, 10 of his 23 home runs against left-handers.
Calhoun has faced Fry only once. He is 0 for 1 against him. Pitch on the way. Calhoun will take it. It's up for a ball.
Boy, this is what relieving's all about. When you come in, you don't really know if you have a good fastball. You kind of know what your stuff was in the bullpen. Bases are loaded, 1-run lead.
Angels have had all kinds of chances, as we showed you in this game. The Oriole pitchers have been able to shut them down. Can they do it again? Calhoun waiting, 1-0. In the air, center field, hit back near the wall, and no, he dropped it. Wilkerson had the glove on it. 3 runs will score. Oh, mercy. Stevie got back. He was there. Took a hit against the wall, and Calhoun clears the bases.
Yeah, I don't think he got a very good read, and you get a guy that's played center field all his life, he probably go back and catches this, but kind of got caught. And then you couple with the fact it's hit pretty hard. Well, here's your slider, and he gets it. So right here, watch this. Can't quite jack it. So he goes. He really doesn't get a good read. And again, I am not saying that that's an easy play, because it's not.
And that's the big blast.
Yeah.
And Calhoun clears it with a double and 3 RBIs.
When you're around the block like Cole Calhoun, you look for your pitch, and if you get it, as hot as he's been, you try not to miss it, and he didn't.
The Angels take the lead, and a big 2-out hit. Here's Pujols, who is 0 for 3 in the ballgame.
I don't know if any outfielder has ever told me the most difficult ball is the one directly over your head, because you don't know if it's going to slice or if it's going to hook. And that he just did not.
I mean, again, it's a very difficult play.
Calhoun with 57 strikeouts on the year, or RBIs rather, and the pitch taken down. So Calhoun, who came through with a big ball game yesterday against the Dodgers, has come through again big here. And the Orioles will have to battle back again as they are down 4-2. Stevie Wilkerson that close to putting the inning away with 2 down. Of course, the runners were going. Pujols will chop it foul. That was up, way up. And he came down on top of it. And a 1-ball, 2-strike count. A tough one. 2 walks in the inning. And they have both scored. Count 1-2. Shift on in the infield. Pujols waiting on it. Albert will foul another one off. Pujols 257 off the left-handers, 230 off the righties this year. Divided the home runs up pretty much equal.
Yeah, a couple more, or one more against the lefties.
There is Calhoun out there at second base. Albert Pujols waiting on a 1-2. Chopper. Bounces, no play. Everybody's safe. An infield hit for Pujols. The Orioles had the shift on, and there wasn't any play anywhere.
Well, yeah, you're trying to knock any ball down, and then how many times did Albert Pujols at 39 perfectly situated? And VR went back. If you go back and look at that, he actually took a step. He just gets a bad read, and by the time he recovers, and then a smart play, because you're probably going to throw it away if you hurry.
VR was in the shift.
But he went backwards.
Yes,
you don't see that very often.
So first and third as the inning continues here in the 7th, and he'll stay in that shift. Right where he was on the Pujols ground ball. He was so deep that when he took a step back, that made it. He was on the outfield grass, and that's where he's going to play now against Smith. First and third. That's 7 hits now for the Angels. And the catcher will take the pitch for a strike. 0 for 3 in the ball game. Kevin Smith. The Angels have taken the 4-2 lead. They had led it 1-0 earlier. Pitch up by Fry. Smith, not a lot of at-bats against the lefties, but hitting .364 in 44 at-bats. Calhoun moved over to third, you saw, and Pujols at first. Off the end, foul. So the Angels finally found that big hit they were looking for. All night long with runners in scoring position, they hadn't been able to get it. Now they are 2 for 6, and Calhoun got it. Bases loaded, cleared it, double. 1-2 delivery on the way, and he chases it up for the strikeout. So that'll do it. But here in the 7th inning, 3 runs are in. Calhoun, the big double. So it'll be an interesting finish here as the Orioles have to battle back with 6 outs to work with. And the bullpen, again, deeper we go.
Well, there's Ty Buttrey. He came over last year when the Red Sox needed a second baseman. And Ian Kinsler, who we'll see down in San Diego, sent this guy over. This guy got an arm.
And the pitch will be a breaking ball that will miss for a ball. Santander, Severino, and Villar will be due up for the Orioles here in the 8th inning. And the pitch will miss inside. Cahill, chance to be a winning pitcher now. He worked an inning. A couple of strikeouts and a walk. 4th pitcher out of the bullpen to be used and a strike in the outside corner.
Yeah,
Brad
Buttrey.
Ausmus makes the changes as Goodwin comes on to play in left field. Upton out of the ball game. Fletcher goes to third from short. Clemens comes on to play at shortstop. Towering fly ball to right field. Calhoun is there. Santander 1 out, 8th inning.
Well, I tell you, I don't know who suggested this trade. I mean, if Kinsler, they need a second baseman, and you get a guy like this with this arm, pretty good scouting. Because he's got 4 pitches. And again, your first year in the big leagues, and you're able to pitch in 46 games and have an ERA of 2.45. You don't walk a lot of guys. You strike out more than 1 an inning. That's what you're kind of looking for.
Buttrey delivers and a strike taken. Moving away from the plate on that one was Severino. Severino's doubled. Last time up, flied out. He's also reached on an error. Pedro Severino, 1 down, 8th inning. Pitch on the way, and that'll be in the dirt away. So again, trying to get a bullpen win are the Angels to extend their streak to 5. While the Orioles 1-2 against the Angels on the year, and Ausmus's team trying to continue their drive towards a wild card spot. Pitch taken for a strike. Armstrong gets charged for the Orioles with 2 runs in just a third of an inning. 1 ball, 2 strike delivery on the way, and a check swing foul ball. The shame of it is for Armstrong was 2 runs and no hits. The guys who got on and scored were by the walk.
Well, you're kind of wondering with 26 pitches yesterday afternoon if he'd be able to make the transition, and we got our answer.
Breaking ball misses.
The irony with Ty Buttrey is, what do the Red Sox need? They need relief pitching.
He certainly would have fit in right now for him. Pedro Severino down to 2 balls and 2 strikes from Buttrey.
I mean, he was 1-1 with a 2.25 ERA at AAA with 64 strikeouts in 44 innings. But they needed a second baseman, and
that ball should fall for a base hit. Trout will come over and have to play it on the second hop or third, and the Orioles get the potential tying run to the plate. 1 on and 1 down. Join us again tomorrow. It'll be game 2 of this 4-game set, and it'll be Asher Wojciechowski on the mound against Griffin Canning. Our coverage on MASN 2 begins at 9:30. O's Extra, presented by PNC Bank, followed by game coverage at 10. All the access you need right here on MASN. Jonathan Villar try and keep it going. He's 0 for 3 in the ball game, 0 for 18. He's not anymore. Base hit into center field. After it is Trout. Runner will go to third, and the Orioles are right back at it. So the Orioles get the potential tying run on. Runners at first and third, only 1 down. Villar, a solid single.
yeah, a little hanging breaking ball. There goes your analytics, throwing 97. Got to use all your pitches, I guess. Orioles going to take advantage of it.
Well, the Orioles get what they wanted here in the top half of the 8th inning. Now we'll see if Dwight Smith Jr. can deliver. He is 0 for 2 and has drawn a walk. Again, they're best with runners in scoring position. The Orioles 2 for 7. Orioles 2 for 11 rather, and the Angels 2 for 7. And Smith has had opportunities, struck out in the 2nd inning with a runner at second base. Came up again in the 4th inning. The Orioles had 2 in scoring position, and he grounded out. So his 3rd chance with an RBI opportunity. 0-1 count, 1 down in the air, center field. Trout going back. Trout going way back on the run, reaching. He's got it. Runner will tag at third. Going back to first base, Villar. He was already at second. Sacrifice fly, Dwight Smith Jr. And we are a 1-run game.
Yeah, and a lot of center fielders going to catch this ball. This ball is crushed, tailing away from him. Look at this speed. So again, the third run scores, but the important one, the tying run, stays at first base, at least for the moment, because it's Jonathan Villar. I wonder if he's going to steal a base here. Already stole one for number 18 earlier on in the game.
So Smith gets the job done, scoring Severino, who had reached on the hit. And for Dwight Smith Jr., RBI number 48. And down by just 1. 2 down. Buttrey will work here to Steve Wilkerson after a throw over to first base. Stevie Wilkerson, a couple of strikeouts and a fly ball out. He may benefit from the attention Villar is going to draw.
Oh, yeah. 7 of his 8 home runs from this side of the plate.
'18th stolen base picked up earlier in the ball game. Only caught 6 times. There are 2 down. Runner not going. And the fastball at 97 inside. Game without a lot of runs, but a lot of chances and a lot of base runners. Combined 16 have been left on in this game. Runner goes, swing and a miss, throw down, block, he's in. 2 for 2 in stolen bases tonight and 19 on the year. The Orioles get the potential tying run to second.
Well, that's one of the strength for Jonathan. Even if you know, really nice tag by Simmons. He actually thought he might, and they're going to check it. But again, you know he's going to run. Everybody knows, and pretty quick relief. And doesn't matter how it gets there if you have a guy that can pick it. Now that left hand's in.
Plenty of time ahead of the tag.
And they're going to go out and talk of what signs they're going to use with a runner at second.
Smith coming in, and throwing out just 2 of 15 in his limited time behind the plate.
Well, that's why Jonathan Villar can steal bases, even when you know he's going to try to run. Not too many guys can do that. No surprise there, is there? I don't think so. No. You know he's going to go.
Yep. So Wilkerson gets a chance to tie the ball game up on a base hit. Stevie has gone 0 for 3 with the 2 strikeouts and a fly ball out. Buttrey, bit of a jam right here with a run already in. Pitch on the way. Wilkerson chases for a strike.
Okay, power arm. Both hits he's given up this inning have been on breaking balls. He just threw a ball by Stevie Wilkerson. Let us see what the analytics dictate here.
He pitched an inning and 2/3 on Tuesday night in that Dodgers series, his last time out. After his delivery, he tried to go to the same place. This time didn't swing.
Yeah, 98.
One ball, 2 strike count with 2 down. Orioles trying to push across. The tying runners at second potentially fouled off. That one biting down and in on Wilkerson. And Stevie's got a 2-ball, 2-strike count on him.
Yeah, it's pretty good at bat right here. I mean, that pitch is not an easy one to hit. That was a good breaking ball.
Severino, a 1-out single. Villar picked up a base hit. Stole second. Sacrifice fly is driven in a run. Smith got that. Pitch on the way to him, and that one in the air, right center field. That's to the gap. That's going to fall. It's going to be a base hit. It'll be played off the wall by Trout. Going to go for 3. Stevie Wilkerson's got a triple, and the Orioles have tied the ball game up at 4. And they're saying that's a home run, I believe.
No. I think it may be out of play because it went up on the scoreboard. Maybe a ground rule double.
They were looking at it. All the umpires are going to conference here.
Well, they're probably going to find out what the ground rules are. So,
going to pull him back to second base. I thought that ball was gone.
No, that ball bounced, and then we saw the.
Well, the umpires are going to send Wilkerson back to second.
Yeah, take a look, and you know, Calhoun can't get to it. So there you see short of the wall right there. Yeah, the old rules off that scoreboard used to be a double because it was in play, but they changed that I think last year, and that's why you have the yellow line out there.
Well, he gets the big hit, and he gets the RBI. And here is Jace Peterson, who's going to try and give the Orioles the lead. Peterson is hitting for Martin. Game tied at 4. And Peterson with a swing and a miss. Joining the Orioles today, taking Ruiz's place. Big season at Norfolk with 10 home runs and 46 RBIs. And he gets his opportunity here as a pinch hitter. The Orioles trying to get the lead back here in the top of the 8th. And he was over it.
Now, you don't see too many pitchers. I mean, he's already been hurt on 3 breaking balls, so he throws 97 by him, comes back with a changeup. But if you're going to do that, it better be where it was. It better be the perfect changeup. Otherwise, you're really asking for trouble.
Well, what a comeback by the Orioles. Right after the Angels got 3 in the bottom half of the 7th inning to go up 4-2. The Orioles come back here in the 8th inning. They picked up 2 runs on 3 hits to tie the ball game up. They're now out hitting the Angels 9-7, and Wilkerson's a potential go-ahead on at second base. And Jace Peterson waiting. Buttrey has not been able to put the inning away the way he wanted to. Delivery on the way, and Peterson will foul it away. A 4-4 game. Wilkerson getting a little too big a lead. Simmons going to move over behind him, the shortstop. He's let him go the last time. Now he'll back off. And that's down low, and that's a nice stop.
Yeah, so you get to see all the pitches. You know, late on the first fastball. I mean, 97, so I certainly can understand that. Swung through a changeup, but now he's gotten to see everything but the breaking ball. Just missed with another changeup. More, doesn't mean you're going to get hit, but a little less difficult if you get to see more pitches. Plus, he can run. I mean, there are no easy infield ground balls.
Peterson will hold up on it. He didn't go.
No. See, and that's what happens when you get to play. And take a look right here, and could go either way. Fans don't like it here.
Peterson at a 12-game hit streak going at Norfolk with the call up.
20 for 42. And he tags at the right field, going back and making the catch is Calhoun. But the Orioles have tied it up. They get 2 runs, 3 hits, leave 1 on. It is 4-4.
Well, the Orioles have battled back, and according to my look underneath the black sheet, this ball game is tied. I got to go now. See you later. Next time you see me, never mind.
We cover you up. Will you be like a parrot and you won't talk the rest of the night?
Be like a parrot? You wish, but no, it's not going to happen.
I don't want that to happen. Well, again, Suarez pitches pretty well. He leaves. This game has a lot of stuff going on.
Not all of it good.
Yeah, sure. Well, no. I mean, it's kind of sloppy play and whatever. And then Buttrey comes in throwing 97 and throws 3 breaking balls. The Orioles take advantage of it.
Yeah.
4-2. They tie it up, and now, like I said, it's probably the bullpen. And which bullpen is better? I'll tell you.
Now to third base, tried to make it fair, but it wasn't.
No.
Alberto. So with Martin coming out of the ball game, Villar goes to short, and Jace Peterson gets a chance at second base. Brandon Hyde was talking about, all right, where are we going to play him? He plays everywhere. He can play the corners, play the outfield, and apparently he can also play second base. So Jace Peterson is in at second. And the pitch on the way will be taken inside. So Fry, after giving up double, single, and getting a strikeout to end the last inning, stays on. Simmons is getting his first at bat. He came on as a defensive change. Simmons batting here in the bottom half of the 8th inning. And the pitch will be taken outside. 8, 9, and 1 due up. And Andrelton Simmons trying to get on against Fry and get a run back. Pitchers dominated. Then we get a 3-run 7th inning for the Angels. The Orioles come back with 2 in the 8th. The offense, both of them start. That'll be a called strike.
Yeah, and Simmons is pretty tough out. He gets the night off early on and then comes in for defense.
Simmons hitting .280 off the lefties, .281 off the righties. 2 ball, 2 strike delivery on the way to him, and he'll take it inside. So Simmons works it full. 3 ball, 2 strike count. The Orioles have 4, 9, and 0. They've left 8. The Angels 4, 7, and 1. They have left 9. Full count. Simmons is on with a walk, not close.
Yep.
So a leadoff walk here in the bottom half of the 8th inning. Simmons on, and see how they play this. You got number 9 hitter coming up. Will they try and move around on a sacrifice? Renifro. Renifro in the ball game has picked up a base hit. He is 1 for 3. In at third base, Alberto, just off the cut of the grass. Pitch on the way, not showing bunt. It'll be taken away for a ball. Switch hitter, .286 right, .245 left. Only 3 home runs hit, 2 from the other side. Now we'll get a meeting at the mound. And Michael Givens just getting up at the bullpen.
Yeah, warm night doesn't take long to get loose.
Jimmy Acabona started as an opener, a run on a hit. Robles up in their pen. He worked a couple of innings. Eshelman came on, 4 1/3, a run on 4 hits. Armstrong charged, 2 runs, 1/3 of an inning, no hits, and now Fry. Both teams going deep into their bullpen. Jose Suarez started for the Angels. Couple of runs, 4 hits, 4 1/3. Everybody non-decisioned here to this point. So runner on at first base. Fry will step off to get the runner back. Renifro will wait. Alberto's backed up at third. A step. He's about a step in front of the bag. And again, pitch will be away.
Yeah, Paul Fry, I think the big difference between this year and last year, pitch count, almost 19 per inning. And pretty much just a fastball slider pitcher, so he doesn't have that good command. They know it.
Two-0 delivery on the way. Just came right in with the fastball. And the count will go to 2-1. 36,214, 36214. The announced attendance have drawn them in here. They're averaging over 37,000. Only the Yankees have drawn more, averaging a little over 41,000. 2 ball, 1 strike count. Runner off first base. That's there as well. So Fry comes right back on him and gets a couple of strikes. Almost all of the pitchers have worked under pressure in every inning pitch because of so many base runners being on base. Andrelton Simmons at first, just a couple of steps off the bag. 2-2 delivery on the way. And he gets him. So he came back from a 2-0 count to get a strikeout.
Yeah, he throws the fastball same place as he ends up backdooring the slider, and it looks like that's going to get him out of the game. So a quality pitch right on the outside corner. Thinks it's going to break in. Usually it does, but he goes to the other side of the plate.
Fletcher, the top of the order, due up on a right-hander in to face him. One down, bottom of the 8th. Runner on at first, tie game.
Now Michael Gibbons will come in. He's on one of those streaks. Hasn't been scored on in his last 7 games. So again, anywhere from 93 to 97. Slider, changeup to go with it. Probably thrown more changeup as his secondary pitches lately. And again, in most of the trade rumor banter.
Desired by many clubs. So Michael Gibbons.
And nice inherited runner numbers. Only 2 have scored out of 17.
I gave him your line the other day in the elevator. I said, "You still here?" Because I know you say that to him.
What about I say it? And he knows. I saw.
Oh, yeah.
We were talking. I told him, "Hey."
He says, "You guys know more than I do," and I said, "No, we don't."
No, we don't. No, we're in the dark. We're like that black thing they put over the monitors in the dark.
Here's David Fletcher. Last 2 times up, he's singled. He's 2 for 4 in the ball game. Runner at first. Tie game 4-4, 1 out. Gibbons delivers, and the pitch the outside for a ball.
Well, let's see if Brad Ausmus was Sparky Anderson. If Michael ever gets to a 2-1 count, or you have to throw a strike, Simmons will be running, and you'll see a hit and run. You got a guy that can handle the bat. Yes, he did manage in Detroit. Sparky was a master. You knew it, but he couldn't do anything because you had to throw a strike. And he usually had Trammell, who can handle the bat, who's now in the Hall of Fame.
There he goes right there. Here's the throw down. A one hopper, but he's still in the bat and good. Stolen both. So Simmons gets the SP.
Well, Sparky probably would have done that too. Let him go. And you can see the kind of deliberate late swing. No slide step, no nothing. So a lot of time. I would imagine that was probably 1-5 to home plate, and that's ideally, you like that sustained tag right there.
9 out of 10 for Simmons. And I think the Orioles are checking the video, but they're not going to ask for a review here. So Simmons is on with a potential go-ahead run at second base. And Fletcher with a 1-ball, 1-strike count against Gibbons. Fletcher does not have any at-bats against Michael. 1 ball, 1 strike, and 1 down. And we'll catch the inside corner for a strike. Gibbons worked against the Angels in 1 game in Baltimore. He worked an inning, retired the side in order, had a couple of strikeouts. Michael owns a 1-1 lifetime record in 8 games against the Angels.
Well, with Trout on deck, Fletcher, unless he gets a hit, you're not going to. Trout's not going to hit.
Pitch on the way to him. In the air, that'll go to the gap right center. Stevie Wilkerson, runner tagging. Wilkerson makes the catch, runner goes, and will get to third easily. But 2 down. Well, here we go again. This is what baseball is all about. Great matchups. Trout will come up. Potential go-ahead run at third. Bringing the average up to 300.
So maybe he will hit 0 for 5. Wow.
So Gibbons will apparently pitch to him. Doubled, scored, walked, scored. He singled and struck out. And he'll take the pitch, and it's in there for a strike. Brandon Hyde giving Gibbons the opportunity to go after him. Simmons on at third base. There are 2 away in this tie ball game here in the bottom of the 8th. Trout Mano a mano at 97.
Well, you notice the velocity went up. I think if you're ever going to throw harder, or at least attempt to do it,
should be the
when
time.
Superman comes to the plate. And that's what we were talking about, 0 for 5 with a couple of strikeouts.
Here's the 0-2 delivery on the way. And Trout will take it.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, come on.
Boy, that was...
Come on, get the hand up, Tony. I mean, the ball's down the... Oh. It's just a strike. It's not high. Oh.
Good pitch by Gibbons.
Yeah, it really was.
Got it right where he wanted it. 1-2, set up down and away. Trout will take it, and that's it. He is out of there.
And any quick pitching, Gary. There you go.
Well, Gibbons with a big strikeout, and here in the bottom of the 8th, potential go-ahead run is stranded at third, 4-4. Orioles baseball on Massett is brought to you by Southwest. Southwest Airlines, low fares, no hidden fees. That's transparency. We work deeper into the nighttime hours. As this ball game is tied at 4, we go to the 9th inning.
And their closer comes in, Hansel Robles, acquired from the Mets last year. Another guy that throws real hard. That's what they do nowadays. 96. Got a cutter at 89, slider, changeups, got them all. They had Garcia out of the Phillies organization, and Robles trying to upgrade the bullpen. Kind of gives you an idea of what's out there. You know, you don't have to spend a lot of money. I mean, even though a lot of teams do and then regret it.
Well, this is what Brad Ausmus did not want to have to do tonight. That's 3 nights in a row. Robles has had saves. He had 2 saves against the Dodgers consecutive nights, and Brad was hoping this would not be a night where he'd have to call on his closer again, but he does. So we'll see as the Orioles will bat in the 9th inning. Hanser Alberto, it's the leadoff batter. Then Mancini and Nunez do up. Robles delivers. Popped up. Another play.
Thou shalt not pass. The ball's about 6 inches inside. 96, and he still swings at it. I don't know how he hits it.
He's moved up, Jim. Realize he's the 2nd most difficult hitter to strike out now in the league. That does not fit any of his other numbers.
No. Well, it does. The fact that he does make contact. It's almost like, you know, when you play Pepper, you try to spray the ball around. That's what he does, and every once in a while he'll run into one. He wears out lefties, as we said, over 400 coming in.
And Bunting popped it up, pitch it.
Well, anyway, to try to get on, it's not a high percentage play because we don't see him do it at 97. Not exactly like you practice bunting on 97 miles per hour.
So Alberto's out of there to start the 9th inning. He's had a couple of hits, 2 for 5. Trey Mancini's had an 0 for 4.
He's ready.
So we'll get another mano a mano situation here with Robles willing to come in with the heater. Mancini will foul it back, and that one at 88.
Yeah, I think that was a little cutter that just kind of hung, and he's not going to let it go by.
Robles has no record against the Orioles in 4 games. Has 1 blown save.
No, look.
That one to right field. That one is in the gap. It is way back. And goodbye, home run. Trey Mancini the other way. And the Orioles have a 5-4 lead in the 9th inning.
I'll tell you what, if we go back and show you that windup, he got exactly what he deserves. I mean, what was that? You know, give him a little foot, the front foot, give him the 2 or 3 moves, and then the guy takes you to right center field. Good for Trey. Everybody wants to try to do something to trick him. Yep. Good luck with that.
Trey Mancini's 23rd home run of the year and RBI number 49. And will it be a game winner?
Yeah, that's the big thing. Of course, Gibbons, he's pitched multiple innings before. But again, that little front foot, whatever that was, it didn't work very well.
And the Orioles go on top. That is hit number 10, and they are up 5-4. Waits for a strike.
Now check this out. What's this? I'm gonna. Yeah, there you go. Goodbye. I'm telling you.
Oh no.
Oh. Yeah. I'm gonna.
That ball will be in the air. That's going to fall in for a base hit. A single as Nunez is on. That's his second hit of the ball game. The Orioles keep it going here in the 9th inning.
Oh, it's so great. I'm telling you, I can't. If you're on Eastern time, who cares? I hope we woke some people up with that home run right there.
Hey, the O's scored 5 runs. You get 50% off tomorrow. Now, does that mean? I don't know what it means. Means today, really.
Yeah.
At papajohns.com with code Orioles5. Since back home it is tomorrow.
How late are they open?
Pitches a strike taken. And our Maryland lottery contestant had to wait a long time. Tracy Steelman, worth $500 on the home run. Here is Santander. So Robles trying to work 3 days in a row. Hasn't worked so far. In left field, Goodwin is there. Puts it away for the out. 2 down. Nunez back to first. Orioles 5 runs and 11 hits. And the Orioles will have a chance to put this ball game away because of Trey Mancini picking up that long home run. Mancini, 3rd home run he's hit in this ballpark.
Yeah, when the outfielders stop running, good things happen if you hit that ball. And they stopped in a hurry here.
Well, when home runs are surrendered for the Angels, not good.
Yep.
17-17 with 1. 17-28 when they give up 2. They've given up 1 in this one. Robles delivery and a fastball that's going to come inside.
And of course, I mean, I think the Orioles are 15-5 when they don't give up a home run. And I saw the notice they're one of the lower amount of games, but they usually do win. I mean, as pronounced and as important as a home run is now.
This day and age, so many runs scored on it, such a high percentage. Went away, and that's foul back. Robles surrendered his 4th on that swing by Mancini. 4th home run he has surrendered. So that's going to be another blown save, and he's lifetime 0 for 2 against the Orioles in saves. Michael Givens will be asked to come out and finish it up as a chance to get a win for Givens now. Two ball, 1 strike count, 2 down, runner off first. Pitch on the way. Robles gets it up and in. Foul tipped. Pedro Severino, double, single, reached on an error and flied out. Robles over the top, just able to reach that.
Really good slider.
Be a backbreaker for the Angels to lose this ball game in a real upstart for the Orioles.
Well, it gives you an idea. If they win tonight, they'll in their last 22 games are 11-11. And for a team, until the Tigers played even worse, they had the worst record in baseball. Not the case anymore. So
still got to get it.
Yeah.
2 ball, 2 strike count. Runner on first base and a breaking ball in the dirt. Runner stays.
You're 3 outs away unless you'd like to still add on some runs if possible. And they did it against Buttrey, who had pitched well. I mean, he comes in, you think, okay, had a 2.45 ERA.
You know, he gives up 2 runs on 3 breaking balls, throwing 97, and then Robles does his, I don't know what that called, Louis Tiant. That didn't work. Tiant, it worked. For him, it didn't.
Do not know what that was. Count at 3-2. There are 2 down. They're still holding the runner at first base, Nunez. Nunez takes off. Ball to shallow center. Trout. He's got it. That'll do it. But the Orioles will go to the bottom of the 9th inning with a chance to win it. Trey Mancini. Don't kick your feet at me. And the Orioles have a 5-4 lead. Trey getting number 23 on the season. Trey Mancini, the 3rd home run he's had in his career against the Angels, and the first one here in this ballpark. First one here.
Yeah, it's not an easy park to hit it. I mean, you get, what are you talking about? That ball was blasted.
Stay tuned for O's Extra, presented by WB Mason following the ball game. Who has the name brand products you love at amazingly low prices? Who but WB Mason, the official office product supplier of the Baltimore Orioles. So bottom of the 9th, Orioles up by 1, and here's Ohtani.
So you get 3, 4, 5 up, and Ohtani can run a little bit. So if he gets on, it's a stolen base opportunity.
First pitch by Givens will be fouled away. So Givens staying on. He got the 2 outs in the 8th inning. Now looking for the win. 12 of his 33 appearances have been for an inning plus for Givens. He's got a chance to be the winning pitcher in the ballgame. And Ohtani will take it down low for a ball. Ohtani with a walk, hit by a pitch, and a couple of fly balls to left.
Well, it's always, this and everybody needs relievers, and Michael, again, a pretty good chip. This is kind of another audition. There are a lot of teams looking for relief help.
Wow. Oh, that is a foul ball. That had the sound of barrel.
Well, I was talking to Mark Gubicza, who does the television along with Victor
Rojas.
Yeah, Rojas next door, and they were saying when he came last year, he had trouble hitting that pitch, and then he just kind of changed his swings. He used to drop his hands, get him behind him, and otherwise there's no way you can hit that ball. I mean, that ball's up and in 94, and he turned it 114 miles per hour.
Got a 1-2 count on him, Givens.
Remarkable young athlete. If you'd ever had a chance to watch him pitch, incredible stuff. I mean, splitter, slider, fastball.
25 years old. Ohtani. 2-2 from Givens. Ohtani reaching.
Yeah, and that's what you talked about earlier, just the ability to foul pitches off because of very, very long arms and again, bat control. That's what Ichiro could do. It was kind of like he always knew where the bat head was.
Givens working for the first time since the 21st. 3 days rest for him. And he gets a big out on Ohtani.
Yeah, he fouls off that changeup right before, and then he comes back with another one. I think, see what he did to that 94-mile-per-hour fastball, smoking it down the line, and then really good changeup. One-handed swing right here. Can't hold on. There you go. Perfect pitch.
Goodman is going to get his first at bat. He came on as a defensive replacement. So Goodwin will come up. Brian Goodwin. Some good numbers. Goodwin will have Alberto in close at third with a shift on in the infield. And he tags him. Oh my Lord. Goodbye, home run, game time.
Wow. What a game. Talk about a ball that was hit home. He just got off the IL, right? Wrist contusion. He's not a home run guy, but he was in.
That'll be his 9th of the season for Goodwin, and it was a blast. RBI number 28.
Well, if you face Michael Gibbons, you're looking fastball, target on the corner, fastball inside middle, 95 miles per hour. Talk about a short stroke.
Boy, did he tie. We had Ohtani rocketed one foul off Gibbons, and that ball was not foul, and it was a rocket shot. And we're back to where we started at 5-5.
Doesn't get any easier here.
And a swing and a miss. Calhoun was trying to win it. Calhoun had the big hit with the bases loaded in the 7th inning. He got a double, drove in 3. Calhoun up there with an 0-1 count and 1 down in a tie ball game. Hit number 8 for the Angels. Try it again.
Well, you can see the uppercut swing. Well, if you can keep it a little bit above the belt. But I was surprised. Goodwin, I mean, not known for his power, Gary. I mean, it was almost like it was just totally in sync.
Yep. It's the 9th home run given up by Gibbons. 0-2 the count with 1 down. Calhoun takes it. Ball and 2 strikes. Ball game that refuses to have anybody win it. Both teams have had leads. Both teams have lost them. And the battle goes on with both teams using a lot of pitchers. Calhoun will swing through it, and Gibbons gets him. 3 strikeouts for Michael Gibbons.
Yeah, just up the ladder.
And now you get Albert Pujols.
Yeah, all 648 lifetime home runs.
He is 2 for 4 off Gibbons.
Yeah, he's become a pull hitter this year. Let's see if he gets a pitch to pull.
Had a single his last time up. Infield moves around on him. He'll take it for a strike in the outside corner. 5-5 game, bottom half of the 9th inning. The first lead went to the Angels 1-0 first inning. Orioles tied it 1-1 and went ahead 2-1. That ball in the air to right. Santander will put it away. 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, nobody left on base. Home run, Goodwin ties it. Free baseball is yours. That home run by Goodwin that tied the ball game up. That's the first homer he has had in his career against the Orioles, and his 3rd RBI against the O's.
Pretty timely. Well, Cam Bedrosian, really good stuff. Really good breaking ball. Fastball 93 to 95. Again, you talked about use. He pitched in the last 2 games against the Dodgers. He went 2 innings. Did give up 1 hit, but only talk about efficiency, 15 pitches. So he's pretty well rested, even though he's thrown the last 3 games now.
You can see how this bullpen, what we talked about earlier, is being used by the Angels.
But you saw it to try to hold that lead. It looked like Brad Ausmus was just going to let his guys pitch 1 inning, and that way they wouldn't have to overdo it. And you hope they'd have easy innings. Buttrey didn't. Robles, the closer, comes in, and the Orioles go ahead, and then Gibbons has to pitch multiple innings, and Goodwin ties it up.
Jonathan Villar will lead it off for the Orioles. Villar, base hit, scored in the 8th inning. A couple of strikeouts and a fielder's choice to go along with it. And he will take the pitch from Bedrosian. Down low. Robles the inning, couple of runs, 3 hits.
Villar gets on, and again singles become doubles because of his speed. A couple of stolen bases tonight.
Watto delivery to him. It'll be down the line in left field, headed over into foul territory and out of play.
You get an idea of how far the ball is carrying. Now that's just a pop-up, hanging curveball. It almost got to the foul pole. I mean, it was always foul, but
they keep on going.
They still haven't done that compression test they did back in the 70s. In a ball, I think 77, but 18 feet farther for every 360 feet. I'm waiting for that. We know it's going. You just don't know how much farther.
Bedrosian gets the count to 1-1. They'll just miss away.
Yeah, I thought Justin Verlander right before the All-Star made a good point. He said, listen, we know they can change the balls. They do it for the home run derby. So it's not like Rawlings doesn't know. And, of course, Major League Baseball bought Rawlings. It's not like they don't know how to liven the ball.
2-1 pitch on the way. And for his comments at the All-Star game, he got called into a little office.
Yeah, he did.
Where Joe Torre was sitting along with a couple of other Major League executives. And as he put it, I got my chewed out.
Yeah, he goes, well, they told me they were going to look into it.
Yeah.
Follow follow the fly balls right out of the ballpark. Pace of 1,000 more than ever been hit.
2-2 delivery on the way by Bedrosian. That one's going to be fouled back.
No, this ball's not different. Just check AAA. They're using the Major League ball now. Guys never thought about hitting home runs or hitting home runs. But it's the same. I mean, it's a figment of our imagination.
Hey, if that's what the fans want, and that's what Major League Baseball wants, fine. But
it is a level playing field. Everybody's using the same ball. Yeah. It's not like when they didn't test for PEDs.
2-2 strike count. Bedrosian delivers, and the ball in the air left field again. This time playable. Goodwin. We are in the 10th inning. The Orioles have gone 1-4 in extra inning ball games this year, and Anaheim's gone 1-3. They are on the fly ball up. That'll get Smith to the plate. Dwight Smith Jr. sac fly that came in the 8th. He's 0 for 2. He also has drawn a walk. Bedrosian's pitch to him over the top off speed for a strike. Bedrosian owns a mark against the Orioles of 2-0. Save situations, he's 0 for 1.
Pretty good changeup right there, Gary. He doesn't throw too many changeups. Certainly work. Of course, the book on Dwight Smith Jr. Stay away from the fastball.
Bedrosian's arms so tired he can't throw a fastball. 83 miles an hour. 1-1. The Angels so desperately want to be able to make a run at it, but unless they can somehow find a way to get this pitching staff back together, there is no way. This bullpen cannot hold up pitching the number of innings the rest of the way that they have pitched to this point. They just can't do it. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Chopper, he's fast. Short hop, going to go into center field. He'll make the turn. Somebody's got to cover second. Trout's throw, not in time. Great heads-up play by Smith. Kept an eye on the ball and ends up at second base. It ended up in shallow center.
Well, you got one of the best defensive shortstops ever. Gold gloves all over the place with American League and National League. Well, there's your hustle. So he knows he's got to catch on the short hop. Didn't know he was going to play it into a double. I mean, snap throw, nice tag by Simmons, and he's going, why did I do that? Well, you want to make the play. That's why.
Errors charged on Simmons.
Really?
Yep.
How do you give it? Well, I don't know. I've lost track in the first inning when. How do you give a shortstop like that?
I didn't give it to him.
Okay.
I didn't.
How do you even call it an error?
He came down to see you.
I'm talking about
the official score came down to see you.
Because he knew he was going to have this type of night. Wow. And then he crossed him up.
Yep.
Yeah. They're going to have. How many meetings have I been out here? We're in the 10th inning. Seems like it's probably 20 times. Of course, you can't go out there, more than 5?
It's the second sign, not the first one.
Well, those are huge plays because obviously, in a 5-5 game, man at third, then you got to bring the infield in. Makes it a little bit easier for Stevie Wilkerson.
Look at those chances. 3 for 13. This defensive team, the Angels have relied on that. They are 5th in defense in the league, with the 4th fewest errors coming into the ball game. So an RBI opportunity. Wilkerson delivered a double last time up. Bedrosian's delivery again. He goes off speed.
Yeah, that's a terrific changeup.
Orioles tonight, the Mancini home run in the ninth looked like it might be a game winner. It was not. Nunez has had an RBI base hit. RBI picked up by Santander early in the ball game. Smith's got an RBI. And the Orioles 5-5. Off second base, potential go-ahead run. Pitch will be away. Wilkerson with a good eye. Miguel Castro getting ready in the bullpen.
Yeah, but Bedrosian, they've used the opener because again the injuries and so on and so on. So he's had 7 starts as an opener this year.
Pitch on the way is buried.
Nice play.
Givens worked an inning and 2/3. He'll not be coming back out. He gave up that one hit. That one hit was a home run. Had 3 strikeouts in an inning and 2/3.
Yeah, you see Dwight Smith Jr. looking around, see wherever he's playing. Yeah, Goodwin plays shallow. Yeah, Trout can throw, Calhoun can throw. Really don't know that much about the arm strength of Brian Goodwin.
3-1 is the count. Pitch on the way. Ground ball down to first, foul. And back to second base will go Dwight Smith Jr. As is true in Los Angeles, so here in Anaheim. The fans arrive late and they leave early.
Thank you, Vinny.
Huh?
Oh, no, that's what Vinny used to always say.
Vinny used to say that. Yeah, the late arriving.
Late arriving, early departing.
That's what's happened here tonight. There were 36,000 tickets sold apparently, but nowhere near that in the ballpark right now. It was a big crowd. 3-ball, 2-strike count. Orioles in the left field. That'll be chased by Goodwin. He's there. Runner halfway. Wilkerson retired.
You kind of got the result you expect if you make a pretty good pitch on the outside quarter of the plate. And then your defense situated perfectly.
Well, since he was just called up today, why not enter this appearance at the major league level with an RBI, base hit, and a game winner?
Yeah, well, he lined out his first time.
Hit the ball hard.
Yeah, he did.
There's Jace Peterson. Peterson came on and in the 8th inning as a pinch hitter and lined out to right field. Now he faces Bedrosian, a runner on at second and 2 down. Smith with 2 away, of course, will be off on contact, so any kind of a hit here can get him in. Bedrosian the look back, and the pitch bounces, and the runner stays.
And once again, you don't want to get thrown out. You're going on contact, and he's going to have to take a 1-hop line drive, and then we'll see how Jose Flores, the third base coach, plays it. But
there you go. See, he was listening.
Yeah, well, I gave him the sign.
Gave him the sign.
Thumbs up,
hit,
thumbs down.
up.
They changed that ground ball that was destined to be a base hit. As it turned out, it's a double because of his glove.
We'll add another hit for the Orioles and take away an error.
Which is the way I would have scored it, only because.
You would have? I didn't know that.
No, I mean, I've never scored, but if I was a scorer, I would have called. The guy's he's one of the best fielders ever.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah, it wasn't a routine play.
No, it wasn't. No, that was a base hit.
What would you have scored the first double by Trout in the first inning?
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Yeah, okay.
1-0 count with 2 down. Runner off second base. I don't know. You're not supposed to take. The rule is in scoring, you're supposed to consider a ball whether it should have been caught at the major league level. And I guess the answer would be that's an error.
Yeah.
Trout double. But he got credited for a double and scored in the first inning. He walked and scored in the 7th. We've got a 5-5 game in the 10th. Orioles have out hit the Angels 12-8. Peterson, I think, went around. Home plate umpire is going to make the call on it. Said he did.
Yeah, nice little breaking ball. That's he's got the overhand curveball and a slider. Doesn't throw. Well, probably thrown more changeups than I've ever seen him throw, and this is what they're looking at way out in front of home plate.
So Peterson trying to get that run in, give the Orioles the lead back. Contract picked up today. Peterson at AAA having a great year. 93 games for the Orioles last year. Hit only 195 for 3 home runs. This season in the minors, though, he's been on fire. A veteran. Peterson. 2-1 delivery on the way, and swing and a miss, 2-2. So Bedrosian trying to work his way out of the inning after the double by Smith. The Orioles after the lead here in the 10th. Peterson will fight it off.
Well, you can see he really does have a nice menagerie of pitches. You know, striking out over 9 per inning as a reliever. Walks maybe a little bit high, but 3.5. And then only 6.52 hits if you extrapolate all the innings, and even though some are partial and so on and so on. But
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down. Bedrosian's delivery. Peterson, a chopper, hit him in the batter's box. So the count will remain 2 balls and 2 strikes. Just a seesaw battle to open this up. And both managers and pitching coaches obviously concerned about winning this ball game, but both have to be concerned now about, we got 3 other games to go in this series. We got thrown just about everybody we've got, as the Angels already said they were going to start an opener on Sunday. They don't know who they're going to throw on Saturday. They do have Griffin Canning to pitch tomorrow. The Orioles have Brooks and Bundy scheduled to go. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Real battle for Peterson, and he'll take it inside.
Yeah, nice eye there.
Jace Peterson working hard in this at bat, fouling them off. Taking good pitches from Bedrosian. Now the full count. Smith off second base. Peterson hits at the center. Going back is Trout. He's got it lined up. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. Bottom half of the 10th, 5-5. Well, a heck of a ball game going on here at the Big A, and it is 5-5 with both teams having coughed up leads, and we go to the bottom of the 10th.
So Miguel pitched on Monday and pitched yesterday, 9 pitches yesterday, 1/3 of an inning. Wasn't happy when he came out. I don't know if it was his performance or not, but either way, somewhat well rested, and also capable of pitching, because I know you want to play free baseball, multiple innings.
Yes. He can go 3 if needed.
The big question is, can we?
Well, that's another. That is an entirely different question. I'm really happy I skipped supper tonight so I could eat after the game, though. That's working out really well. Speaking of Papa John's.
Yeah. They actually do really make good pizza.
Oh,
whether you
great
get
pizza.
$5 off or not, I mean, it's good stuff.
I'll be looking. Kevin Smith coming up. The catcher's gone 0 for 4, bottom 1/3 of the order. Simmons is batting 8th. And then we'll see Rengifo, who's batting in the 9th spot. Does not want to turn it over. The order, Castro.
They kind of always know the shadow of Mike Trout, where he is.
5th reliever used by the Orioles tonight. Castro's delivery swung on and missed. Big windup. Throttle back to 87.
And a good breaking ball. Perfect. Yeah, he's been 98, 99. And he's down in Phoenix.
0-1 delivery on the way. Over the top, no chance on that one.
He was swinging in a different zip code. Of course, he's been out there. I mean, it's a warm night. Can't even guess how many pitches he's caught tonight and how many balls he's blocked in the dirt.
He's had a very busy night behind the plate. 31-year-old out of Pittsburgh, and he will take the pitch inside.
And there's the changeup. Got to use all your pitches. I mean, if a guy swings a 98, why would you
Don't throw it again.
No.
No. You might miss it again.
No, I mean, it's an audition.
1 ball, 2 strike count. And he gets it. So Castro starts it out with a strikeout.
And a good one. Kind of waves at that slider. I mean,
Oriole pitchers have recorded 9 strikeouts against the team that strikes out the least in the American League. 1 down, bottom of the 10th inning. Here's Simmons, only at bat, drew a walk. Came on as a defensive replacement when the Angels had picked up a lead in the ball game. In the 7th inning, they got 3 runs to go on top 4-2. Orioles tied it up in the 8th inning. Sac fly RBI by Smith. And the Orioles were on their way and kept it that way, and that's going to hurt.
well, changeup hits the top of it and then somewhere in the groin area.
Mark Shires, assistant trainer, coming out. He waves to the crowd. And Drelton Simmons will stand back in, and an 0-2 count. Field moves all the way around on Simmons. Castro set up away and fouled off. Moved in a little further than he wanted. Castro again with the 0-2 delivery on the way. Simmons will take the pitch inside. Castro worked 1 game in Baltimore, 3 innings. Gave up no runs on 3 hits to the Angels. He's appeared in 8 games against the Angels, no record. 5 runs, 11 hits over those games. A number of these hitters have faced him before. Down to third, that's a fair ball. Roberto's throw is in time. 2 down. Guarding the line.
Yep.
And that's right where the ball went.
Well, he did a nice job with his footwork. I mean, it's an easy ball to catch because you're playing right there, but then you avoid stepping on the bag a little. What's this right here? Okay, clear the bag. There you go. See the president's, actually Rob Bamford, the commissioner's name on the ball. See what Louis Aparicio did. You know, before they put the commissioner's name on the ball, it was the American League president. And then you read it, throw the guy out by a half a step. But it's really a rhythm thing, as you know. Gotta have rhythm.
Renfroe at the plate, the second baseman. Castro's delivered to him, ground ball hard to second base. Bobber picked up, and that will do it.
Peterson getting a chance at second. A 1-2-3 inning. We go to the 11th. 5-5.
We're going to continue to see pitchers who have been working back-to-back-to-back games. That's true for Taylor Cole.
Yeah, he pitched last night. Pitched well. Had a couple of walks. He was apologizing for that. Fastball, slider, changeup pitcher. Well, again, comes in. Tie ball game. Doesn't take much if you can figure out how to score a run and then hold the lead.
Well, we'll see what Taylor Cole can do here. Well, it's a long night to open a 4-game series for the bullpen. He is 29 years old, out of Las Vegas. Played here last year along with some AAA games. 18 games with the Angels, went 4-2. He had 36 innings in 18 appearances. Started 2 games for him last year.
Well, he's been up and down 5 times.
Yeah.
And he was part of the perfect game they pitched right after the death of Tyler Skaggs. So again, 93-ish, somewhere in that range. We'll see what he has tonight.
And the pitch is going to be in there for a strike at 85.
Yeah, a little slider.
Top of the order, Alberto up for the Orioles. Mancini and Nunez will follow. Hanser Alberto, he's picked up a couple of base hits. Down to third and foul. So the O's get the top of the order, Mancini and then Nunez. You see guarding the line down there at third, Fletcher. Pujols off the bag at first. And a breaking ball outside. One ball, 2 strike count. The line here, Orioles 5 runs, 12 hits, no errors. Angels 5 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors. Each team now has left 10 on base. Right off the end of the bat and foul. Side, Cole delivers to him. That's going to be a base hit into left field. Alberto delivers. He'll take a big turn and stay. Goodwin gets it in. He always takes an enormous turn at first base. But he's back there in plenty of time. So the potential go ahead is on. That's a leadoff single, 3-hit ball game for Alberto.
Yeah, finally gets a fastball that he golfs into left.
Now Trey Mancini. Mancini gave the Orioles the lead in the 9th inning, 5-4, in his 23rd home run. But the Orioles could not hang on to it. Goodwin hit a home run bottom of the 9th to tie it. And the pitch to Mancini. Strike on the outside corner to Trey. Hanser Alberto's got his 26th multi-hit game and his 6th 3-hit ball game. He's on at first. Pujols holding the bag. And a little lob toss over.
Well, there he goes, the tricky windup, and then he just launches one. 421 feet. Again, almost the opportune launch angle. Put the ball in the air, let it travel.
Mancini on the cut. Good pitch down at 86. And an 0-2 count. Thank all of you who are hanging in. A long night at the ballpark. 0-2, runner off first. Pitch on the way. Look out, up and in. Seventh pitcher used out of the bullpen by the Angels. And 3 of them are working in 3 consecutive games pitching. One and 2 the count. Runner not going anywhere at first. That's down the line and foul.
Oh, a little extra right there at 95. Well, it's going to give the Orioles a lead, and of course Goodwin would come in and ruin that with a solo home run.
Trey was knocking it out of the yard in batting practice, which can oftentimes mean nothing. But he was lacing some balls in BP up into the rock pile. That one's going to go to third. They got one relay over to first. Fletcher, Renifro over to Pujols.
It's almost like he made the play blindfolded. He didn't even look. I mean, I know he has some. Check this out, how quickly this is. There we go. Head on a swivel.
Renifro had quite a turn.
Yep.
That's quick.
Well, again, he got to the ball so quickly, he was able to catch it. And, Davey Johnson used to tell me when he was playing second base for the Orioles, there's about, 4 to 7 different ways, depending on who's running and how quickly you get the ball if you're a second baseman to get it over to first.
2 down, takes care of the leadoff man. Here is Nunez. He scored a run in the 4th inning. When he got on with a walk, RBI picked up by Santander that tied the ball game up at the time 1-1.
Well, Taylor Cole came in 190 fastballs, 120 sliders, and 140 changeups. So he really likes that changeup. It's almost act like it's a split-fingered fastball that he uses as his changeup. Of course, we know with Nunez, all you got to do is hang one and
see you later.
Yeah.
Nunez has a couple of singles. 2 fly balls to center, then the walk, and a run scored. Renato waiting on it, and the pitch to him, he drills it foul.
Well, that's that changeup.
Nunez hits the ball hard, consistently hits the ball hard. He barrels up about as well as anybody on the Orioles. 3:13 in the month of July coming into the ball game for Nunez. Two-one delivery to him's up and in. So Taylor falls behind on him. 3 balls and 1 strike. Orioles will take anything to get a base runner on here. Try and make it happen. Nunez would like to put one out. Only 2 home runs, 1 for each team in the ball game. And that's right there. Got that outside corner.
Change up, not looking for it, even if you were. And the quality pitch was terrific.
So the count at 3-2, 2 down, nobody on. One of the rare times in today's game we have just about a straight up defense. Pitch on the way, and Nunez will get on swing. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left on base. Bottom of the 11th inning, and Trout will be up. So we go to the bottom of the 11th. Here's what it looks like. You see each team had leads in the ball game, could not hang on to them. Brian Goodwin, game-tying home run came in the 9th inning after Trey Mancini had given the Orioles the lead in the top of the 9th inning. Tom Eshelman was the entree for this game. Jimmy Yacobonis came on as the appetizer to open it up. And now it's all relievers. Yeah. Castro will work his 2nd inning. Retired the side in order in the 10th inning with a strikeout included. Dangerous. Top of the order, David Fletcher, Trout, and then Ohtani. And the pitch will be down low for a ball. Couple of singles and 5 at bats. 5-game hit streak now for Fletcher. Taking that average to 295 in the ball game. And Castro's delivery outside, didn't like the landing spot on that one and lost his balance. And a 2-0 count. Fletcher 0 for 1. The only time he has faced this right-hander. And the pitch is in there for a strike by Castro. Count goes to 2-1. He is in the bullpen. Brad Ausmus desperately trying not to have to throw any of these relievers more than an inning. Ground ball's going to go to short. Handled by Villar. Fletcher retired. Now, of course, everybody in the ballpark and those of you out there seeing Mike Trout come to the plate think about a game-winning home run.
Yeah,
it's only natural.
Yeah, except if you know what you're doing on the mound, you're not going to let him beat you. You're going to either throw the ball low and away, 4 pitches, and if he wants to swing it, I'm fine, and otherwise.
He is 0 for 5 against the Oriole reliever, and a great pitch.
Yeah, stay right there.
Castro getting that outside corner.
Of course, it's not that he can't hit that ball for a single and then steal a base. They're 10 out of 11 when they try to steal against Miguel Castro.
Oh, he fooled him on that one. Back to 86, and he double clutched on it.
He had a little backup slider. He thinks it's going to break, and it doesn't. It just spins. So now what?
Trout will wait on the 0-2. And to the backstop.
Well, I think it's easy. You know, again, he looked down at the mound. The amount of pitchers that have been out there, everybody throws from a different spot.
A lot of holes.
Yeah, a lot of holes. And you try to kind of dig it out. I don't think there'll be any problem in front of the pitching rubber, but where you land, that usually dictates where the ball's going to go.
And he gets him, and Castro gives it a big knee up on that one. And there are 2 down here in the 11th.
Well, he knows who Mike Trout is, and he swings through a changeup, a great pitch. Yeah, there you go.
Thought he was trying to inundate Robles there. Here's Ohtani.
No, Robles does it before.
Oh, before.
Yeah.
You don't want to make a mistake here either.
No.
Pitch taken away. He's had an 0 for 3. First 2 times up, he got a walk and was hit by a pitch. Trout's out of there, having had a double and a single, a walk. Castro's delivery, pretty good.
And the other thing about Ohtani, I mean, he's got tremendous power the other way. Santander hit that ball from the left-hand side of the plate, well over 400 feet to left center. This is what this kid can do too.
Ohtani is 0 for 2 off Miguel Castro, and the count goes to 3-0. You've got Goodwin, who had the home run in the 9th inning, waiting on deck. He's batting cleanup now. He took Upton's spot on the defensive replacement when he came in. 3-0 count. Wow. He says maybe I can win it.
Well, why not? They don't give in. 98 up and in. Good luck with that.
Miguel Castro delivers, and he will walk it. 2 down, 1 on, 11th inning. Walk to the mound for Severino, with Goodwin coming to the plate. Goodwin got the big home run to tie it up, bottom of the 9th inning with 1 down, his 9th of the year. Got it off Michael Givens, who was looking for a victory. Coming on for his 2nd inning of work, and it was denied on the long ball. So 9 on the year, 28 RBIs for Brian Goodwin.
Yeah, and again, Ohtani can steal some bases, 7 out of 8. You got a guy that doesn't hold runners well. We talked about it earlier on. I mean, just hoping that, again, for the Orioles, that speed will distract somebody. Same thing applies here.
Base stealers are 10 out of 11 with Miguel Castro on the mound. And the pitch will be taken inside.
Yeah, and the more pitches you throw, and take a look right here, I mean, it's kind of a surprising. Only because I just don't see this very often. First pitch, 95 miles per hour, and that ball right off the bat gone. Ties it up 5-5, and that's where we are here in the 11th.
Runner goes. Swung on, foul back. He had it stolen, but he'll come back. Got a good jump. Checking over at third. Gallego will relay the signs over to Ohtani.
Yeah, good one. Other than the home run, the next time he laced one, but on the ground, right to Jace Peterson. So a couple of quality at bats.
Runner goes, stolen base, no chance.
And then he picks a good pitch to pitch. No, I mean, it's straight steal. Number 8.
8 out of 9 for Ohtani. Potential winning run at second base. 2 down. And a 2-ball, 1-strike count on Goodwin. Is this to be Goodwin's night? 2-1 count. Held up on it. Did not go around. Goodwin got his 8th home run against the Dodgers. Long time ago on June 18. June 18. Had not had a home run since.
Well, he went on the DL, again with the wrist contusion. Missed a couple of weeks.
3-ball, 1-strike count here. Runner off second. And I think he did that. No! He will get the walk.
Yeah, back-to-back changeups.
The one that matters, of course, is that second. And Calhoun. And that will bring the skipper out for the Orioles. Brandon Hyde on his way out. So Hyde's going to go to the bullpen here in the 11th inning. And the veteran Richard Blyer is going to come on to pitch. Calhoun coming up. First and second. 2 down.
Well, Richard Blyer comes on. Again, fastball slider pitcher. And pitches to contact. Doesn't walk a whole lot of guys. Again, high numbers. Struggled early. 3 or 4 bad outings. That's where he gets the ERA to. And let's see how they play Cole Calhoun. And again, too many inherited runners stranded.
Calhoun is 0 for 4 against Blyer. Potential winning run is Ohtani at second. He reached in a walk and stole second base. They have a runner at first too, but it's the one over there at second that matters. Cole Calhoun, a bases loaded double in the 7th inning, is driven in 3. Calhoun will chop that one foul.
And Richard will be pretty happy. He hates shifts. This is pretty much straightaway defense. A couple of steps to left center in the outfield. Shortstop exactly where he should be, up the middle. And if you can't catch it, knock it down.
Calhoun with the 224 off lefties, 251 off righties, but as Jim mentioned earlier, he's got 10 home runs against left-handers.
That's an amazingly high number.
The one delivery's right there.
2-seamer down and in, hard to get to.
First appearance for Blyer against the Angels this year.
So now let's see if he can throw a strike to ball slider, if that's a pitch of choice.
There are 2 away. Ohtani at second, and as big a lead as he can. 0-2 delivery. Calhoun and ground ball to first. Played to the bag, and that will do it. Mancini there to get it. So no runs, no hits, no errors. 2 are left on base, and we go to the 12th. So the Orioles, in a 5-5 ball game, will continue on, and so will the run of pitchers coming out of the bullpen for Brad Ausmus's Angels.
Well, Mejia will come on. Pitched 1 inning for him up in Seattle. Gave up a run. You can see the numbers. That's with the Twins. Big lefty, not a hard thrower, but has all the pitches. And I always thought he was going to be a starting pitcher with the Twins over the years.
He was just picked up from the Twins.
Yep.
Claimed off waivers on Saturday. He had been designated for assignment. 13 appearances with the Twins, went 0-2 with an 8.8 ERA, and he missed 53 games with a right calf strain. He's already worked in 3 consecutive games. This is the 4th in a row he's pitched in. So let's see if the Orioles can take advantage of that. Santander will lead it off for the Orioles. RBI base hit way back in the 4th inning. His pitch will be away for a ball. Manoah's in the bullpen. Orioles played 13 innings earlier this year against the Red Sox. 12 innings, I'm sorry. 12 against the Red Sox. Innings-wise, that's the longest game they played this year.
Yeah, they have him listed at 195 pounds. And
both these managers are going to go out and hire a bunch of pitchers off the street for tomorrow's game. There's nobody left.
Yeah, but see, I don't know if they have a Stevie Wilkerson.
Ah, true.
You know,
that's right.
Stevie strike thrower. Yes, there you go.
2-0 count. Shift on in the infield. Got that one down. Foul tip.
Well, he started 2 games against the Orioles in Minnesota over the years, and he's always likes his changeup. Big guy, listed at 6'3", but well over 195 pounds. But does and usually throw the ball downhill. Obviously not too often this year.
Santander will foul it off. Against the Orioles, he is 0-1 lifetime. He's appeared in 2 previous games, one as a starter. Given up 4 runs, 5 hits in 7 2/3 innings against the Orioles. So Cole worked an inning, as did just about everybody else. And the pitch will be taken. Cole gave up 1 hit in his inning of work. He had 1 strikeout. Bedrosian before him, same thing, inning and a hit. Orioles, Castro, an inning and 2/3, no runs, no hits, but 2 walks, 2 strikeouts. And Blyer came on to get the final out. And a 3-ball, 2-strike count, trying to get that leadoff man on to start it out. It'll go to short. Came right back to him, Simmons there.
Wrong guy. Yeah, pretty good at that. Right on the nose, but right at the shortstop.
So Santander is retired. Pedro Severino. He got a double his first time up, reached on an error his second. Picked up a base hit and scored in the 8th inning. Flied out in the 9th. 2 for 5 ball game. And the pitch will be taken down low. Home plate umpire Tony Randazzo a long time ago took a foul ball off his elbow. They put a temporary cover on it. Then he went in and got that cover. And here we are, I don't know, 5 hours later. And he's still working behind the plate with that right arm, going up and down, making calls. And the pitch is inside. Told you his dad's got that Chicago Italian Sports Hall of Fame. His performance tonight may put him in it.
Yeah.
2-0 the count. Severino waiting on it.
Wow. That's why they need to put the net in.
Yeah.
I mean, balls like that, you may luck out and not get hit, or somebody may kind of dive out of the way right in front of you and you can't follow it.
He's concerned now that somebody did get hit, but the fans are applauding, so it looks like it's all right.
Yeah, it's just too dangerous.
It is.
Yeah, I mean, you know, invariably the ball comes off the net and it goes to one of the ball persons, and then they give it to a fan. You know, they still get these. I mean,
I've heard not one fan complain sitting behind that netting. And the swing is went upstairs and that foul tipped into the net at 93.
Well, he got to the Twins, traded for Eduardo Nunez, who was just let go by the Boston Red Sox. And that's all the way back, in 2016. And then, you know, the calf injury you talked about, last year, left wrist problem. So he's never really been able to pitch as often as the Twins would have liked him, and this year wasn't pitching well.
Here with a 2-2 delivery on the waning night. Umpire. Nope, got a little help, but there's a strike by Lars Diaz.
Good breaking ball.
There it is. I mean, that slider goes straight down. Very tough to hit.
12 strikeouts by the Orioles tonight.
Yeah, I think otherwise. I mean, if you're an organization and you're a wild card candidate, you look around, you get your scouts, your pro scouts, and you said, you know what, this guy never really got a chance. He was hurt stuff-wise. He's left-handed, deceptive. Got that change-up. We've always seen that over the years. Why not take a chance on him?
And he's a workhorse.
Yeah.
I mean, he can go out there and throw a lot, as he's doing right now. 0-1 count, 2 down, nobody on. VR at the plate. His single came in the 8th inning. Mejia's delivery to him. Maybe at the knees for a strike.
And the other thing, he was a starting pitcher, so he's got some pitches. And I suppose, wouldn't it be nice if you get a guy actually, of course it's kind of a tough read this year, that can both get righties and lefties out?
VR had an 0 for 17 when he got out of it with a single in the 8th inning. That'll be way outside. 1 ball, 2 strike count. 2 down, nobody on. 5-5 game. We are in the top half of inning number 12.
Yeah, it's always tough to come out west, and the 3-hour time change. So now it's 2:45 body time.
No, it's 12:15. That's how you get jet lag. You think that way. You can't think that way. It's 12:15.
Have you ever been on the mound at 10 o'clock and your body's telling you, you know what? First of all, why am I out here in the ninth inning? Oh, that's what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah.
But you have to train it. You know what you have to do before you come out here? You have to train for it by staying up late.
Is that what you did?
Yeah.
So that's a good excuse. That's a good excuse.
2-2 delivery on the way. Did he go? They check it first. No. Angels can go back to their positions. They were all running off the field.
No. Looked like a swing to me, but Laz had another idea. See if it comes into play.
3-2 count with 2 down. Jonathan VR trying to get on. Foul ball. So Mejia having to work a little extra here. Try and find an out. The Orioles VR not giving in. Here's Mejia's 3-2 and he got it. Orioles are retired in order. 2 strikeouts for Mejia. He will go to the bottom of the 12th in a 5-5 game. 5-5. There's your line. We go to the bottom half of the 12th inning as the Orioles continue to bring him in just as the Angels do.
Yep, and always pitched. Well, he pitched twice in Arizona. So on Monday through 24 pitches, inning the third, 2 hits, no runs, and then yesterday inning 2/3, again 28 pitches. So 52 pitches in the last 3 days. And
so Noah has to do some extra work.
Yeah, so let's hope he has a rubber arm.
Yeah. He worked one game in Baltimore against the Angels, 3 runs, 3 hits, and 2/3 of an inning. Orioles' third game this year that's gone 12. Time-wise, this is the longest game of the year. 4 hours, 44 minutes was the previous mark. We have passed that. Albert Pujols has played the entire game at first base, a base hit in 5 at-bats. Smith and Simmons if needed here in the inning. And Noah's delivery to him had a wrinkle on it and moved inside for a strike, 1-1. Santander over near the line a bit. Blyer worked a third of an inning, came on to get that final out in the 11th, leaving 2 on base.
Yeah, if Albert had gotten on, no way to pinch run for him because they're out of position players, with the exception of what their backup catcher, Dustin Garneau.
Here's their current catcher, Kevin Smith, who's in the ball game. Strike will be called. Smith 0 for 4, 2 strikeouts. No, 0 for 5 and 2 strikeouts. Simmons is on deck. Got himself in the batter's box. 0-2 count. Noah is the 7th pitcher used by the Orioles in the ball game. Oh, 2 with 1 down. Chance Sisco, Chris Davis have not played for the Orioles in this game. And Noah's delivery to him, and that'll be down low. One-two pitch, base hit. Kevin Smith on with a single with 1 down here in the 12th. And the potential winning run is on. Simmons came on as a defensive replacement. This is his 3rd plate appearance. He's had a walk and he is grounded out. There's 1 down here. Simmons will be asked to try and move that base runner around. To third. Oh, what a pick! Alberto won the relay and they get the double play. How about that? Alberto never moved. He had to make the play with his glove. The ball was hit so hard and right at him. And he's able to turn to Peterson over to Mancini. And the defense comes through for the Orioles. Remember, Peterson just came up today and gets a shot at second base. I got you. From one knee. Let's go on. Yes, we're still here. The top of the 13th inning. The Big A in Anaheim, where the sun was shining and it was hot. And then the sun went down and started to cool off. Now the sun started to come back up. No. And Mejia's going to stay on.
Well, where's the 8
8-point ERA. Come on. For him.
It's not showing
when
up
we
yet.
need it. Come on, man.
No. Dwight Smith Jr. will stand in for the Orioles here in the 13th. And a swing and a miss, Mejia. Smith with a double his last time up. He has a sac fly RBI, a walk, a ground ball out, and a strikeout.
A pretty dramatic game, and now it goes ad nauseum. But through the first 9 innings, a lot of really bad things happened, but also good things. The home run by Mancini to give the Orioles the lead, and then Goodwin, pounces on Gibbons and ties it up. A lot of clutch hitting, and the pitching's actually been pretty good. Since then.
First half of the game was about the pitchers, and then the offense started to come around. Swing and a miss, foul tip needed. And Mejia working his second inning of relief. 17 pitchers have been used in the ball game combined. 5 runs, 13 hits, no errors, 10 left for the Orioles. 5 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors, and 12 left for the Angels. I think the Angels have committed only 1 error. They took that second one down, but not on the board. And a called strike 3.
Yeah, front door slider or front hip slider where he starts to right at your front hip and then you give up on it. There it is, inside corner.
He gets his 3rd strikeout in succession. 1 down here in the 13th. Wilkerson. Stevie will be followed by Peterson. 1 for 5, double, big hit. RBI came back in the 8th inning, and the Orioles got a couple of runs. Came back to tie it up in the 8th at 4-4. Mancini the home run in the 9th, 5-4. Brian Goodwin the home run bottom of the 9th, 5-5. Mejia with a 1-0 delivery. Broken back ground ball to 3rd. Fletcher backed up a little, makes the play. 2 down. Right now there's more bullpen in the dugout for both teams than there is in the bullpen. They're all standing there watching.
Well, the Orioles got Tanner Scott. He's left.
There's Jace Peterson. Little did he know when he arrived at the ball club today. Pitch, we take it for a strike. Peterson has flied out twice, hit the ball hard to right and center, but in the yard. 2 down, nobody on here in the 13th.
Well, he was hitting .398 against lefties. Let's see what he can do tonight out of AAA Norfolk.
His delivery to him will be inside for a ball. His retired 5. Moving outside is Kevin Smith for the target, and that's right where he put it.
His stuff's amazing tonight. Everything's crisp. No mistakes yet. Not as good a slider as you can throw right here. And
one and two. 2 down, nobody on. And he went. What a job. Mejia has picked up 4 strikeouts in 2 innings. Trout's going to come around again. Bottom half of the 13th.
Very rarely do we see Brandon Hyde sit. He's usually up on the top step, but
fatigue.
He's going to come back up there in this 5-5 game. So both teams the longest time game. Noah will stay out. Gave up a base hit, but faced only 3 in the 12th due to a fine double play made, 5-4-3.
Yeah, the last thing you really want to do is have to have one of your guys pitch 3 out of the last 4 days. Yeah. But again,
Ranivo will stand in and take the pitch away. Number 9 hitter to be followed by Fletcher and Trout. Ranivo has had a base hit, 1 for 4. In at third base, Alberto.
Good speed, obviously. This will be a tough out. Handle on the short hop, and we'll get him by a step. Good play made. How about Peterson?
Yeah. Well, he's really quick. I mean, very athletic. You know, last year you mentioned did not hit that well, hit some home runs, but he can steal some bases, and then he uses his speed on defense. You know, your quickness gets to it. You don't have to take a short hop. And that's how he initially came up with Atlanta as a second baseman.
So here's David Fletcher, the leadoff batter. 1 down, nobody on. And Noah's delivery will be away. Fletcher base hit in the 7th inning and scored on the bases loaded double by Calhoun. He's had a couple of hits in the ball game. This is going to be his 7th plate appearance.
Well, you get him out, and then you don't have to pitch the Trout, or at least you can pitch your way. When it gets on, a little different.
2-0 count. And Noah's delivery, and he aims that one. He was going to throw a strike there no matter what.
Yeah, and then Fletcher ducks it, and they still get the strike, you know, because he was trying to get on. He knows who's hitting behind him.
And Noah with the 2-1 delivery. Fletcher to third. Alberto.
Wow.
I don't care where you hit it. I'm gonna catch it.
Well, I mean, these are both doubles. The last inning, in turn, you know, he smoked it, he catches it, you know, on the one hop, and it's going to, 103 miles per hour. I mean, boom. Goes by him, it's a double. Well, just think how hard he had to work to get to the big leagues, which is why he plays with such joy.
Great plays and consecutive innings. Hanser Alberto.
So
2 down, nobody on.
So now you pitch, you tread carefully here.
And take it outside. Trout a double. That was way back in the 1st inning when he scored a single in the 3rd. He has struck out 3 times. Does have a walk and another run scored. And the Noah having nothing to do with it.
Yeah, and this is a pitch around. At least it should be.
Ohtani waiting on deck. Two-0 delivery on the way. Got it in.
Yeah, they're going to try Hanser Alberto again. Well, she's playing almost in foul territory, which you can't do, but close enough. You're right on that line.
Trout has pulled innumerable foul balls hard down that third baseline in this game tonight. He's been around on everything. 2-1. And Noah's delivery to him, and that's there.
Yeah, I don't remember him, not that it's hurt him because he's got 33 home runs, but he used to be a little square. You know, now, I mean, maybe that's why he's pulling the ball a little bit.
Not a lot of folks out there in the bullpen. And that'll be outside. So the count goes full. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
But he is definitely looking for a ball in the inside half.
Trout waiting on a 3-2. Off the fist. Smith. And that'll do it. Good job by Enora. He retires the side in order, and we're going to go to the 14th inning. Ball game tied at 5. Ball game tied at 5-5 as we go to the 14th. As much as I enjoy your company, this is too long, Palmer. Too long.
I agree with you.
Okay, good.
I feel like Alfred E. Newman. Why me?
You don't deserve this.
No.
You're too good a man. You're a Hall of Famer.
No. But if anybody's watching, yeah. Anybody's watching, thanks. Really, yeah.
Yes.
Heartfelt. Thank you for being with us, and why?
And answer the second question first.
I'll tell you what. This is a game that's going to cure insomnia. I'm telling you right now.
Oh, my Lord.
There you go. There we go.
I'm really confused now. They're putting the birthdays up on the board. And even out here, it's after midnight. So what does that mean? This is tomorrow's group of birthdays are being celebrated? Yeah. I don't know. Whose birthdays are they? Mejia's going to work in his third inning here, and he's been outstanding.
Yep.
Pitch taken away. The Orioles again at the top of the order with Alberto. Alberto's delivered a 3-hit game. His 7th time to the plate. 3-0 delivery on the way. And a strike in the outside corner. Good job. Alberto was taking all the way, just trying to get on here. Trey Mancini and Nunez to follow. Mejia's retired all 6 batters faced so far with 4 strikeouts. 3-1 delivery, and that's there.
Yeah, he's been able to, and I don't know if he'll do it again, but he's been able to get to 93 or 94. Trying to look at his minor league numbers. I don't know how often he pitched 3 innings.
He's got a 3-2 count right here. The Orioles love to get a leadoff man on. But they're not gonna. Trout.
Well, can you imagine your Cole Calhoun, what the breeze felt like when he came motoring by you?
Let's get out of the way. I'm coming.
There you go. I got it. I got it. Yes, sir.
1 down. Trey Mancini, a home run, 9th inning. Gave the Orioles a 5-4 lead. So he is 1 for 6 in the ball game. Pops that one up high in the air, third base. Fletcher.
Yeah, everybody trying to hit a home run. Usually doesn't work. At least all the guys I've talked to. Ever hit a home run when you tried to? They go, yeah, maybe once or a while, but I gave up. Hundreds of at-bats attempting to do it, and that's what happens in the extra innings. You know, ideally, Alberto, of course, this is his MO. He swung at ball 4, but you know, if he gets on, maybe you have a little different philosophy here. But, you know.
Well, he would have been running. 2 down. 14th inning, 5-5. Nunez leads the Orioles in that home run department, 24, 58 RBIs for him. Nunez walked and scored back in the 4th inning. He's had a couple of singles, 2 fly ball outs, and a strikeout. Top of the 14th, Mejia started and then backed off.
Well, I have 18 innings. I mean, I can do 18 innings on my scorecard without changing scorecards.
I flip right here. If we go 15, I'm on the next page.
Oh, really? Yeah, well, you have the booklet that. Dear to your heart, kind of like your key to your safety deposit box.
This is Bob Murphy's scorebook. My first partner in baseball. 2-0 count with 2 down. Shift on in the infield, and that pitch is really effective.
Well, he's got we've seen him in the past. He was always hurt, it seemed. Early in his career with the Giants, and maybe this is what got him traded to the Twins. He got tested positive for PEDs, but he's always had pretty good stuff. Hasn't been able to stay healthy.
Got a 2-1 count with 2 down.
That's pretty good fastball at 94.
Great differential.
He reminded me a little bit of Liriano. He never had the kind of success because he never stayed healthy, but Francisco Liriano, of course, he started with the Twins and one of the great left-handed starters. And then he had Tommy John surgery. He may still be pitching in the big league, as a matter of fact.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
2 down. Nobody on. Mejia's 2-2 delivery on the way, and that'll be outside. So he will take the count full, 3 balls and 2 strikes.
He's still pitching for Pittsburgh.
Well, good for him.
Yeah, he's been in 46 games and pitching well. 4-2 record. ERA a little over 3 runs a game.
Nunez with the 3-2 away. Anybody's going to drive one out. Nunez is one of them who can do it. Full count pitch. Here is Canning. Now he's supposed to be the starter for tomorrow. Yeah, he's supposed to start today. Yeah, game 2. Pitch on the way. In the air, first base. Pujols. Not going to get that one.
Once again, the shift. I mean, it's not a hard play, but he just didn't make it. It'd be your second baseman. If you're a normal defense, he would have come over, called you off. Like a 180. Yeah, what happened to Noe Ramirez? Did they send him out? Is he still out there? You would think, why would you have your starter?
Available.
Well, maybe not.
No, I don't think he's available. I had a note on that somewhere a long time ago. 3-ball, 2-strike count, 2 away. At bat kept alive. Another one hit hard down the line. That one's going to go foul. Yeah, Ramirez is on the DL, on the IL.
Did they put him on the IL?
Yeah.
Yeah, because he's in our notes. That must have happened today. And
no, I'm sorry. Noe Ramirez is serving a 3-game suspension.
That's all. Yeah, there you go. We're hitting Marishnik for steamrolling LaCroix at home plate.
3-2 delivery on the way, and he walked him. So the fact the at-bat was kept alive by that foul ball not caught gives the Orioles a base runner here in the 14th inning. As Nunez is on. You've got to believe Mejia's running out of gas.
Yeah, Doug White's coming out. And what do you got?
So tomorrow's starter is now up in the bullpen. Getting the shoulder massage. There'll be some roster moves after this game. 2 down. Orioles have a runner on here in the 14th inning. Last base runner the Orioles had was in the 11th on a leadoff single by Alberto.
Yeah, they're a AAA farm system down in Salt Lake City, so
get him here quicker than Norfolk.
Happy to jump on a Delta flight and come out of there. Big hub for Delta.
Santander, RBI, base hit, 4th inning. 1 for 6. And Mejia gets it in there for a strike. Yeah, usually this time of night, when the game has gone on, a couple of hours ago, the starter for tomorrow would have gone home. So that he'd be ready to pitch, not keep him here all night. Obviously, that was not the case.
Well, Canning's a rookie. Happy to still be here,
Yeah.
you know.
Didn't know he could go.
Whoa.
About that. Canning just trying to hang in here. He's not really warming up. I mean,
they're like playing catch.
Yeah, just
but
in case they need him.
And then hope
they can get a win in the bottom half of the inning. In the air to right. Warning track. Up. And the catch there. Calhoun.
Almost went out of it.
No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 left on base. Bottom half of the 14th coming up. And the ever-present 14th inning stretch here at the Big A.
Just double it up. There you go.
They can't remember how to spell YMCA. They're too tired. Manoah will stay on for the Orioles. Great job by Mejia. Worked 3 innings and assume he will be out. That's not official yet.
Well, I'll tell you, 3 out of 4 days for Noah, and he's manned up. I'll tell you that.
Yes, he is. Yeah. This is going to be his 3rd inning of work. He'll get Ohtani, Goodwin, and Calhoun due up. Shohei Ohtani got on base in the 11th inning with a walk, stole a base, but got stranded at second, and we'll foul that one off. So he's been hit by a pitch. He's drawn a couple of walks. He's flied to left twice, and he struck out. Noah's had the defense working behind him in the 2 innings he's pitched. He's gotten up only 1 hit. He hasn't struck anybody out. He's had 2 outstanding plays made by Alberto behind him at 3rd. One that went for a double play and one on the Fletcher line drive in the 13th inning. 0-2 delivery on the way. The other way and nice catch.
Real nice catch.
Stood up, caught, gave it away. No problem. Manoah. Got on the count here 0-2. Chopper foul. Davis has not played. Ohtani will put it up in the air. Shallow left field. Smith gets it. 1 down in the bottom of the 14th.
Well, here's the culprit right here. Ryan Goodwin.
Goodwin is the one who came up in the bottom half of the 9th inning and delivered the tying home run with 1 out, his 9th of the year. It was the first at bat he had in the ballgame. He too had come on as a defensive replacement in place of Upton. He'll take the pitch away. So he's got 9 home runs, 28 RBIs, and there is now real warm-up action. Canning having to get ready. With 1 down here, pitch will be taken down low. Home run and walk in the 2 plate appearances for Goodwin. His delivery will be taken 3-0. And 1. I was going to say if he swings here, we'll all go home. I'm glad I didn't say that. And the count goes to 3-1. I thought he'd take a pitch. It was after the pitch, though. It doesn't count if I said it after. And he'll pop that one up to left. Long run for Smith again. Dwight. I got it.
Busy night for Dwight all over the place.
2 down. Bo Calhoun, he gave him a 4-2 lead in the 7th inning with a bases loaded double. Lead which they could not hang on to. An Ohtani fan pleading for help. And the pitch is inside. Gabriel Anoa looking to get the 3rd out here in the 14th. Right-hander's delivery on the way, and that'll be down low for a ball. 2 down, nobody on. Here in the 14th. Angels had a chance in the 11th, 2 down. They got 2 on with walks, but Blyer came on and got the out on Calhoun. In the air, center field or left center. Smith says he wants it, and he gets it, and he has all 3 putters. So we've completed 14 here at the Big A, and we will go on to the 15th inning, tied at 5-5. So with a tie ball game going to the 15th inning and the depletion of players both in the bullpen and on the bench, we're going to get the starter for Game 2 pitching in Game 1.
So, well, you never know. He may be the closer if he comes in and pitches well, or he doesn't. So either way, but again, you can see the 14 starts out of UCLA. You know, their 2nd-round draft choice 2017. We saw him in Baltimore. Did not have a particularly good game there, but again, fastball, slider, curveball, it's really good changeup. Knows how to pitch. One of the better collegiate pitchers coming out of UCLA back, well, over 2015-16.
Tremendous job by Mejia out of the bullpen. He worked 3 innings, 1 walk, and 4 strikeouts. Did not give up a hit. The Orioles will bat with Pedro Severino coming up. Severino, double, single, couple of hits, 6 at bats. And the pitch will be away for a ball. Got a bullpen catcher left. Severino waiting. Mechanics pitch down and away.
Yeah, I don't remember what I don't know what they call that. I know he's got a slider and a cutter, but whatever it is perfect. 95 and then misses by a couple of inches and then goes right back to the corner.
Would you have thrown it all today, Jim? Pitching tomorrow?
No. Well, I would have played catch.
Yeah.
Do a lot of running.
1-1 away.
And he may, I don't know. A lot of guys. A 5-man rotation. Some guys throw the 3rd day with and then the 4th day as a rest. Some guys throw maybe the 2nd day.
Mm-hmm.
So this could be actually maybe just on short rest.
Yeah.
Like a regular start.
Up the middle and a base hit. So the Orioles get the leadoff man on here in the 15th inning as Severino picks up his 3rd hit of the ball game. Tanner Scott for the Orioles. Let's see if they can get a run here in the 15th. They are. Then Smith are due up. Orioles will pick up hit number 14. 5-14-0 for the Orioles. They've left 11. 5, 9, and 2 for the Angels. They have left 12. And here is Jonathan Villar. He's had 1 hit, a base hit, 1 for 6, and a run scored. Innings delivery, looking for the bunt. Charging in at 3rd base. Fletcher, rather.
This will be interesting if this was truly going to be an attempted sacrifice. Not too many guys can actually do that. They can bunt for base hits. But to actually turn around, square around, and sacrifice? Not, well, it should be easy, but it isn't.
Does bunt. Play's going to be at 2nd base, and a good solid throw. He held on to it. Came out of the glove, but he was able to get a hold of it, and they get the out at 2nd base, Simmons.
Yeah, not a good bunt. Right back to him, and then nice play. Perfect throw.
And he had it in the glove when it came back. It was a great throw. So 1 out. Villar becomes the base runner at first base. And here is Smith, Dwight Smith Jr.
It's kind of interesting if you slide and the ball is being juggled and your foot hits the bag before you actually get possession of it, you're safe.
Yep, absolutely.
Which is why you slide. Because if he dropped that ball, he went right by. He went out into left field, or towards left field. Yeah.
Villar's got 2 stolen bases in the ball game. He's on at first. He's challenging Canning with the lead over there. Runner does not go. Pitch will be taken down low for a ball.
And they haven't stolen a base against Griffin Canning all year long. 3 of 10.
Dwight Smith Jr. Runner stays. There he goes. Delayed steal and a good one. He took a step, stopped, and then as soon as he thought he had Smith looking the way, he took off.
Yeah, really nice sequencing. You take a look. I mean, just a running lead. And then Simmons tries to trick him. Yep.
That's 3 stolen bases in the ball game for Villar, and the Orioles get the potential go ahead on second base here in the 15th. Smith has had a double, a sac fly in the game. Down to first and foul, broken bat.
Yep. Get a new piece of lumber.
I think the bat boy has gone home, and appropriately so. Get your own bat.
I'd like to help you, but I'm
tired.
That's my bedtime.
2-1 with 1 down. Oh my Lord! Look at that. It's about at least 2 games worth, and usually 3 of chances. Back in with a 2-ball, 1 strike count, 1 down. Simmons holding the runner very tight at second. Very tight. There's the turnaround look. It's pretty good. Jonathan Villar now has had 5 games where he has had 3 stolen bases. That's pretty darn good. 2-ball, 1 strike count.
Yeah, Griffin actually Canning a 226 runners in scoring position for a young. Nope, can't come out. I'd like to talk to you, but
can't do it.
Might have exceeded the trips. Not like what it's not like you get overtime in the NFL. You get extra timeouts.
Let's get 1 trip in extra innings. 2-ball, 1 strike delivery on the way.
Change up, but
3-1.
Yeah. Well, no guarantee you're going to get a fastball, but maybe you will. So you hit off that. If he hangs a breaking ball, maybe you put a good swing, find a hole. He's going to go on anything other than a line drive, possibly one of the infielders.
Goes into center field. He'll get up. Trout will make a throw. Not in time. An error as Canning will be charged with the error, moving the runner with 1 away over to third base.
Yeah, there you go. Spring training here in late July. Just throws it right into the runner. Simmons can't catch it. Did a pretty nice job because Simmons fell right on top of him.
So now the infield is drawn in.
Go.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah, no chance. And right there, okay.
So a trip around the base paths so far to third. Fielder's choice, stolen base, and an error. The R's there. 3-1 delivery on the way, fouled off.
Perfect pitch up and in.
Well, the Orioles trying to get the lead. There's the drawn in.
I mean, you have one out. You have 2 open bases, and what do I need to strike people out? For a young kid, he's a strikeout pitcher. 77 in his rookie year and 71 in the third inning. So he knows how to strike people out, and that's what he's trying to do. And Dwight Smith Jr., what can I hit in the air? What can I hit hard?
3-2 is the count on him. Pick off the third.
Got them all going in there.
Not afraid to throw it. Three and two. There's only one away. Infield stays in. Pitch on the way, and that one skipped. He walked him, but what a fine play made by Smith.
All night long, Kevin Smith's done a terrific job blocking balls. Not only does he block it, he catches it. So again, that's a tutorial that you can get in the front of balls.
He had one go by him very early that he didn't get down on, but not on these. And to the mound. This is the skipper. Brad Ausmus has come out with runners on at first and third and only one away. All kinds of stuff to talk about here. What if the runner takes off? Do you throw through? The Orioles have their speedsters on the base pass here in the 15th inning.
Yeah, and the other way, let's see. Now all of a sudden they're not going to play their infield in.
No, they're going to play for two. So the infield will be a double play depth.
Yeah, there's your sacrifice fly line. You know, maybe you. Well, again, we've said it since the game started. Calhoun and Wright and Trout, really good arms.
Strike taken by Stevie Wilkerson.
A little changeup in 90.
Wilkerson has a double that came back in the 8th inning, 1 for 6. Lots of chattering and signs going on out there.
You know, even Arnie Baylor at first base, the first base coach for the Orioles, is saying, hey, make sure, well, number one, don't get picked off, but break up a double play.
0-1 count, pitch on the way, fouled away.
And there's another changeup, another good one.
So the count will go to 0-2 on Wilkerson, with Peterson waiting on deck. The Orioles trying to get a run in here in the 15th in a 5-5 game. DR over there at third base. Smith with the great speed at first. Baylor having the discussion again with Dwight Smith Jr. Even if they're not saying anything, is trying to get the Angels to think about it. He wants a strikeout here. 0-2 delivery on the way, and it's up.
Well, you know what the intent is, and again, when you get it that high out of the zone, there's no way he's going to chase. And you know what Stevie Wilkerson wants to do. What you do behind the cage, except they don't throw this hard, and you kind of know what's coming. Batting practice, hit the ball in the air if you can.
1-2 delivery on the way to him, and he got the strikeout he wanted.
That perfect pitch up and in. Right underneath the hands. Like we said, this guy's a strikeout pitch. There's your perfect fastball up and in.
Two down.
Well, the good news about bringing in Griffin Canning really is that he can pitch with multiple innings.
Yeah, he pitched whole game, maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
So there are 2 away. And here is Peterson with another chance. Jace Peterson struck out, flied out twice. Didn't get in the ball game or to the plate till the 8th inning. Canning gets the strike on him. Left-handers hitting 188 off Canning. 0-1 count, 2 down. First and third occupied. Pitch on the way. Peterson will take it up and away.
You really look at his numbers. I guess the one thing which I didn't look at is only get him 5 runs a game, because all the numbers don't add up. You know, you would think he'd win more than he would lose. 3 and 5, doesn't throw a lot of home runs. Well, I mean, you know, a little bit less than 1 a start in this day and age. It's not a whole bunch.
Runner goes. Well, it could matter. The Orioles get a base hit here, get a chance for 2 now. Smith goes down. It'll be a stolen base for Dwight Smith Jr.
Well, they play behind him, so they give it to him. And
trying to get a ball.
Yeah. And the other factor is that Jace Peterson does have good speed.
1 ball, 1 strike, 2 down, 2 in scoring position for the Orioles. Griffin Canning. Pitch on the way. And it'll go to first off Pujols' glove. Orioles get 1, the Orioles get 2. A hard hit ball by Jace Peterson off the glove of Albert Pujols into right field. It scores VR and Smith, and the Orioles lead it 7-5.
Well, it's a BB, and again, you know, Albert's won some Gold Gloves, but not in recent years. And it looked like they were trying to get there. Either you catch it or you don't, and he does it.
A base hit and 2 RBIs for the newest entry in the 25-man roster today, Jace Peterson. And the Orioles go up here in the 15th. He takes off, throw from the knees, not in time. Peterson's got a stolen base.
That's the, well, we told you he could run. That's what he did last year for the Orioles. You like him defensive. You like the fact that he can steal some bases. Curveball, perfect pitch to run on.
Everything has mattered here in this inning for the Orioles. They gave the stolen base to Smith. He scores. Error allowed VR to go to third after he had stolen second. The Orioles put all of that together in a bundle and get a 7-5 lead in this ball game. Now hands are Alberto. He'll try and add another with Peterson out there at second base. Alberto's had a 3-hit ball game, 3 singles. 8th time to the plate for Alberto. Griffin Canning delivers. And a 1 ball, 2 strike count. Orioles 2 singles in the inning, getting 2 runs, but a walk and a couple of stolen bases and an error set it all up. Here's the 1-2 delivery on the way. That's going to go to the middle. That's going to be a base hit. Trout charging will have no chance. Jace Peterson will score the 3rd run of the 15th. Alberto gets the RBI, and the Orioles have a 3-run lead.
Yeah, he just doesn't make a good pitch there. He gets it up. It allows it to hit a little bit harder. Right here, great angle right here. So you don't miss too many hanging sliders. It just enhances the opportunity to hit a little bit harder. And this game is a game a lot of times about exit velocity.
Yeah. Boy, the running game for the Orioles has really mattered.
Well, I mean, I like Rio Ruiz because of his glove, but Jace Peterson brings a whole nother dynamic as far as speed-wise. And, of course, he gets the big clutch hit. You know, even the first time up, he ripped it to right field, but right at Calhoun.
So Trey Mancini, there are 2 down. The Orioles have 3 in. They've got 16 hits in the game now and lead at 8-5. Mancini in the air to right. Calhoun will back up. And he's got it, and that will do it. But the Orioles get 3 runs in the 15th, and again we'll look for 3 outs for a W. So for the second time tonight, the Orioles will try and get 3 outs. Peterson called up today, getting in the ball game late. They have the game-winning RBIs on the double in the 15th inning, or single rather, driving in 2.
So a lot of guys having to pitch on multiple days. Tanner Scott pitched yesterday. 3 hits, no runs, so inning and 2/3. Actually pretty pitch efficient. Only 24 pitches. So fastball, slider, and working. Throwing a 2-seam fastball. Looked like it moved pretty good yesterday. So we will see. And of course, you know what the Angels want to do. Just start getting some guys on.
What a job by Anoa.
Yeah, I mean, he manned up 3 of the last 4 days, pitching well in all of them. So
worked 3 innings, gave up only 1 hit in the 3 innings worked. He's got a chance to be a winner here. Pitch will be taken as Scott goes to work here in the bottom half of the 15th inning and works against Albert Pujols.
A strikeout pitcher with occasional wildness, and that's what they're hoping for.
1 for 6 for Pujols, make it 2 for 7. So Pujols on with a base hit here in the 15th. And that's what the Angels needed.
Well, nice approach by Albert.
510 pitches have been thrown in this ball game. Tanner Scott will work to Smith.
Well, the bottom of the order once you get by Pujols, but we'll see how this goes.
Simmons is on deck. Smith got a base hit his last time up. Pitch will ride in. 1 for 6 in the ball game for the Angels catcher. Angels now have 10 hits. The Orioles 16. Orioles up by 3 in the bottom half of the 15th inning. Scott's delivery is a bouncer, and the runner Pujols will go to second, and there goes the double play.
Well, you got to understand, Tanner Scott, his slider's as good as his fastball, even though the velocity good on the fastball. So just because it's 3-run lead, you still got to pitch, and that's one of the things. Young pitcher, young catcher. You would like to think they won't forget that.
Smith now with a 2-0 count as the Angels try and get the potential tying run to the plate. Pujols off second base. Taken. He was trying to get a walk. He took the pitch all the way. And a 2-ball, 1-strike count on him with Simmons waiting on deck. Tanner Scott's delivery to him. Foul tipped into the mitt.
See, that's the sinker, Gary, and I'm not going to say it's a Zach Britton pitch, but it had good downward movement.
Two and two. And a swing and a miss.
Well, there you go. Use all your pitches. Get back in the count with a nice 95-mile-per-hour sinker, and then come back with your slider. Gets the foot down, does everything, just can't track it.
One down. Here's Simmons. Rengifo waiting on deck in the 9 spot. And that pitch will be down low for a ball. Tanner Scott trying to make a winner out of Anoa, and a chance for him to pick up a save. That'll be inside. 2-0. Look back to Pujols at second base.
And he's taking
2-0, taking 3-0. Now if he swings here, we can all go home because it won't be a baseball game anymore.
Well, he ought to take 2 strikes, and
Yeah.
he probably will. Andrelton, he's been around a long time.
He does. It's a strike. 3-1, 1 down. Runner at second. Orioles up by 3, trying to win game 1. It started a long, long time ago. Delivery by Scott, and he just put the bat on his shoulder. Takes the first strike.
I don't like that idea. I mean, I know you're taking, but you still have to have some kind of frame of reference for the ump. That's right.
And you want to make the pitcher pitch. If you
Well, yeah, I mean,
you don't do anything for so long, he knows you're not swinging, just groove one. There's 3-2. Runner off second base. And my lordy,
well, again, you know, he came in with 13 walks in 16 innings, so they know that he's got a command problem. You know, and all they want to do is get Trout up in this inning. I mean, you can't match up. You have nobody else in your bullpen.
Rengifo, the number 9 hitter, and then you got Fletcher and then Trout if it goes that far. But now you got the potential tying run at the plate again.
And that's really what all your outfielders are looking at, or should be looking at, is, you know, he hits the ball, just make sure that you throw the ball where he doesn't get to second base.
Rengifo is 1 for 6. The inside almost caught his back leg.
And here comes Doug Brosel.
Just going to guess that every other major league game is done. Would I be close on that?
Yeah, I would think so.
Yes.
Yeah, so for Tanner, I mean, control has always been a problem. 210 innings coming in, 154 walks, and many more strikeouts.
Yeah.
So he can strike a lot of people out. It's just command issues.
1-0 count with 1 down, 2 on for the Angels. 15th inning. And that's way inside, almost where the last one was.
Yeah, and then you do this often enough, you just start aiming it, and you don't feel any kind of fluidity in your windup. You know, he was talking about flying open and all that. And
Luis Rengifo with a 2-0 count. And he's taking, and that bounces. Runners will stay right where they are.
Well,
Scott has not been close.
well, it becomes a mental issue here.
Leadoff batter Fletcher and then Trout. If it goes that far, the Orioles up by 3, picking up the 3 runs on 3 hits in the 15th inning. We're in the bottom of that 15th right now. And again, the hitter is going to take, and not even close again.
No, you don't have anybody else.
They're loaded.
Well, now you get the 2 best runner in scoring position numbers, and
Nothing you can do about it if you're Brandon Hyde.
Have gone as far as you can go in the bullpen. There are the 3 base runners. And here is Fletcher. Fletcher up. There's 1 away. You're 1 ground ball out away from ending the ball game. Fletcher's 1 big swing away from ending it. He'll take the pitch inside.
Well, 18 pitches, 12 of them out of the zone.
1-0 count, 1 away. Couple of singles for Fletcher in the ball game. 2-0.
Will you bring in Stevie Wilkerson?
No.
Okay.
No. And I don't mean that because of anything about. I don't think you can chance that on these guys. Throw BP. Taking. May have to, though, Jim.
Well, I mean, that was the only thing. It's obviously, it's not physical. And it's probably a combination of the fact that mind's a powerful instrument, and you're not getting any positive vibes. I've been there, man. I walked 130 to 129 innings in A-ball.
Fletcher on a 3-0 will take, and he's on, and it runs in. 3 consecutive walks in the 15th inning. Fletcher will get an RBI. Pujols will score. The bases will remain loaded. Now it is a 2-run ball game. And now you got Trout.
Well, running run at first, and tying run at second. And those are his numbers.
Trout waiting on it. He'll take it. Good fastball in there for a strike.
Actually, it's a slider.
Slider.
Well, you hadn't thrown a fastball over, so not a gutsy call, yeah. And it really does set up the adapt to some degree, even though it is Mike Trout.
0-1 delivery. Trout on a big cut.
Well, it's his best pitch. I said that about 4 batters ago.
And the count goes to 0-2.
It has more movement. You know, it's real good velocity, and as long as he stays on top of it, you know, it usually has a downward movement.
Orioles lead it now 8-6. Bases loaded here in the 15th. Mike Trout, the 0-2 delivery, takes it inside.
I don't care if you're playing 4 in a row.
1-2 on Trout. Trout has doubled, singled, walked. He has struck out 3 times. Fly out. Tanner Scott, bases loaded. In the dirt.
Nice play by Severino. Got to trust him. You got to try to get on top of it. Hope your catcher will block it, which is exactly what he does. That easily could have gotten a winning run to second base.
Severino trying to pump up Tanner Scott. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Sacks full. Pitch. Trout fouls it off as he has all night on the left field line. Two and 2. Orioles got their 3 runs in the top of this 15th inning. Angels have so far gotten 1 in the bottom. 2-2 delivery. Trout goes after it. It's a base hit down the line. It'll score at least 2. Simmons scores. Renner will score. They're going to try and get it right here. Fletcher coming, throw to the plate. He is out. Everybody on the Angels asking for Ausmus to take a look at the video on it.
I'm not sure he touched the plate.
Trout came through. However you cut it, there are 2 runs in. The question is, are there 3? And is the ball game over? Ooh.
Well, you got to have enough to change it. Now he does touch the plate. Severino does tag him, and what's the cutoff, man? The throw's a little bit off to the left. So he has to reach back, and then again, I don't know. You know, maybe they have some look that tells definitively that he's not out. But there you go. Yeah, you know, again, I don't know. I don't think you can change that. You never know, because I'm not going to make that decision.
They will go to New York and look at the video, and this could take a while.
Yeah.
So Trout comes through. Fans watching it on the replay think he was safe, but that is so close.
Yeah.
And this is where the standard comes in, that if you can't definitively tell that the call on the field was wrong, then the call stands and the call is out.
Yeah, that's what's supposed to happen.
This is the ball game right here.
Yeah. Great trying to get to the outside part of the plate, and you know, that angle does not tell you that he was safe. If you had an angle from high home,
yeah, looking down,
you'd probably see whether that glove hit Fletcher's chin or not.
All the Angels are standing out on the field. The Orioles are in the dugout. There's Brad Ausmus.
Well, if they call him safe, what a great comeback. So let's see. And right there, you can't see his left hand. So unless they have a more definitive, I don't know if they'll overturn this. You know what the Angels want. You know what their fans want.
Unbelievable if they win this ball game. The game is tied at 8-8 based on the call. If the call is changed to safe, the Angels win. Trying to do the limbo and get underneath that tag is what Fletcher was doing.
Yeah, see, you can't really see. I mean, they're running out on the diamond vision, and you just can't see where the glove is. I don't think there's a look that really tells you that. So otherwise, you can't. He's out because that's what they called him. You know, great tag, great slide. Trout got what, about 5 sliders, and hit the 5th one right down the line. Well, if you can't tell by now.
Jonathan Villar took the relay throw and made a really good throw to the plate. Smith came up with it and got it to Villar. There is a ruling.
They're going to call him out.
Out.
Yeah. It just wasn't a definitive look to change it. Was it maybe, you know, the fact that the hand and the tag at the same time? But there are no ties once the umpire calls him out. He's out unless you have a definitive look. And
so 7-6-2 at the plate takes Fletcher out. Now Trout's at second with a potential winning run. There are 2 down, so credit him with a double, and he picks up the 3 RBIs. Bases were loaded at the 2 RBIs.
Yeah, 2 RBIs.
And here's Ohtani. Ohtani will try and get the game winner. So the Orioles got 3 in the top of the 15th. The Angels now have 3 in the bottom, and they've got a chance to win it. And Ohtani will take the pitch down low for a ball.
And it really looks like the Panthers again kind of aiming the ball a little bit, especially with the fastball.
Ohtani has not had a hit in this ball game. He was on to the walk, hit by a pitch earlier, another walk in the 11th. Unbelievable ball game. Pitch on the way. Ohtani will take it up high. We got Goodwin, who hit the home run that tied the game up in the bottom of the 9th, waiting on deck. There are 2 down here in the 15th inning.
With 29 pitches thrown. 19 balls, 10 strikes. Well, it's a shame. And
2-0, Ohtani down the line, left field. Smith going over. Will he have a play? Into the seats, and he got it! Dwight Smith Jr. goes into the seats and hauls it in to end the inning. What a ball game. 3 runs scored. And we're tied again as we go to the 16th inning, 8-8. Brandon Hyde out having a discussion here before we go to the 16th inning. Not sure about what. They were looking at the lineup card. You maybe just want to make sure that he knows who's hitting where and that the umpires know regarding the Orioles who's hitting where. So a reprieve for Channing, who gave up the 3 runs in the top of the 15th inning. 3 runs on 3 hits. Griffin Canning will get another opportunity as the Orioles will bat here in the 16th inning. And they will have Nunez, Santander, and then Severino due up. So Renato Nunez will stand in here in the 16th. 8-16-0 for the Orioles, 8-11-3 for the Angels, and it is a strike taken. Young right-hander's delivery will be outside for a ball. Renato Nunez trying to do it again, get on base, get another run in. Fouls that one back, and one to hit. The Orioles got 2 RBIs. Chase Peterson in that top half of the 15th inning, and another one from Hanser Alberto. Boy, you go to the bottom of the 16th, up by 3. You feel as though you're in pretty good shape. But the Angels would not go away. Pujols started it off with that single, and then it was the walks.
Well, that's the
one. 8 and 9 hitters.
That's the one thing you fear the most from Tanner Scott.
And then Fletcher got a bases loaded walk for an RBI, and Trout got the 2 RBI double.
I mean, I really feel for him. And we talked about it again. I mean, 210 innings, 164 walks over his minor league and major league career. I mean, at some point you figure, you know what, just throw your fastball down the middle, find out where the field is. If they hit it, fine, but at least you have something. Kind of like when you're playing tennis. Where do you warm up? Middle of the court. That's why and it's frustrating for everybody.
He went around on it.
He did. Good breaking
ball.
ball.
Umpire made the call. You either tag him, throw down, or let him walk out of the baseline, which he just did. Now he's out.
Well, I thought he pointed to the ump.
He did, but the home plate umpire had already made the call. So the strikeout will go to him, and Kenny gets a K, and there's one away here in the 16th. First strikeout he has picked up. Here's Santander. Straight up defense. In these extra innings, that's what we've seen. Straight up defense. And it works. Simmons. 2 down. Two away, and the base is empty. And we'll bring up Severino. Severino, a couple of hits, single double, reached on an error, scored a run back in the 8th inning, and the Orioles got 2. Two down and nobody on. We're in the 16th. One-0 delivery on the way. We have passed the 6-hour mark for the ball game. About 6:06. 1 ball, 1 strike count with 2 down. Griffin Canning delivers, and a good one. at 83.
Yeah, he's got all the pitches. I mean, that's the curveball. He's got the slider. He's got the cutter. He's got the fastball, the changeup.
Remember, you're looking at the supposed starter for Game 2 is on the mound for the Angels. 1-2 delivery on the way, and that'll be looped in the air, shallow left center, Bermuda triangle, base hit. It'll be picked up, sent back in, but the Orioles, Severino is on. Goodwin gets it back in, and the Orioles 2 down, 1 on. Severino had a base hit in the 15th.
Well, everybody plays a little deeper because of double prevent defense, and just perfectly placed.
Hit number 17 for the Orioles. 11 on the board for the Angels. Jonathan Villar scored, reached on a fielder's choice, had an interesting trip around the diamond in the 15th inning. Fielder's choice, stolen base, second base, error to third, and then came around to score.
Well, he's due for a home run.
Yeah, he is. Villar came into this thing a long time ago. 0 for 15.
Well, if he hits one now, he can hit more than he already has a home run going in before he even starts the game tomorrow. I mean, that's a step up on everything.
Breaking
there
ball.
You go.
And the count goes to 2-0. Villar ended up going 0 for 17 before he got the base hit in the 8th inning. Sorry. Two-0 count. Runner at first. Ooh, tags that one right field. Maybe you were right. Way back in. Goodbye, home run. He gets the dinger. That's a way to get out of it. That's his 12th home run. RBIs 43 and 44, and the Orioles lead again, 10-8.
Well,
perfect.
Yeah, I didn't think he was going to hit a home run last night, but I had that feeling he hit one this morning. But you never, I'm telling you, they got a 3-run lead on last inning. The Orioles are out of pitching. So, I mean, somehow Tanner Scott's going to be able to go back out there and throw strikes and somehow get 3 outs before they get 2 runs, unless the Orioles. So here you go. I mean, I don't know, a little cutter. Everybody thinks this is a great pitch. Speeds up the bat, hammers it. Nice going, Jonathan.
Wow, 10-8 lead for the Orioles. And that came with 2 away here in the 16th inning. And the Orioles use the long ball again. And Mancini got one in the 9th, his 23rd. Put the Orioles up for a brief period of time. Pitch taken for a strike.
Yeah, the game has changed. You know, you get behind a hitter instead of sitting on the outside corner. You're going to trick him with a cutter, speed up the bat. Severino doesn't have a lot of speed. You know, it's going to be tough for him to score on a single or a long single or a double. It's always, hey, I'm going to trick him. I'm going to do this. We saw their closer come in and give him the lave wave. That didn't work out very well. Yeah, that's.
Chris Davis. He hasn't played tonight.
Well, he may pitch.
Think he'll pitch?
I don't know.
2-2. There are 2 down here. The Orioles up. Canning ready. The delivery of ground ball, and he scoops it. And they make the flip to Pujols to record the out. Well, the Orioles are on top again. Jonathan Villar delivers a 2 RBI homer. We go to the bottom half of the 16th. The Orioles up by 2. A very long meeting with all the umpires and Brandon Hyde, because this may be a first in baseball. Wilkerson is going to come on to pitch.
From center field to pitch.
Yeah.
And his nickname is Dr. Poo Poo because he's going to throw about 58 miles per hour. And what he's been able to do, there are the numbers, to give up a home run to Sandy Leon of the Red Sox. I mean, he's not going to try to throw hard. He's going to try to, somehow get 3 outs before they get 2 or 3 runs.
Amazing. He's coming in to try and save the ball game. Santander has gone to center where Wilkerson was. Trey Mancini goes to right.
And and Chris Davis comes in. But Gary, you don't know. Maybe Tanner Scott. Who knows? He may have had a physical problem. Maybe that's why he was wild, pitching back-to-back games.
My guess is Brandon Hyde saw too many walks.
Well, no, and that's why he's going to get sent out again to get some work, so he can just feel confident about himself. You won't find somebody that's more conscientious. It's just some guys can throw strikes and some can't, so it's a constant battle with him.
And after the rhubarb this week with the Yankees was Red Sox and Tampa Bay regarding a lineup problem on the card and who was hitting where, both managers really meticulous in going over with the umpires who's where. So here we go. Each team got 3 runs in the 15th inning. The Orioles get 2 in the 16th. Goodwin, Calhoun, Pujols will be due up. And Wilkerson is in a save situation for Scott, who could be the winner. Boy, this is...
Well, if they can get 3 outs, and that's a big if.
Game, yeah.
Their scouts had to tell him he's going to throw about 58 miles per hour. I mean, there it is. It's almost like a knuckleball. Apparently his granddad was a knuckleballer, and I don't think it's a knuckleball. I think it's just something that's a lob. There it is.
Pitch will be in there for a strike.
And it's not going to get any better than this.
Nope.
And
that'll be it.
And again, I'm not trying to denigrate him. He said, listen, hey, throw it over, see what they do. Yep.
It's another strike.
You never see anything this low. You just don't. And meanwhile, and again, they put the shift on, so.
He'll swing at it, foul it off.
This is like slow pitch.
Yeah, it is. It's very hard for the hitters. You just don't see this, and this is not a funny, guy coming in a 17-1 game. I mean, this is for a save. Goes after it, puts it high in the air to center. He's going to get the out with Santander moving under it.
Well, remember last inning I said, would he really bring him in? And that would have been a first. A lot of times you're out of the ball game. I mean, this is 16 innings. You're out of pitchers. And somehow he's got to get 2 more outs before they get 2 runs.
Wilkerson got the out. Scott gave up the 3 runs on 2 hits in an inning, yet he could be the winning pitcher.
And I think you just have to take the bunt away from him, because this would be a very easy ball to bunt to third.
Calhoun is up. Go Calhoun. He'll take the pitch. It'll be outside for a ball.
It's hard, Gary, to throw 54 miles per hour. I mean, it really is.
Yeah. Well, to throw it as a strike. I mean, you're looking at Rip Sewell. That pitch is going to be outside for a ball. The Angels just want to get one on here to again get the potential tying run to the plate.
I mean, that's the guy with 648 home runs.
Yeah, Pujols.
Should be taken.
2-0 delivery. He takes it. It's a strike on the inside corner. Maybe Wilkerson.
He's ready to field his position because that's what he is.
2-1 delivery down the line in left field.
And they're waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. They just want to put a line drive somewhere to get Pujols up with a potential tying run.
That's what Chuck Tanner taught me when I first came into Major League Baseball. Tanner called me over to the batting cage and he said, I want you to count how many hits guys get while they're taking batting practice. It wasn't many. It's not easy. A ground ball into the shift. And Villar makes the play, and there are 2 down in the 16th.
Yeah, I was always told, Gary, all you have to do is go out and watch batting practice, and you know what's coming.
And it's slow.
And it's not
it's right
slow.
where you want it.
Yeah, right. I mean, they know it's coming. It's going to be, 80, 82. They're going to. Most pitchers are going to move up a little bit, so you simulate kind of, 85 to 90 miles per hour, and they hit line drives. They pop them up. They hit ground balls.
Yep. Well, here we are. Wilkerson's got a chance for a save. The Orioles 1 out away from a win in a very strange game. Pujols, a base hit and scored. The pitch is going to be in there for a strike. The Orioles are up by 2. We are in the 16th inning of a ball game working its way over the 6-hour mark. Wilkerson, the 0-1 pitch. Pujols will pop it up. Coming back. And running out of room just barely is Severino.
Well, I was talking about it. Tim Wakefield's knuckleball was about 68. Fastball was 78. I was telling Joe Castiglione when the Red Sox was in, one of the highlights, and he won 200 games for the Pirates and the Red Sox. He struck out the side with his fastball, 78. But this is 50-ish.
Albert Pujols, 0-2 with 2 down. Delivery on the way to him. He takes it. And it just missed. Wilkerson thought he had it.
Oh, come on. Tony. That ball wasn't even fast enough to be registered on the radar gun.
1-2 delivery on the way. Pujols waiting on it. That's shallow center field. It's Santander, and they got it! And Wilkerson gets the save. And the Orioles have won a 10-8 ball game in 16 innings. Unbelievable. The game took 6 hours and 18 minutes. And the Orioles win it by a score of 10-8. Scott gets the win. Wilkerson gets the save. Stevie Wilkerson will have a new nickname when we come to the ballpark tomorrow. He's the one who will choose what it is, as he always does. Wow.
I'm going with Stevie Saver.
Stevie Saver, I like that. Yep. For Brandon Hyde, obviously a great congratulations to his ball club. What a ball game. The Orioles win game 1. And now for each team, they got to figure out who the heck is going to pitch tomorrow. Game 2 of the 4-game set coming up later today. Asher Wojciechowski will take the mound. It won't be Canning because he pitched in this game. Coverage on MASN 2 begins at 9:30. O's Extra presented by PNC Bank, followed by our game coverage at 10. Have a wonderful morning. For Jim Palmer and all of our crew here at the Big A, I'm Gary Thorne. Thanks, everybody. In 16 innings, the Orioles come away with a 10-8 win. Adieu.